That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us depths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the just caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey there, welcome to Julie B Deep Dives, part 2 of our deep dive into season 4, episode 8 of From. This episode was just too packed with amazing new answers, questions, just so rich for theory crafters like us, just rich with information and detail and just thought-provoking content. I just loved this episode. So we just couldn't finish it last night. I needed to break it into 2 segments for the sake of my self-care. It just got too late. So we were streaming for like 4.5 hours, and I was like, okay, I can't do it all in one night. So decided to try something new, and instead of doing a 7 to 8 hour stream, breaking it up into 2 nights is better for my self-care, better for my pain level and my health, and so that's what we're doing. So last night we did a couple hours of just talking about the episode, which I always like to start with, and then started breaking it down scene by scene. We got through the first few scenes of the episode, but the majority of it is still there to break down. So Sorry about that. I don't know what just happened. It just, StreamYard just kicked me off for no apparent reason. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, I'm back. Sorry about that. So let's see, where was I? I was in the middle of saying that once the stream is over, I'll put all the links that are supposed to be in the description of the video in there. All my latest videos, including the episode 7 breakdown, which I put out on Saturday, full of theories and predictions. So that'll all be in the description. My donation information and of course the Discord link and the schedule will be in there too. I just forgot to add them at the moment. So, but yeah, the Discord link is always there. So join the Discord if you haven't already. We watch the new episodes of From when they drop at midnight every Saturday night. And then we have a second stream. I stream it twice, and also a voice chat, which is a lot of fun. We really get into it. We had a long one Saturday. Some of us were on there the entire night just chatting away about that episode because that was how thought-provoking it was.
And for some of the people that don't know, who joins you on a regular basis in there?
Well, our friend Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow himself, joins us for every watch party that we do for From every Saturday night. And he was kind enough to chat with us after his bombshell new appearance in this episode. He's not currently doing any live stream appearances anywhere, but he did chat with us in the watch party channel after the episode was over, and that was just so cool. It was so much fun to just talk to him about that amazing scene with Tabitha. And he took questions. So anybody who wanted to, they unmuted and talked with him. There was one of our Discord members who even spoke French to Doug. This is the second time actually someone spoke French with Doug in the last few months. There were 2 different people.
Yeah, it was very I don't know how to say it, je ne sais quoi, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It was very, very fun, and so we had a good time. It's so yeah. The Discord link is in the description of the stream, and what else? Also, if you missed the part 1 of this live stream, you can always check out the replay from last night where we started the breakdown, and we still have a lot more of the episode to go. So let's say hi to the awesome chat before we get that breakdown going. We got Ryan, awesome Ryan here. Thank you so much for being here, as always. And MG, nice to see you again. Mark, so nice to see you, Mark. Mark Yablonski says, I'm going to try to hang with y'all for a while at least. And I think it's probably too late for him. So hi to Mark. If you're listening on the replay, he's probably gonna have to catch the replay. But yeah, he's one of the kind folks who I gave an executive producer credit to on my latest video for his donation, his recent donation to the channel. That's something new that I'm doing. So anyone who donates, it doesn't matter how much, any amount at all, anyone who donates, I give either executive producer or associate producer credits to the donors for every month. And I'll put those names in every video and live stream that I put up, just as a thank you to donors, since it's so helpful. It's so needed with the cost of living being high, and StreamYard is just so obscenely overpriced. So it's immensely helpful when those donations do come. And I have the PayPal now, so that makes it a little easier for people who are international to donate. I had been asked by a few people to set up a PayPal, so that's there now. And my PayPal is just my Gmail account, which is JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com. When people search for that, they can find me on PayPal, and the Cashapp and Venmo, of course, are still there too. those are scrolling at the bottom of the stream, so you can see it there, and I'll add them to the description of the video later as well. So anyway, let me keep on going here. We got Amy, Pixie Vine TV. Nice to see you. And PR has changed his handle to the Ragman Pappy. Love it. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever one of them it is.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Yes. Julie, do you know who I am? Do you recognize me? Yes. Yes, that's PR Ragland with a new handle. Indeed.
Isn't that what that one dude said on the porch to Julie?
Yeah, Julie. He said,
did he say, do you remember me?
He said, Julie, don't you recognize me?
Oh.
Yes. He did. I think that was a reference to that.
Now, could that now knowing? I'm sorry. I'm all of a sudden already going off on a tangent on a exit. Could that be the man in yellow for some random reason?
The man in yellow. Oh, the teen boy monster.
Could it? I guess it could. I don't know why.
Yeah, it could be. It could be, but I think he's just a random monster who read Julie's mind, like all the other monsters.
That's what you were saying.
Yeah.
They seem to be able to do that.
Yeah, they know everyone's names. The Ragman says some of us night shift workers can't keep up with whether it's day or night or which day of the week it is. Yeah, I feel that. I'm practically a night shifter myself with these all night live streams that I tend to do. So I lose all track of what day it is. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, thank you for understanding, guys. Mark said, take care of yourself first. Stronger every day. So take care of yourself. I always appreciate the understanding, support, and patience when I have to move start times due to my pain level. Trying to manage that, and it's been horrible today. So I really just needed some extra time. Hey there, Green Hoon. Nice to see you. Hey, Greedy God, RCO, Sprinkle Kitty, Mr. Snickle Fritz. I love that name. I would love to know where that name came from. It's hilarious. Hey, Bad Miracle. Welcome. Yes, they don't dive like us. Hey, West of Westeros. Jeff. NSB. I was away for 10 minutes yesterday and thought you guys were done. The fastest live stream you ever did. Well, I've done ones a little shorter than that. This one was 5.5 hours last night. I've done shorter ones, but I know it's shorter than what I've done lately. I've been doing a lot of 7-hour streams, which I need to cut down on.
I think your record is like 43 minutes, but that was due to technicality or something like StreamYard.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. There was something that I forget why I had 143-minute live stream.
And then I think another one you had not that long ago was like 52 minutes because you wanted to just be like, yo, blah, 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 blah. And then the episode started, right?
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
It was like a month ago or a month and a half. Yeah.
I squeezed in a live stream on Saturday night right before the new From episode dropped. And so it wound up being less than an hour long. So that was a really short one. Oh, the Ragman Pappy is still here. Good evening, Julie. Do you recognize me? Yes, I do. Yes, indeed. PR. It is PR. Hey, TCP. MIY is the original Jade. The original Jade. How can that be, though? The original, because,
Well, it could in a strict sense.
Yeah, because he's been reincarnated.
Maybe he looks like the original Jade. How about that? I will see that.
Oh.
Maybe he physically looks like the original Jade.
Oh, okay.
But he couldn't actually be because if it's reincarnation, then it's not him.
Right, because they can't both be present in the at the same time.
Now, have you heard those people speculate like, oh, he's like, hey, do you recognize me?
Mm-hmm.
Because the man in yellow, as a physical appearance and or spirit, was Tabitha's first husband, and Jade was her lover, and then that's the whole that potentially is a revenge thing was the nexus at the beginning of all of this. Have you heard that?
I somebody mentioned that idea. Yeah, I have heard that, which is interesting.
But a little too soap opera. You
Yeah.
don't want any as the From turns.
Mm-hmm.
The young and the Fromless.
Yeah, the young and the Fromless.
The From and the beautiful.
Yes. Oh, I think that these theories are coming out of the weird, strangely friendly interaction between the man in yellow and Tabitha. But I think he was just being flirty and playful with her, because a lot of villains do that. It's kind of a trope, So I don't think I think we're reading too much into that, in my opinion. NSB says, do you guys have a chat on the watch party right after the episode airs? I'll never be able to watch it because it takes at least 2 to 3 hours before the episode airs in my country.
You watch it with us.
Yeah, so you watch it with us. We watch together. I stream it. So if you want to watch it with us, I stream it in the Discord at midnight Eastern time as soon as it drops, and then we watch it again. But on Saturday, since Doug Hughes appeared in the episode, he wanted to talk with us. He was kind enough to talk with us, and he doesn't stay up as late as some of us do. So after the first stream, I told him, please stay as long as you'd like, and we'll chat before I stream the episode a second time. So we did our voice chat with Doug, and we watched it a second time, and then we did another voice chat, all of us together, whoever was left and wanted to talk. So that was how we did it. Whenever Doug wants to talk, I'm like, talk away, stay as long as you want, and then we'll stream the episode again after. So that's how it works. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, I highly recommend joining our little party. I can fit up to 50 people, and so far I haven't been able to, no one's been turned away. Everyone who wanted to join has been able to join. Locked in like a hostage. Nice, Mr. Snicklefritz. Love it. I'll be dozing in and out. I'm sorry that this is so late for those of you who, would have preferred this to start earlier. It's been a rough day for me with my pain. Hey, Lucas, back for part 2. Thanks for coming back. West of Westeros says, can we talk about 19 beats per minute? Heartbeat? That is insane. Fatima is like a walking dead woman. She's dead inside. That does not sustain life. Like Christy said, she should be dead. So this is very alarming. Very alarming. I think I don't know why a lot of people are optimistic about Fatima and think that she's going to get over this. I don't think so. I think for once there isn't going to be an easy out for her. This isn't going to end well for her. Hey there, Island Aquatics. Welcome. And TCP says Fatima is the new kimono lady. Karl said something like that too. Like maybe she's turning into that. A lot of people thought that she looked like the kimono lady for a while and thought that's what she was turning into in season 3. But then we found out that the kimono lady was the woman cast as her in season 3 was an Asian lady. So that kind of makes it a little confusing. Like, how could it be her? Why would they cast an Asian woman? Hey, Ice Cold Magician. Fatima has powers now. Yeah. She's like Will on Stranger Things. He had Vecna vision, and Fatima has Smiley vision. She can see through his eyes, and not only that, she can actually like neutralize Smiley. And that's a game changer. But it's going to end her though. It's definitely, she's only going to be able to use this power for a certain amount of time or a certain number of times before it destroys her. She will turn into one of those things. I'm convinced of that. And so it's not gonna be like something they can benefit from till the end. The rate that she's changing, for her to already have a heart rate and blood pressure so low, that's really bad. Oh, Mark, that's so kind of you to say. You work so hard and deliver wonderful videos. It makes sense to support your work. Thank you so much. That really means the world to me. I mean, this channel has been such a blessing because I finally, for the first time in my life, have an outlet for my passion for communication. I've always been passionate about oral and written communication, and I can do both. I write scripts for my videos. I write like they're sort of like my persuasive essays in college, just a little more casual in style because it's YouTube. You don't want to sound like you're writing a college dissertation, but I got my degree in writing and rhetoric, and then my pain condition took over my life, and I couldn't use it. I couldn't find an outlet to use it that my body could handle. I couldn't do any kind of full-time desk job due to my pain. So it was really depressing. I worked in retail for a long time. Then I was a nanny. And I liked working with children. That was nice. I enjoyed it, and then I became disabled and couldn't work at all. And it was very depressing to not have an outlet for my passion for writing and speaking. And thanks to this channel, I finally do. It's been such a blessing in my life, and I truly appreciate the support of everyone who has come to my channel and watched my videos, come to my lives. It means the world to me.
And you're still babysitting.
Still,
right? You're still babysitting me.
I'm still babysitting. Yes. This big kid, Karl.
Yeah, the other day she hid my binky, and that was a problem. Okay, that was a real problem. Okay?
Yeah.
I made a big mess that day. Big boo-boo.
It's too funny. RCO says, I thought the mole was Donna and not Eye Patch Girl Clara. Oh, okay. You're referring to the episode trailer.
No trailers.
Yeah.
No trailers.
Yeah.
Or are you gonna talk about it later?
First we'll focus on the rest of the episode 8 breakdown, and then after that's done, if there's anyone who wants to talk about the trailer for episode 9, then we'll talk about it. But just for the people who don't want to hear about it, and I know there are a lot of people, we'll save that for later. We'll save that for later.
What's today's date again? The 15th?
It's the 16th. Yeah. Yeah, because I know there are a lot of people who just don't want to see any episode trailers, and so before I talk about anything trailer related, I will give a spoiler warning because I know most channels don't do that, and I don't like all these spoilers. MGM gives away way too much, and the trailer for episode 9 is very spoilery. So for those of you who have not seen it and you don't like spoilers, don't watch it. That's my personal advice to you. Don't watch it. Stay off of MGM's social media because they spoil more stuff there. They spoil pictures that are really, ridiculously spoilery. So yeah, just my advice. Hey, Brandon K. The episodes are getting intense. Yes, they sure are. Sure are. So nice to see you, Brandon, and hope you're doing well tonight. Yeah, episode 8 was way more intense than I expected. I thought it was going to be a setup episode, just kind of chill and calm and not boring, but just more low key. But I really didn't feel that at all. It was intense. Chris M says Julie will find a pack of dogs and become a dog walker.
Instead of a story walker.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I do a lot of walking to manage my pain. So yeah, I could do that. Brandon says keep the long streams and edit. So much information you're missing by limiting the time. What do you mean? What do you mean, Brandon?
Doesn't he mean like chop down your live streams and turn them into videos?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
That's what he's talking about.
Oh,
I'm assuming.
Yeah. I've had people suggest that I take clips out of my live streams and make them into videos, and I've done that a few times.
We've done that a couple times. We did that when we were talking about when we revealed the duster Joey
Yeah.
theory. When we rolled that out,
Yeah.
you clipped that. That was the first time you did that, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, it was.
That's available in the playlist, by the way. Duster. R.I.P. Man ninjas.
Yeah. Still sad about Duster getting canceled. So I need to do that more. Take clips out of my long live streams and put them out as standalone videos. I know people liked it when I did that the few times that I did. Hey, Westside Manolo. I think Fatima is a new type of monster. Right. Is she going to be, that's a big question. You know, there are so many questions, but is she going to be just like the other nightmare creatures, or is she going to be something new, something different? Yeah, I don't know. I think she's going to be, at the very least, physically looking just like them, and her organs just kind of rotting up from the inside. I don't know if she'll turn into an actual shapeshifter. That's the question. Will she have shape-shifting powers like the other monsters and be forced to rip people apart without any agency to stop herself from doing it? That would be insane if that happens. Man, the possibilities are horrifying. I mean, we've got this horrifying thing happening to Fatima and Henry, this absolutely devastating thing happening to poor Henry. These hallucinations probably going to lead him to try to shoot Victor and maybe shoot himself or jump off a roof. It's going to be heavy. I think this season is going to end with some really sad, devastating events. The Ragland Pappy says, fortunately, my 2-year-old and 1-year-old granddaughters are asleep, and I don't have to listen to them calling me Poop Deck Pappy. They just love repeating the word Poop Deck. That is too cute. That is adorable. So sweet, you know, just being a grandpa to 2 sweet little girls. That's absolutely lovely. I'm sure that's a lot of fun. Chris says Doug was happy he got to wear the jacket again. Oh, you bet. Doug loved, he said he just loved doing this scene. He really enjoyed that banter with Tabitha, the really interesting dialogue that he got. So playful with her, and you know, treating her like a friend. He said he had so much fun with it. NSB says, midnight, that doesn't help me, Julie. I think I'm a day ahead of US time. I know. I said midnight Eastern time. So I know that it's confusing doing time conversions. So if you Google midnight Eastern time to whatever your time zone is, then it'll tell you what time that our watch party is, if that helps. Ice Cold Magician says Julie and Randall missing from the episode was weird. And you know what's odd? I didn't even notice. Somebody pointed it out last night, and I was like, oh yeah, Julie wasn't there, and neither was Randall. I guess, I don't know. They're not my favorite characters, so I didn't even miss them.
Did anything happen in the episode, okay, that you might think, oh, they were observing it in the background? Or at least Julie.
Oh.
Maybe the man in yellow talking to Tabitha.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. And maybe the next episode might have that.
Could
just
be.
An idea,
it's possible.
Because, yeah, that's very odd that one of the central components is not there.
Yeah.
Because what did she say she was going to go do in the previous one? Go smoke, right?
Yeah, Julie said she was going to go smoke somewhere where Ethan couldn't see her. That's the last we saw her.
All right.
I think. Or was it when she talked to Elgin later? I think that might have been the last scene we saw her in, when she talked to Elgin.
And what did they talk about in that moment?
Elgin told her that there is truth out there, and Julie said, no, this place is just here to torture us. There is no point to it. And
maybe there'll be what were they doing in that moment?
Right.
Maybe she'll do like 2 story walks in a row.
And
we'll flash back to this episode, and then we'll flash to the whatever she's doing in the future.
It could be. Yeah.
Maybe. Because
Maybe.
that seems very odd
It is
to not
odd.
have them be in that episode.
Yeah, especially Julie. For
And
her
then
to not
maybe
be in
in the next one, we're like, oh, yeah, but she was in that episode.
Right. Could be. Dark Lord says, beware of spoilers, avoid social media. Yes, definitely avoid Facebook groups for From. They're loaded with spoilers. Avoid the official social media of MGM because they spoil their own show all the time. And I would say avoid Reddit as well. And most of the major YouTube channels that cover From, they do cover the episode trailers. So if you're scrolling through your feed, you very well could come across a thumbnail that has spoilery images on it. Just warning you. The episode 9 trailer has crazy spoilers that MGM put in there. Brandon says, I am rewatching this season because the man in yellow seemed confused why this group is lasting so long. Man in yellow knows about the staffs, the talismans, and who are the important people of Fromville. Yeah. That's a good point. Like he's amazed that they're actually getting this far. He said that no one has gotten to this point before. They've gotten the furthest in the game yet. Chris says, so afraid of spoilers for next 2 episodes. Yeah, I feel you. I pretty much can't avoid them, so I broke down and watched the episode trailer, but I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it till maybe near the end of this stream, and I'll do a spoiler warning before I say anything. So just yeah, so you're marked safe from spoilers for where I'm concerned. I'm not going to say anything. Ryan says, with Henry potentially trying to eliminate the anchor Victor and Tabitha telling Victor that she is here to take him home, she is the person who brought Henry to the town, who also might be the person to kill him. Isn't that ironic? Yeah. Perhaps her statement of bringing him home parallels to his death. Maybe there actually is something to what Abby said, that this is just a nightmare and people need to wake up. Interesting. Very thought-provoking ideas, Ryan. It is ironic. The thought occurred to me too that Tabitha's the one who was the cause of Henry winding up there, because I do think Tabitha was the target to be brought back into Fromville, and Henry was only brought there because he was with Tabitha. That's my opinion. So she did basically bring Henry to town, and he's gonna try to eliminate the anchor, aka Victor, because of his hallucination. So yeah, it's interesting. I think though that she's meant to bring him home, meaning get him out of there. I hope it's not going to go as dark as that. Like she's going to bring him home, meaning his soul will go home to Jesus or something. That would be dark if this means he dies. Ryan says the only problem with this is the same deception. This is the same deception the enemy uses. So is Tabitha and Jade's original plan aligning with the enemy's? Well, I don't think that they just need to wake up. That personally, I hope not, that they just need to die to wake up, and then all of this will be over. I would be disappointed with that. And it is just a deception that their enemy uses, like this idea that this is all a dream. I think that's a scam. That's just a scam that the man in yellow uses, and probably used it on Abby too. NSB says, I don't think Fatima is ever coming back. She's gone for sure. It's only a matter of time. Absolutely agree, unfortunately. Yeah. She's back on my death list. Or, fate worse than death if she turns into a monster, which is what it looks like. Dave Dorf says, what up? Nice to see you, Dave. Bill says, hi, everyone. Enter Zomtima. Yeah, looks like it. Sprinkle Kitty says, I did think she looks just like her, and technically Fatima is Asian. She's West Asian, Iranian, Persian. Oh, yeah, that's right. Good point. Good point. Yeah, I think though that this actress was East Asian who played the kimono lady. And SB says, I'm really beginning to doubt what Jade's kid version told him. Otherwise, why is he cutting a tree? When Boy in White warned Victor not to. Honestly, I doubt Boy in White too. I mean, yeah, that's something I'm struggling with. The Boy in White warned Victor not to cut down the tree. I trust the Boy in White. And so he's not going to like this, that they're going to cut down the tree. And yet, I think the Boy in White does want them to get the bones, though, but maybe not that way. Because Father Khatri is much, Ghost Khatri is very much in favor of them getting the bones. I think he's working with the Boy in White, or he is a projection of the Boy in White, because both of them said, you're running out of time to people. I think they're either the same entity, Ghost Khatri and Boy in White. Thank you. Or they're or they're working on the same side. So yeah, it's confusing. Maybe they want them to get the bones, but just not by cutting down the tree, though.
Rolling bones.
Brandon says Fatima always looked like the kimono lady, but because it's close to bones, the mother of monsters that couldn't have her own. Maybe this is how it would be really weird if she turned into the kimono lady because she birthed Smiley, but the kimono lady is the one who was her midwife in birthing Smiley, so that would be her future self. Like, she's somehow dealing with her future self. Like, that would be really timey-wimey fucked up. Like, somehow her future self came back in time to help her birth the thing that causes her to turn into that.
Oh no, I won't cross.
It's like that's so confusing if she were to turn into that. She's always looked like that. They wear a similar kimono for one thing. The Ragman says,
I would go back in time and steal my mojo. And then, oh no, wrong cross-eyed. Yeah, when you were talking about it right now, like timey wimey is like, oh no, wrong cross-eyed.
Yeah. So Ragman says, sometimes when I wake up at night to go to work, I think I'm at 19 beats per minute. Oh man, that's gonna be rough. The night shift. They say you never get used to that because humans are not meant to be nocturnal, so it must be tough. Chris says maybe Fatima's power is like a healing power. She healed Smiley to be normal for a second, but it cost her some of her life force. Maybe she can heal Boyd or Donna. Right. So it's like draining her life. It's sucking the life out of her as she is affecting others, Yeah, that's a good point because she did kind of make him normal for a second. Interesting. Sprinkle Kitty says that I saw an interview with Trudy who said that she was cast because she and Fatima have the same or similar hair type for a fake out for her death. Oh, wow. So that's why she was picked in the first place. Oh, that sucks. She was picked and already marked for death from the start. Hey, Michelle Williams. Welcome. Westside says, yo, whoever said that was right. The Boy in White did warn Victor not to chop down the trees for real shit. Right. Indeed. He did. And SB says maybe there's a kimono equivalent in every cycle, like the story repeats. Maybe a monster was killed in every cycle and was reborn. Fatima doesn't necessarily have to be the kimono lady. Okay. So she's not that's not literally her. That would make more sense and make our heads spin a bit less. Brandon says, I thought the moles were the random NPC characters. Yeah, that could be. It could be that there are NPC moles. Yeah, Lucas, don't worry. No trailer spoilers here. We have so much more to talk about regarding episode 8. I don't have any desire to talk about the trailer right now. So we're gonna break down episode 8. And no worries. I'm glad I can help in any way with spoiler warnings, because most channels they just dive right into the trailer stuff, and I get it. That's I think the majority of people are really into the trailers, and it gets people a lot more views. Everyone wants to talk more about the trailers than they do about the episode we just watched, and I'll never understand that. I know I could get a lot more views if I do an episode trailer breakdown video, but I'm much more interested in talking about this amazing episode we just watched instead of, oh, what's going to happen in the next one already. That's just me. Chris says, third rule from Victor to stay alive is to always be around a red shirt. Yeah, just stick close to a red shirt and you'll be safe. Good one. Good one. Yeah. I try to avoid. If I didn't have a channel, I wouldn't even watch the trailers myself. But episode 8 was 10 out of 10. Oh yeah, I agree. And if I do a theory and prediction live stream on Friday, as I planned on doing, we'll talk about the trailer that night with spoiler warnings. We've done that before. Clip funny moments too. Oh yeah, we could clip funny moments in the streams. And oh yeah, Mark liked when we clipped the lives a little bit. I need to do that more often. Chris says Man in Yellow is mad because Boy didn't wash and clean his jacket before Man in Yellow got it back. Right, he got it all dirty and dusty under his bed. Hey Francis, welcome. Henry does too much whining. Henry did a lot of whimpering and wailing at the end. That was pretty intense. That I felt for him. That really was heart-wrenching for me. But yeah, I hear you. He did a lot of that whimpering in this episode. Brandon says From is now.
Something like that.
Yeah, that was Henry. Brandon says From now is now a RPG. The other people are NPCs until otherwise. They need to level up like Kenny. Okay.
How was that again? What was that?
I'm not really sure.
So it's now an RPG, and everybody else is an NPC.
Yeah.
And Boy coming from the CPT.
Yeah. Chris says Smiley will become Fatima's Gollum. Oh. Yeah, no, I think she's gonna that Gollum is gonna come for the monsters. He's gonna defend them. Man in Yellow said he loves games. Yes. Oh yes. Mark says, I don't know. I think the actor who plays Henry does well with his hippie turned alcoholic. Yeah, I think so too. I think Robert Joy is doing an amazing job as Henry. I think his performance is fantastic. Heart-wrenching. Francis says Doug, Man in Yellow, needs to eat Henry like he did Miranda. Oh, ouch. Poor Henry. Hey, Jujubee. What if Fatima turning into a monster was Donna's nightmare? Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah, you never know. Donna died for a few minutes, so maybe one of her nightmares manifested into reality.
Oh, and Fatima is like her favorite, she's the hope of the this and the that. That would be really bad if she's. Boom.
Yeah, right.
I like that. Who said that?
That was Jujubee who said that.
Appropriate. The Jujubee.
Yeah. Krenu says, now that you mentioned the roof, maybe that's the way Henry will try killing Victor. Could be.
Remember I told you that.
Yes.
It's gonna be Henry and Victor on the roof, and Henry's gonna be like, oh look, that looks just like Camden and
yes.
blah 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 blah. Join me, son. We can go home. And then Victor's gonna be like, "Oh, what's this? A penny." And then and then Henry's gonna be like, "Ah."
Yep.
That's what'll happen. Henry's about to pull Victor over, and then Victor go like, "Oh, my crayon," and then Henry will just splat. No,
it could be.
Bad writing?
Could be. I mean, I think they foreshadowed that somebody's gonna be jumping off that roof or falling off. So. Really, avoiding Reddit in general is a good idea. Good point, Mark. Brandon says, how or why would Fatima change to a monster? Did she unknowingly give her kid up? Remember, the monster in the window said she didn't choose this. Then she attacked Colony House. I would say it's because she birthed a monster and she connected with him. It's because she not only did she birth him, but now she connected with him, and since she affected him physically and made him more human for a moment and took over him, that connection with him, that's what caused this to happen to her. She said that when that happened and she connected with Smiley, she felt something turn cold inside her. So and this wouldn't have been possible if she hadn't carried him. They say that like mothers still have certain connections to their babies even after birth, and like they can kind of connect with what they're feeling, and so that's what it is. That's what's turning her into this, even though she didn't do anything wrong. She didn't give up a child, sacrifice a child, or anything like that. I guess this is an alternative way, I think, that you can turn into one of these things. Maybe it won't be exactly the same. Maybe instead of turning into a shape-shifting monster that is compelled to rip people apart, maybe she'll just shrivel up and look like one of them and die like that. That could happen that way, where she shrivels up, turns into one of them, just physically, her appearance, and then she dies. It could be like that. But if she turns into one that actually is compelled to kill people, that would be even more insane. Like that. Imagine, oh my God, imagine the possibilities here. Westside says, I saw a clip of when Randall spent his first night in the bus. Remember how much he yelled at them that they just left at some point? Yes. I think that's key, and people don't talk enough about that. I talked about that in my video about Ethan. I have a theory video on Ethan that I put out before season 4 began. And I talked about how Ethan holds the key to so much of how to successfully get through the quest in this place. And one of the biggest things he said, one of the most important things, was that you need to face what scares you, and that's how you take away its power on a quest. So he went to Sarah and he told her, you're a monster and I'm not afraid of you, after she tried to kill him. He went to her and he said that. And then he said he wasn't afraid of her anymore. So, and then in that same episode, Randall faced the monsters on the bus and screamed, I'm not afraid of you. Like he screamed at them about how he wasn't scared. And then he said calmly, I'm not afraid of you. And they just turned and walked away. People don't pay enough attention to that. The fact that happened in the same episode when Ethan said you have to face the things that scare you, that's how you take away their power, that means something. And I pointed out some examples of how that seems to have helped in other situations on the show. Like Boyd didn't give in to the politics of fear with the music box and Abby telling him to just give up. He didn't. He faced his fear. She told him that everyone is just going to die anyway. And he didn't listen to her. He faced his fear and he smashed the music box and he won. And that was it. The cicada entity was defeated. So I really think there's something to that. Having courage and facing what scares you. West Side says, yeah, I think the game Sophia was talking about was them thinking that this plan gonna work. Yeah, maybe so. Chris says, I don't think Henry can die before he finds Eloise. Writing-wise, it wouldn't make sense. Well, I know, it does seem kind of like that, but and if you think of it another way, that would make it all the more tragic. Imagine he dies and then Eloise turns up and just missed her father. It would be a tragic twist. Brendan says, I don't do the spoiler thing. I have my own mind and knowledge of many movies. Oh, yeah. I hate spoilers. Indeed. Me too. Vanessa Says, hi, Julie, you are a story walker. Yeah, not that Julie. Welcome. Let's see. It's making people think it's a dream. Oh, it's not a dream. Some people think it's a dream. Oh Lord. The creators of the show said in an interview it's not a dream, so we know it's not. Chris says you would think they wouldn't destroy the tree since it's a faraway tree, right? You'd think that they'd recognize the importance. The boy in white told Victor, "Don't chop down that tree," and Victor asked why, and he just said it's important. Now, I think Victor is going to really object as a result when he finds out what their plan is. But the other people don't really understand that it's important. Westside says, I mean, remember when Tabitha tried to go through it again earlier this season, and the boy in white showed up and said, I don't think that it'll work this time. She wanted to go. She said, will that tree take me to the lighthouse? And the boy in white said, I don't think so, not anymore. So they might think that they don't need that tree anymore. Westside says Sophia low-key fine too. I saw her looking under that bed in that position. Sarah gotta keep that promise and find them clothes. Right. Maybe I think Sarah, I'm betting on Sarah finding those teeth in Sophia's room and outing her. Another thing about the faraway tree, they might want to get rid of it anyway because it caused it caused Dale's horrific death. So they might think, good riddance to this tree. I mean, look what happened to poor Dale because of this tree.
We have concrete proof now.
We have concrete proof now, and Dale is that proof. That's what that tree did to Dale. So the Ragman says, I'm pretty sure that as the cavern drawing shows, all the creatures will die together, and Fatima will become unconnected from little Smiley Stevens, and she will go home. Okay. Maybe so. Maybe there's hope for her. Dave says if the boy in white pushes Tabitha to send her to get Henry, and the man in yellow wants Henry to destroy the anchor, wouldn't they both have been after the same thing? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you're going with that. Because the man in yellow wants Henry to like kill Victor and probably then himself, to try and wake himself up. But with the boy in white, he wanted to send Tabitha to get Henry, not just to get Henry, but to see all the paintings that she did as Miranda, full of memories of her past lives, to help her start to remember who she is. Remember, the boy in white also said Ankui. When Tabitha got to the tower, he called her up to the top saying Ankui. He wants her to remember. That means remember. And then she went out. She connected with Henry, her husband from her past life. She saw those paintings, and it started to lay the groundwork. I think the boy in white and the man in yellow, they have diametrically opposed goals. The man in yellow doesn't want them to remember anything. NSB says, everyone, apart from Tabitha and Jade, are just collateral damage. Their role is not as important to the story. They will be one of the reasoning the townspeople will use against them. Or this will be one of the reasoning. Yeah, I mean, they're the minnows, right? They're the minnows. What did they call it? Minnows in the net or something? Like Tabitha and Jade, minnows in a shark's net. Tabitha and Jade are the sharks, and the others are just caught up in it. Manassa says, what if uprooting the tree exposes everything underneath and the talismans stop working? Oh, man, that would be awful. I don't think it would be connected to the talismans. I hope. I mean, imagine if that tree, the magic tree, is what's powering all the things that help them. Like the electricity, the talismans that protect them. Imagine if they cut down the tree and the talismans don't work, the electricity's off, like no more running water, like all the magical, weird things that don't make sense just stop working because that tree was powering everything. The magic tree that was created by the hope of the children. It's just a thought. I'm not saying I believe that, but I think it's possible. At the very least, that tree, I believe MG's theory is correct. and it is powering the reincarnation cycle. That tree is bringing Tabitha and Jade back in lifetime after lifetime. And if they cut that down, that will be the end of the reincarnation, and this will be their last chance to save the children. I believed that it was going to come down as soon as I saw the episode title, If a Tree Falls in the Forest, for the finale. But I thought it would come down for a different reason. Dave says, if the boy in white pushes Tabitha to send her to get Henry. Oh, that was the same one. Same comment there. Okay, Ragland says, I also think that the boy in white didn't want the bottle tree cut down so that it would be easier to uproot. He was always telling them how to save the children by showing them a fallen tree. Fell the tree. Okay, I like the way you're looking at that. So that makes more sense to me now. That explains it more. So the boy in white might not be opposed to them pulling the tree out by the roots. He just didn't want them to chop it down. And that speaks to what you said, Karl. If they chop the tree down, it will be harder to get to the chamber underneath because a stump
removal sucks balls.
Yeah.
So like when a tree sometimes falls over because of the wind, you see the whole thing kind of take itself over. Sometimes that's easier to if you're trying to extract the whole thing.
Right.
Versus a lot of times people like cut it down that way at their house because that's all they can do. They can't remove the whole tree at once, so they chop it down. But then the stump is sometimes really hard to pull out. I mean, I'm no tree expert, but I've always seen that like you see at the park how there's like some stumps.
Yeah.
And the stump is just there forever.
Right.
Why? Because it's not that easy to pull that out. Whereas you saw those couple of trees that fell over, remember with that wind, those couple of trees at that park, they fell over and the whole thing is gone.
Right.
Literally, even the root had come up.
Right.
Sometimes it's easier if you can to do it that way.
Okay. So this makes more sense then. So this might make it easier for them to get to the chamber. So boy in white might be okay with them pulling the tree out by the roots. He just didn't want them to chop it down. I like that. I like that theory. That makes sense. That lines up with my existing theories about the boy in white and what he wants them to do. That he wants them to get to those bones. Dave says basically they both want Henry to help execute the plan. Seems like agenda aligned. No, I don't know. I have to disagree. I think boy in white and man in yellow are just totally opposed to each other and their goals. But that's just me. Smokey, hey, nice to see you. Brandon says Jade saw in the tomb the sky and the vines. The vines were the beginning of the tree. Pulling it up could, yes, release something the tree uncovered. Sky could have given the kids hope. Yeah, he did. He saw a vision of the sky and the symbol within the vines. So yeah. Chili outside says, is the boy in white Ethan? I don't think so. I think the boy in white, my opinion is like, I think MG is probably right, that the boy in white is an avatar of the bottle faraway tree, that he's basically like a spirit, like connected to the tree. He's an avatar of that magic tree. Chopping it down could actually get rid of him potentially, like MG has said too. Dave says, but Fatima could be the kimono lady, and it could be that she always was the kimono lady that always gave birth the same way Julie is always the person that threw the rope. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible it's some kind of weird timey-wimey thing, like stuck in the loop, Dave. That's true. Could be. All right. So, hey, Joe still knows. I felt so bad for Henry. Me too. That was so sad. So sad. Football says, so say Fatima does turn into a monster. Who said she's going to be evil monster? Also, I'm starting to think Man in Yellow is not the big bad. Yeah, she might not be evil. It might just, like, kill her. It might just make her shrivel up and die. And Man in Yellow, I think, is the big bad. It just makes sense to me narratively. The Man in Yellow on one side, Boy in White on the other side with opposing motivations, but That's just me. The Ragland says the kimono lady or kimono woman is the man in yellow fulfilling his promise to keep the villagers alive eternally. Smiley was dead. The evil entity appeared according to his purpose for the fallen villager, Smiley. Yeah, indeed. Kimono woman, though, how she got summoned, what exactly she is, that confuses me, to be honest. Like, what is she? Are you saying the man in yellow shifts it into the kimono woman, or is that a separate entity? That's what I don't really understand. NSB says that whimper sounded so much like Victor. Yeah, they really do sound so much like father and son. Yes, they do. Hey, Debbie, Baby. I don't watch the trailers or episode descriptions anymore either. I want to enjoy the show. I don't even do post approval anymore for the Facebook group. No spoilers this season so far, thankfully. Well, glad you've been able to avoid them, Debbie. And we won't be talking about the trailer here. So, and I ask that in the chat, please don't say any spoilers from the episode trailers for the people who don't want to hear about them. In the Friday, if I have time, I'm going to try and do a Friday night trailer theory stream, rather. Not a trailer prediction stream, but like a theory stream. And in that stream we can talk about the trailer. But yeah, in this one I'm not going to do it. We have too much to talk about with episode 8. Jade was a landscaper in a past life. Maybe so, Chris. Phil says, I'm Sarah's Gollum. Yeah, you wish. Debbie says Robert Troy is a treat. Yes, he is. He is a brilliant actor. Mike Light thinks either Fatima is going to change into a monster and kill Ellis, or Ellis is going to use the power of love to bring her back. Oh, Lord. That would be so like romantic in a cheesy way. Oh. Or become a good monster. The kimono lady is just a nightmare come to life. Yeah, she was probably just manifested there, come to think of it. Manifestation. They needed a monster midwife, I guess. Yeah, she could kill Ellis. That's possible, but I think she'll probably... I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, to be honest. It might just kill her, turning into this thing. Debbie says, I had predicted that Man in Yellow would turn into Miranda and unalive Henry in front of Victor. Now I'm scared of the flip and Henry unaliving my sweet baby boy Victor. I know, what a horrific thought, right? Seriously. Smiley dreams of driving a bus in his sleep. I bet, Chris. Milkman teaches the monsters acting classes. He was a good actor. He really did nail that, right? He that fake death. Please don't forget to hit the like button, guys. 89 people watching. Please hit the like and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. We just hit 2.5k subs last night. So the next goal is going to be 3k, on the way to 3k. Brandon says, Victor said the guy jumped off the roof and he died later on. Tabitha went out a lighthouse. They saw something because, like Donna, Ethan, Elgin, they escaped to gain knowledge. Yeah, that's true. They escaped to gain knowledge. She definitely did. David says, I reckon Fatima's condition isn't permanent and is related to the golem and Smiley. The more she uses it to control Smiley, the more Smiley is swapping into her. As soon as they deactivate the golem, she will probably return to normal. Okay, that's a good theory, and that's possible. Maybe the golem is actually helping her connect with Smiley, and she'll morph back into herself. I don't know. To me, I really think that people need to start suffering. I mean, not to be morbid, but this is a realm filled with horrific creatures, and we keep hearing about that things that, oh, there are fates worse than death here. Well, why aren't we seeing it happen? It's time that we start seeing some really serious dark things happen to people, or it's just going to be like, they're full of shit. This is overhyped. The horrors of this place are overhyped. We need to feel that the stakes are real. So if this thing that's happening to Fatima gets undone, I'm going to be annoyed, to be honest. she survived this crazy ordeal birthing this monster, and now if she just goes back to normal after this, I'm gonna be annoyed. All of these near death experiences are starting to take me out of the high stakes that we're supposed to have in this show. Kenny narrowly evaded death. Kenny was in a situation where he shouldn't have really survived. I'm glad that he did. I didn't want Kenny to die, but we can't have too many more of these near death experiences and still actually believe the stakes are real. Donna should have died in the cabin attack, and then she almost got strangled by a freaking ragdoll monster, and the ragdoll should have been able to kill her in just a second like it did to Roger. But she has plot armor because she's Donna. Then she has a heart attack and she's manifested back to life. Well, that's cool. I liked that. I think Boyd manifested her to come back to life. So I'm cool with that, the way that was written. I think the way Kenny's survival was written was also awesome. But somebody's got to die sometime. Somebody's got to experience a fate worse than death. I don't want to see any more near-death experiences, near misses. Enough already. It'll start to feel like Stranger Things season 5. Stranger Things kept copping out and people almost dying, and then at the last second, somehow they survive. And then it's like, are there actual stakes? Like, you start to stop, you start to feel like no one is in real danger.
No steaks, just burgers.
Yeah, no steaks, just burgers. Like, the main characters and the supporting role characters, they all have too much plot armor, and only the red shirts are in real danger, and that's the way that I feel. Like, Roger was a goner easily, and it's amazing Patty survived that. I'm surprised. She's probably gonna die for sure. Like, it's just frustrating to me. Anyway, sorry, rant over. Hey, Taito Guardian. Yeah, spoiler people belong in the box, Chris. Right to the box. We may see Eloise next episode. I'm so pumped. Oh, man. Well, I think what we're going to see for sure is Eloise in that hallucination realm.
No. I just had a thought. Go ahead.
We're going to see Eloise in in Henry's hallucination for sure. What, Karl? What was your thought? What is it?
But I think she's maybe not old enough. Is Clara Eloise?
Oh, probably not old enough. She's only a little bit younger than Victor, and Clara looks a lot younger than Victor.
Looks like what, like late 20s, early 30s, late 20s, mid 30s.
Yeah,
A
little too young.
That would be terrible.
Yeah,
it just occurred to me.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
The Ragland Pappy says Eloise is dead. Oh, I hope not. I would be very let down. Taita says, are there spoilers going around? No actual leaks, just MGM furnished spoilers. The spoilers that they put in the episode trailers, they're not real spoilers, they're official, but I think it's too spoilery, and a lot of people feel that way. David says, originally I thought Smiley would swap into the golem, but it clearly looks like Fatima is the one turning into a monster. Oh yeah, it's happening. Debbie says, I think they'll realize it after controlling Smiley and she turns colder, then they will save her. Okay. Well, maybe they will. It could happen. Let's see. I miss Dale too. Dale was hilarious. Manasa says the entire show is based on parents and children in different situations. Somehow feel Thomas. Remember, Ethan said if it's Thomas Kingdom, I would definitely quest for him is behind all this. Oh, yeah. I hear what you're saying about parents and children. That's a huge theme of the show. The loss of Thomas and fathers and sons. There's a lot about fathers and sons. You've got Boyd and Ellis, their relationship and the way they had to rebuild it. You had Jim and Ethan, and the way they they healed their relationship before Jim died. Henry and Victor, a lot about fathers and sons, and mothers and children as well. Tabitha and her kids, Miranda and her kids. Francis says, I hope Sophia doesn't take the talismans and throw them in the faraway tree. That would be crazy. But I think that she enjoys the game too much, and the talismans are part of the game. So if she wanted to, I think she could do all that stuff. But she's enjoying slowly torturing these people. She wouldn't just want them to get massacred right away. Not until it's time. And it's not time yet. Dave says, I'm saying they both needed Henry for their plans. Okay, I hear you. Boy in White and Man in Yellow both needed Henry. Brandon says, the Fromville NBCs don't know the conversation of Victor and the Boy in White. And if that is the way out, the Boy in White would want to keep it because it held the hope of the friends he lost. Yeah, he'd want to keep the tree, but maybe he just didn't want them to chop it down. Like, who was saying that? Like Ragland was saying that. He wants them to pull it up by the roots. Maybe that would be okay. I like that theory that Ragland said. Do you remember all the times I said that the show never tells why the Boy in White really wanted Boy to discover that there is a lighthouse in the forest, and the Man in Yellow strongly opposed it? Now I know why. Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with that. Yeah, maybe we explain that a little bit. Okay, the Boy in White wanted Boy to know that they don't need the tree to get there. Oh, I see what you're saying. I understand. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Tito says, I only watch JulieBDeepDives, Jeremy Ice and Fire, and the Emmanuel guy. They're the only From channels I trust not to spoil. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I know Jeremy does do spoiler warnings before he talks about any episode trailers. So that's definitely helpful for sure. So I appreciate that. Thank you for trusting me. You can always trust me not to spoil stuff. I will always do my best to protect from spoilers because I hate getting spoiled. Hey, AA, nice to see you. Hey, Incognito, welcome. Westside says, did you see how the Man in Yellow be cooking? He looked like he's old, but he was a little more brighter with Jim. He's gotten dirtier. Yeah, how he's looking. Did I say cooking? I don't know. How he's looking. I'm not sure what I said, but yeah. Let's see. Hey, Amari, welcome. You already cut off Victor's peaches. Well, I think that they just ran out. They lasted 40 years. That was pretty good, and Victor didn't really need them anymore. He just needed them, for those 40 years until his mother came back, reincarnated as Tabitha. And now he's got his mother back in a way, and he got his father back, although his father's going off the deep end now. The peaches were there to just sustain him for that time, especially when he was all alone. Then they were there to comfort him. They were there, they were a comfort thing because he had peaches on his wallpaper back home. Delilah says, I think it's going to go horribly wrong in the caves, pushing the town to blame Jade and turn on him. People will die. It could happen. I could see that, Delilah. I could see that happening. People will die. I think in the end, though, they need to do this. So there are going to be serious consequences for what they're doing and retaliation from Man in Yellow. But I do think they need to get those children's bones. In the end, it's going to help. But it's going to take some time, and they're going to have hell to pay for a while. My prediction. Hey, Hand Me Deals. Welcome. Amari, so did they cause the tree in the road? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think they're going to cause the tree in the road. But it's an interesting idea. Do they even have the means to pull the tree out from the roots? Yeah, it's kind of far-fetched, Taito. It's far-fetched. But let's see. Okay, I'm going to try and hurry up here and start the breakdown. Let's see. Mm, Taito thinks Boy in White is either a spirit of the tree or one of the Ankui children who didn't get sacrificed. Yeah, I think he's a spirit of the tree, like MG always has said. Football, I mean, they're not really spoilers, but they feel like spoilers. They're not official spoilers. MGM releases this stuff, so it's not technically spoilers, but a lot of people don't want to know about stuff from future episodes, and MGM releases way too much. Remember when, you know, like promos for the next episode used to be really vague and brief. I remember with network TV, they used to be brief, vague, like next time on blah blah blah, and you just see some really quick things to whet your appetite. And now they just give away the whole game. I don't like it. So that's why I try to protect people from it and give you a space to enjoy, talking about this show without hearing all of these crazy details from future episodes that MGM releases. Hey, the nonfiction, welcome. The Boy in White was Tabitha and Jade's son that survived, like Victor and possibly Ethan, the Lonely Dragons. Nice theory. You never know. Could be. Let's see here. Mark says Henry could have become the dude from The Big Lebowski if he had less trauma. I never saw The Big Lebowski, so I don't know the reference. I probably should. I've heard it's good. Hey, Quan Solar, what brought the man in yellow forth was Jade's violin playing, hence man that Jade sure can play. Absolutely. It was the song. The song brought him forth. And thank you for liking the stream. Amy thinks Boy in White is somebody's kid. You never know. Could be. Debbie says, what do you think the third rule was that Boy in White gave Victor? Yeah, he never got to say the third. I don't know, Debbie. I've got to think on that a bit more, to be honest. I've got to give that some more thought and decide what I think that could be. But what do you guys think in the chat? The third thing that the Boy in White said that Victor would need. What would that have been? Brandon says the monsters take some things. It would be scary to if all the monsters changed their appearance to everyone they lost in the clothes they used to wear. Oh yeah. I'm sure they're wearing clothes of people who used to live there, probably. So writers playing Milkman, they almost killed characters and say fooled you. Just kidding. Yes, Chris, that's when the Milkman did that fake out, like almost death, just kidding. It's basically like what they're doing with all these other characters and these near-death experiences. Donna and and everybody at the cabins who didn't die. Kenny. Yeah. Hey, Heather Unhinged. Good evening to you too. Welcome. I agree, Mark. I hope the writers have the courage to avoid fan service. Indeed. And the Ragman says Roger experienced a fate worse than death. So did Randall, to the point that he preferred death and tried to lobotomize himself. Living in fear can be worse than death. Living like Marielle. Yeah, I think so too. Indeed, Randall is being tormented. And Marielle as well. So absolutely agree. But I think we need more of these kind of consequences for me to feel that the stakes are real and less near-death experiences. Westside says, whoever had that man in yellow shapeshift into Kimono Lady was a good theory because it ain't impossible. Yeah, it's not impossible. Absolutely. Let's see. What else we got here before I jump back into the breakdown? Debbie says, Phil has a video I blocked that says leaked finale. Oh dear. Yeah, Phil, the issues guy, he likes spoilers. He likes any leaks that come out. So, say some people like them, but he marks it. He puts it right in the title so and he doesn't put spoilers in his thumbnails. So he does make sure that he doesn't give stuff away to people who don't want to know. He has it clearly marked spoilers. So for those who like him, hey, they go for it. And hey, you do you, Phil. That's what he likes. Hey, the Stellar Napster. Yeah, I guess there are some leaks out. Shit. Okay. Francis said that was fake. That the finale was leaked, but it was faked. Oh, fake. That's a good thing. Brandon says, I truly see this series as much as how much do you love your kids and family? 100%, Brandon. 100%. It's very much about family. Indeed. Both tree and teeth have roots. True, Bill. Good point. The nonfiction says Julie is the Chromonocle. She gets the map from the lonely dragon of the rainbow sky. She'll use Victor's drawings to find the Lake of Tears. I think, honestly, like, there's more than one Chromonocle in the show. You could say more than one person is following that path on a hero's quest. And Tabitha and Jade, I think, are both Chromonocles and have their own version of the map of the rainbow sky as well. So there's definitely, I'd say, more than one following that trajectory. Okay, yeah, let's hope Boyd doesn't bring Acosta into the caves. She might panic and start shooting people again. He's been involving her in a lot more. He's been involving her in a lot more of his police work kind of thing. But yeah, let's not trust her with bullets again for a while. I wouldn't. Hey, King Run Jeremy the Wicked, welcome. Interesting name. Jade and Tabitha should go into the caves to look for the bones. Yeah, I think that might be a good idea, but after what just happened with the man in yellow, I don't think Tabitha's going down there. Like, she will take that man in yellow encounter as a threat against Ethan's life. With all those pictures, I'm going to put up my screenshots now. All those pictures that Ethan drew, I think Tabitha is not going to participate. She's not going to go down in there. And plus, she has to, I don't think she should anyway, because she has 2 kids that would be left in orphans if she dies. So I don't think Tabitha should go down there. Jade, sure. Jade should go down there. He's been down there before, and he can help navigate pretty well. But I think Tabitha should stay out of there. And I think she's probably going to try and stand in the way of this mission and discourage people from going down there after the man in yellow threatened her like this. You know, he didn't openly threaten her, like, don't you do this or this is going to happen. But he put her kids' drawings up there on the RV, and he put his hand on her throat. So what are we supposed to think? And he said, you know, yeah, this may help you go home, the bones of these kids, or may unleash a level of suffering, you know, that you've never imagined. So I think she's going to be firmly against going down there now. Hey, LDN King. When Man in Yellow said to Tabitha, heavens no, not yet, does he mean he ate her liver out of love, as he wanted part of her inside him? More and more I see Adam plus Lilith plus Lucifer vibe in From. Oh, interesting. I don't know a lot about the whole Lilith and Lucifer stuff, but I have heard people make that connection before to From, and there are so many biblical references in the show, so you're probably onto something. I wouldn't know about that topic, but yeah. And that was so sinister how he said, heavens no, not yet. Like he'll kill her, just not yet. Or at the very least, he'll eat her, just not yet. And I think he does have a genuine affection for her. He does. I mean, like when we talked to Doug about this after we watched the episode in the Discord watch party channel, and he doesn't know anything for sure. He just expressed his opinions, but in his opinion, he really felt that the man in yellow had a genuine affection for Tabitha, that he likes her, you know, and he does kind of look at her as a friend in a twisted way. And what? And he liked Jim too, Karl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not on the same level, but
yeah, he said he liked Jim too.
yeah.
He said, Jim, you know, I really liked you. They're like his playmates in a weird, twisted ass way. Brandon Phil is Tony Teflon's co-host, and he has his own channel, Phil the Issues Guy. He covers From over there as well, and lots of other shows. He's a great guy, really funny, and yeah, he's awesome. I really like Phil.
And his paw is strong. He's a great lover of Deep Space Nine.
Yes, he's a big Deep Space Nine fan. Yeah, he gave like 5 warnings in that video. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Heather. He's a good guy. He'd never want to spoil anything intentionally for anybody. And as B says, has anyone else been watching those character parody by the guy on YouTube? They're so fucking funny, man. Oh, I saw that channel, I think. I forget what it's called. But there's some new channel that has a lot of... No, it's not new. It's a channel that's just starting to cover From. I just found the show. And they have a lot of subscribers. And there's a guy doing parodies. I haven't watched it yet, but I thought it looks really well produced. So I'm going to check it out. 2 Chromonocles for you. Yes, Heather. That scene with Tabitha and Jim saying 2 Chromonocles for you to Ethan. They are definitely the 2 Chromonocles for me. They are. The 2 Chromonocles on a quest. Both of them. NSB says the only true fan service is giving us the best ending they can possibly give us. Absolutely. Absolutely agree. I'm almost caught up with the chat. Amazing. It's a miracle. I'm usually like half an hour to 45 minutes behind you guys. And then we'll go back into the breakdown of this episode in just a couple minutes here. The nonfiction says Jade and Tabitha are fake Chromonocles. They've been there many times and haven't done it. Julie, the Storywalker, equals true Chromonocle. Okay, that's a unique take. It could be, yeah. Could see that. The Ragman says the man in yellow scared Tabitha so much she's gonna be delicious. Yeah, that's for sure. If fear, salts the meat, as Pennywise said in It by Stephen King, then she is going to be delicious. And I think that the evil entity here is so much like Pennywise.
But that's the opposite of like sheep and chicken and stuff. You're not supposed to do that.
You
don't let them see the knife.
Oh.
Because then it fouls the meat, as Melisandre told us on Game of Thrones.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. LGN says the third rule must be about remembering and recording every event. I think Boy in White and every single boy remembering is what brings people to this death trap and brings Man in Yellow back Man in Yellow to the village. That's a cool theory. So remembering and recording every event brings people back. Yeah, it's a cool theory. The nonfiction says Tabitha doesn't care about her kids. Every life she's lived, her kids die. Worst mother ever. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, somebody call CPS. Hey there, Nanette. Nanette, research mom, welcome. Hope you're feeling better. Thank you so much. Thank you for the well wishes. I'm hanging in there, every day is a battle for me with my pain condition, but the way I'm doing this, splitting the live stream between last night and tonight and making it less long is helping take better care of myself. LDN says Man in Yellow was out there waiting for the traveling priest to get him back. The traveling priest. Wait.
Yeah. Sophia's dad, quote unquote.
Oh.
He was like waiting at the side of the road, like, "Oh, I'm lost."
Right. Lucas says Ethan's crayon drawings represent everyone dying. That's why he made them. This could be Man in Yellow's way of hinting at the upcoming massacre. Right. Yeah, absolutely. I could see that. Yeah, come on, people, put it together, right, Taito? They need to start, like, suspecting that the Man in Yellow is among them in a different form in the town. But now they're going to be, I think, more confused because Tabitha saw the Man in Yellow looking like that. So they're not going to think, like, oh, it could be somebody else. They don't know that it's a shapeshifter, so that's going to be the tricky part. Let's see. Okay, so Bill says in Jewish mysticism, specifically the Zohar, Lilith is the mythological partner of Satan. In these texts, Samael is compared to the liver, and Lilith is the appendix that emerges from it.
Yeah, it's not from the Bible.
Yeah, from Jewish mysticism. The imagery symbolizes their intertwined nature as the source of bitterness and death. Oh, thanks for that info, Bill. Just to understand the reference someone was making. Smokey says Doug is putting on a master class and so few scenes is crazy. Oh, yeah. We need more. 100%. Absolutely loved his performance. Taito says, I think the biblical stuff in the show is mostly metaphorical. I'll be upset if the Man in Yellow ends up being the devil or something. Oh, yeah. It's not going to be a literal Bible story that we're looking at here. Like,
yeah, the actual devil wouldn't be screwing around in such a small place for such very few souls. He would be out in the world attempting to subvert God's plan. God's plan isn't just from.
Yeah, it's just themes, biblical themes, that's all. Brandon says the cave team vote, Jade, some NPC, Sarah to protect Jade, and Randall. Randall won't leave anyone. Yeah, Randall for sure. Randall has a hero complex. Let's see. I think Sarah, yes, Sarah for sure. She already said she would go. Boyd said he needed her down there. So that'll be interesting. Jade for sure. I don't think Ellis will go. Ellis probably won't want to leave Fatima, knowing him. Yeah. So I'm not sure who else. Acosta for sure, but I wouldn't trust her. David says Man in Yellow saying they are close friends shows their codependency, hinting maybe they were childhood friends from original cycle. Also, textbook shadow confrontation mirroring Boy in White's psychopomp confrontation. Nice, I like it. Mike Light says Tabitha and Jade are chromonocle, but Julie's journey mirrors the true hero's journey more than any other character. Okay. Yeah, I'd have to really look at the hero's journey steps and think about it more related to Julie, but I could see that. Yeah, the Man in Yellow is raising the stakes with Tabitha by showing her what she is gambling with, Ethan's life. Indeed, I mean, she's already afraid of this because she told Donna that she has these memories in her head that don't belong to her, and she's afraid to try to access them. She's afraid to do anything with this information and remember too much because of what the cost could be. Knowledge comes at a cost. That threat is hanging over her head ever since Jim's death. And now he's threatening Ethan's life by putting up all these pictures there, making vague threats about suffering with Tabitha here. Ragland says he really liked Jim. I could write a whole letter on how the Man in Yellow was responsible for Jim being in the car with Tabitha when he knew the Boy in White would bring her. How he protected Jim often in the series.
Well, lay it on the line.
Yeah.
On Discord. Let's hear it.
Yeah. I would say though, why did Jim limp around for so long after the house fell on him? Why didn't he have fast healing? Ethan healed really fast after the table leg impaled him in season 1. Ellis healed really fast after he was stabbed and after he broke his arm, both times. But Jim, he was limping around for so long after the house fell on him, and Christy has not healed fast either. I think it could be the type of people they are, the hopelessness and the
exactly. You got that exactly right. Because how are Jim like? This is BS. This is an experiment. We're gonna find it. La la la. Negative spirituality. Get it out of here. Christy, hey, don't tell her that. Don't tell her that this could be a good thing. Stay away from my patients, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
How are they? Negative.
Mm-hmm.
And who else he'll find? Ethan. This is a journey. This is an adventure. Chromonaucal, the whole deal.
Mm-hmm.
Speaks exactly to your point.
Mm-hmm. Jim and Christy are too earthbound. They're not spiritual. They, they're negative, and so they didn't heal fast. That's my opinion. Team B, the backup plan, keep the medical team with Donna. Who would everyone else pick? Yeah, I wouldn't send the medical people down there.
Well, you need one, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe one as a medic.
Yeah. Let's see. Ragland says, Man in Yellow collapsed the house on top of Jim to prevent anyone from entering the cavern, but he made sure the house didn't crush Jim, and he didn't allow the creature that entered to touch Jim. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Man in Yellow didn't let the creatures come near Jim, Boyd, or Tabitha in the ambulance. Don't let me get started on all the ways the Man in Yellow was very nice to Tabitha, but tolerant of Jade. Okay, I hear you. All makes sense. Greenu says, Julie, did you have an interview with Smiley, though? I heard you say you did, but I can't find it. Yes, I interviewed Jamie McGuire, who plays Smiley, with Jamie over on the Sci-Fi Vision channel. So it's over there. If you look at the Sci-Fi Vision channel from interviews, she probably has a playlist over there, and that's where it is. Yeah, if you want, I can find a link to it, and here's what I'll do. I'll find it myself. I'd kind of like to look at it again anyway. I'll find it, and after this live stream is over, I'll add the link to that interview to the description of this video, so you can find it in here. Okay, let me see. Just gonna kind of hurry up here and skim through your comments so we can start the breakdown. Okay, yeah, I'm caught up pretty much. Okay, Ragland says the Man in Yellow isn't trying to heal anybody. The boy in white heals the others. He had nothing to do with Jim. Ethan is a friend of the boy in white, but for the Man in Yellow, as long as Jim was around, he was preventing Tabitha's memories. Okay. Yeah, it's a solid theory. Taito says, unpopular opinion. I like Marielle and just like Christy. Hey, I'm feeling that way lately myself, to be honest. And that's been a big turnaround. I didn't like Marielle at first. Now I've changed. She's changed.
She was in the Acosta category back in the day. She was like Acosta. Everybody's like, ugh.
Mm-hmm.
And then now Acosta is like, ugh. But then now Acosta's like, oh. That's my deep dive analysis. Everybody was and now they're oh. Okay?
Okay.
Write that down.
Okay. So
Do you have enough ice in your cup, baby?
not really, no.
Where is it?
Right here. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
LDN says about Man in Yellow inconsistent powers, as one time he appears knowing everything, and times he acts like he's a mere limited human. It points to a herd behavior, difficult to explain with limited number of letters. Yeah, I know that's tough. I hate that when you want to explain a complicated point in the live chat, but you don't have enough characters to do it. I don't know if you're in my Discord, but that's a good place to write longer theories. And if you want to write it in there, you can always join and tag me. I'll read it. I can discuss, if you have something longer to say, if anybody ever wants to have a longer theory discussed on the live, you can always write it in the Discord and tag me And eventually, hopefully, I'll see it. If I don't see it for some reason, you can DM me, like, and be like, "Hey, I tagged you. Can you read my theory?" I apologize that I haven't been as attentive to the Discord as I wanted to be, because I've been dealing with a lot. My pain condition has gotten a lot worse, and so I'm struggling a lot just to keep up with my channel stuff, and then the Discord, it's just kind of fallen through the cracks. But I'm going to start spending more time checking in with people on the Discord. And if there's something you really want me to pay attention to that I missed and you tried to tag me, try DMing me and I'll see that a little more easily.
Yeah. Julie just needs reminders. Trust me, I know. As much as I love this woman, every once in a while you have to send her a second message.
Yeah. If I don't respond to something, it's not because I don't care or I'm ignoring you. I promise. Anybody who's tried to reach me and I take forever sometimes to respond, I promise it's not intentional. It's not personal. I'm just overwhelmed in my life, and so I miss things and overlook things that I should be checking on, and then DMs get buried, and that's just what happens. Because I'm trying to survive every day as best I can with my pain. Anyway, so now that I've explained that, let's talk about the episode. And you're welcome, Green Who. Thanks for your interest in watching it. So yeah, just when the stream is over, I'm gonna look for that. So within like an hour, you should see it there, or like tomorrow, if you check it, you should see the link will be there because I'll find it and put it there in the description. Anyway, let's see. Oh, thank you, Debbie. Look at that. Debbie did it for me. Thank you, Debbie. That was kind of you. She found the link to the Jamie McGuire interview. Thank you. You saved me the trouble of digging for it myself. And I'm gonna bookmark it for myself too. Thank you so much. You know what I'll do? I will add it to my playlist of my own interviews so that anybody who wants to see it can find it in my playlist of interviews that I've done on my channel. So thank you so much, Debbie. You're a sweetheart. Hey, Code Knox. All the heads are heavy. Yeah, in this episode, all the heads are heavy because they're all fighting with each other. It's just everybody's miserable. Everybody. Hey, Alan Quarterwitz. It's Larry. It's Larry Quarterwitz. I remember you. I remember you as Larry. I'm on my dad's account. Nice to see you, Larry. LDN says, will do. Join your Discord. It is totally fine if you're not able to respond. Life has its priorities. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. And but I do want to start making time to look at the Discord more and not wallow in my pain and depression so much. Thanks, Karl.
You want some more? Some more pizza? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You done with that or no?
Mm-hmm.
Are you still chewing on that one or not?
No, I'm done.
This?
I'm done with that. Anyway, yeah, Taito, this is what I think too. The man in yellow's powers changed when he gained a physical form. He had more omnipresence before, but now in this form, his powers are limited in different ways. That is what I think too. And that explains a lot because there was a lot of evidence that he was omniscient before he came in physical form. And I discussed this in my latest video, my episode 7 breakdown, all the evidence that there was an omniscient evil entity. So I think now that he's in a corporeal form, he's limited in what he can do.
I'm thinking that when he's in non-corporeal, he's out there floating around and kind of can hear more, can see more, can be in places, in a non-physical form. And that's why he's able to know everything. And then now it's a little bit, I think he still has sort of like a radar going off, right? Like he was able to kind of know that what Sarah was doing, right? But I think it's less omniscient, like you said.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so Yeah, so like now he has to do incantations and stuff to make things happen. Like that's more of like a shape-shifting witch than a godlike entity. Brendan says Bag of Teeth has the memory of the people, so the monsters and Man in Yellow knows everyone, even those buried. Yes, that it could be. Larry says, why do you think Man in Yellow kissed Tabitha's hand, and it can't just be because Doug is a gentleman? Yeah, that was creepy. That was really creepy. He stroked her face and he kissed her hand. I think he just really has a genuine affection for her in a twisted way. Like, he's been doing this dance with her for so many years, for centuries, playing this game with her.
Is this supposed to be plugged in?
Oh, my phone is.
This is not the bulky one. Is that for that?
Oh, yeah, never mind. No, I don't need that one. Yeah. So he and Tabitha, they've been together for centuries doing this dance. And so like he feels this affection for her even as he loves torturing her. It's fascinating. There are sick people who have tormented objects of their affection before, serial killers and whatnot. Let's see. 2 more episodes to go is insane indeed. This season has gone by so fast. Code says he's got spies is how he knows. But there were people who were all alone and somehow they knew. Boyd was all alone in the middle of the woods yelling, "You don't break me." And the monsters threw that back in his face later. And they're just a mouthpiece of the Man in Yellow entity. How did they know? Also, the voices that talked to Sarah, they told her to draw the candy bar. Thank you. And Khatri buried the candy bar all alone in the middle of a field. There was nobody around and he never told a soul. And yet the voices told Sarah how to draw it. We know now that Sophia creates at least some of those voices in Sarah's head, meaning the Man in Yellow. So there's evidence that there is an omniscience to this entity. Just not when he's in a corporeal form, I guess. Did anyone else feel the way Sophia smiled and waved to Ethan was very similar to the way the boy in white waved at Victor? Yeah, David. I think it's a misdirect from the writers to give the impression that, maybe the Man in Yellow and the boy in white are the same entity. But I don't think so. Everything that I've seen, all of the evidence together, tells me that they are diametrically opposed entities. So I think it's a red herring, or not a big one, but maybe a little misdirect from the writers. He's a definite creeper. Yeah, he is a creeper. Napster. Tabitha, I am your father. Yes, I agree. It seems like they're in a dance like Joker with Batman. Absolutely. Straight Edge says, but why is Tabitha the closest thing he's ever had to a friend and not Tabitha and Jade? Why Tabby specifically? Why did he want to see Tabby? I think because she has kids. So he can leverage that. Look at all the pictures that Ethan drew that he put up over the RV. Why do you think he did that? It's a subtle, not so subtle threat against her son. What does he have to threaten Jade with? Jade doesn't have any kids. And Tabitha talked to Jade about this. When they found the message, knowledge comes at a cost, on the barn wall, Tabitha's like, it's easy for you to say, we should do this. You don't have kids. She told Jade. He doesn't have kids, so he doesn't have anything to worry about. She's terrified that her kids could be the next cost of any forbidden knowledge she gains. So that's why he chose her to come, to bring down there and threaten. And as far as being a friend, sort of, I don't know. Maybe he just likes Tabitha better than Jade for some reason. Let's see. So Ethan was giving Sophia a death stare. Yeah. Well, I guess, but he did wave at her. He didn't give her a big smile, but he literally threatened them by saying, "Come meet me or I'll hurt your kid." Yeah, that too. Yeah, there was the threat that if she didn't come down there, then he would hurt Julie and Ethan. He said that as Thomas on the phone. But then there's also the threat, the subtle but not so subtle threat, putting up those pictures on the RV and talking about how maybe unearthing the bones could unleash a new level of suffering. If she supports this effort to dig up the bones, it seems like he's threatening to hurt her kids for that as well. So remember what happened to her with the last time she dug a hole. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. All of it culminated. Tabitha literally digging the hole, digging for answers metaphorically for a couple seasons, and then it culminated in Jim getting killed as retribution for Tabitha's digging. So now he's like, he doesn't want her to do any more literal digging for bones for those kids or to support it in any way. And he's threatening her. What's gonna be next if she continues supporting the digging for information, now digging for bones? I think he's threatening, he's holding the lives of her kids over her head now. That's what I think he's doing. Yeah, the pictures being posted was important. Absolutely. Yeah, they've just been playing this game a long time, Taito, so that's why it seems like he feels like they're friends. All those times the man in yellow called pretending to be Thomas, those were veiled threats against Ethan. Yes, they were. Absolutely. So let's go through the rest of the episode in order now. It's so easy to get carried away with this talk about the episode. Oh my God. Okay. And talking with you guys in the chat. It's so easy to just lose all track of time. So where did we leave off? So yesterday we went through the scene with Boyd checking out Roger's body. And we went through the scene with Fatima revealing her veiny stomach, Ethan drawing pictures, Jade showing Boyd his model of the cave system, and Boyd not being satisfied with that plan, Henry trying to find some busy work at the diner and hearing Blue come on the jukebox. And that's where we left off. And one more thing I'll just add about that scene in the diner. As always, this poem is visible in the background. Hope is the thing with feathers. Now, somebody screwed up the letters here. I don't think it was always like this. I'm going to have to compare this with another screenshot. But it's supposed to say hope is the thing, not thin. This isn't Ricky Ricardo. Hope is the thin with feathers. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul. And then there's another bulletin board, and I think it says, and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. Either that, or I think it might just cut it off there. But that's the poem by Emily Dickinson. It's been there since the very beginning of the series, and it introduced the major central theme of hope in the show right there. It was in the background, subtle, but always present. It's so important that they hold on to hope and that they learn the power of hope, because I believe that not just fears and nightmares can manifest there, but hope can manifest things too. And it's not just a theory. We were told that the children poured their hope into the roots. The sacrificed kids poured their hope into the roots. The roots became the symbol, which became the tree, the bottle Faraway tree. So their hope manifested that tree. That tree is likely the thing that is powering the reincarnation of Tabitha and Jade to bring them back there and try to save the children, fix their mistake. And I believe that hope manifested a lot of other things on the show as well. Boyd, I think, manifested the livestock in the woods with his hope, and manifested Donna's pulse to come back too. Fatima will manifest the golem to come to life and be their champion with her hope. So that's part of my manifestation theory. And hope versus fear, that's a central battle in the show. The boy in white representing hope, the hope of the dying children, that they can end the cycle, break the curse, and be set free, versus the fear of the man in yellow, the fear that the man in yellow feeds on. Hope versus fear. And anyway, so I have a whole video theory on manifestation and how it works in From. I put out a couple of weeks ago. When the live is over, I'll put all my links in the description of this stream, so that link to the video will be in there. And I just love that they included this poem in the show. Love that. Yeah, absolutely, LDN. I think Boyd's hope is what brought Donna back from death. Yeah, straight edge. I know Abby told Boyd that the place feeds on hope, but I believe she was misdirecting him. She also guilted him in that moment for leaving her alone, and she told him not to smash the music box because they're all just going to die anyway. But if he had listened to her, and if he hadn't smashed the music box, I think everyone would have been killed by the cicada entity. So I don't trust anything that she said.
They would have all died in their sleep, right? They would have all eventually fallen asleep and croaked inside there.
Mm-hmm. So I don't believe her. I don't think that the place feeds on hope. They just need to hold on to their hope, because, when they lose their hope and they're let down, that's when this place can break them. And that's what they need to avoid, in my personal opinion. Yeah, the more they hope, the harder they fall. It's a double-edged sword. That's true. But they still have to hold on to it, I believe, and just not let it go. Hey, Knickknack Studios. Maybe it's a joke by the writers. Hope is getting thin now. I could see that. Yeah, maybe they did it on purpose. Lucy, I'm home. Lucy, I'm home. That's why we love you. Oh, thank you. It's against the rules until certain conditions are met. Okay. Yeah, he probably can't kill Tabitha. That's what you mean. Yeah, until certain conditions are met. Hey, Soul Divide. Do you think that Martin was the previous time's Boyd? Maybe in a sense. Maybe like his role was the leader of the town. I don't think he was reincarnated, like Boyd was reincarnated from him or anything, but maybe like playing the same role. So anyway, let's move on. We've got a lot of scenes to get through. We've got the burning of Roger's body, and Patty looks on with Sophia and says, it wasn't always this bad, you know. Hold on, where are my notes? Okay. Nope, that's not the right one. Sorry, hold on a sec. Oh, okay. Here it is. So she says it was always scary, but it wasn't this bad. And she said she really hopes Boyd's right about getting those bones. And then Tabitha arrives with Ethan, and that's where Ethan waves. And Sophia has this little hint of a smirk on her face as she waves at Ethan. And he doesn't smile back. He just gives that kind of stone face. And she's got a little smirk. It is a little reminiscent of The Boy in White, but I think that's a misdirect, if anything. You know, to make you kind of think of The Boy in White and maybe doubt him. So that's all for that really brief little scene. This was an interesting moment. Victor was drawing the man in yellow right here, and you can see 2 teeth from the bag of teeth laying there. So it seems like maybe Victor was using the teeth to kind of jog his memory somehow. I don't know why. Like maybe, you know, because they belonged to the man in yellow, he was using them as some kind of memory aid to try to remember more about him. That was interesting that they were just laying there. And the man in yellow has this huge grin on his face, and he's oozing blood and holding a small body. It looks like the body, it kind of looks like a child's body. That's a very small body he's holding. And there were more than just Victor and Eloise in the 70s for children.
I'll rewind it.
I didn't know. I thought you were trying to tell me something.
Oh, you're saying in the drawing? Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't it look like a child?
Yeah.
Yeah. And there were more children than just Victor and Eloise in the 70s.
Make sure you're good now. You're not on mute, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There was a little girl in tap shoes, laying in the street in the massacre scene. So, yeah, really sinister. Really sinister. So Victor is still trying to remember more about the man in yellow by drawing. This is how he tries to remember. This is very bad news for him. But yeah, I think Sophia is already retaliating against Victor for everything he's remembered, all of this forbidden knowledge, by targeting Henry. This is the cost for Victor's knowledge. That is why I think she's targeting Henry. Same reason why the entity targeted Jim, to retaliate against Tabitha. So that's where Ethan and Tabitha show up, and Tabitha demands that Victor tell Ethan it's not true, that Ethan is not going to end up alone like Victor was. And he says he can't do that. But she says, you know, this isn't helping. It's scaring him. But Ethan doesn't seem scared. He asks Victor to teach him how to survive when he's alone. He's very stoic about it.
I like Victor standing on principle. He's like, no, I can't tell him that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, you know, Ethan is really, he's kind of like a solemn Victor type now. Like he's becoming more and more like Victor. Victor is most of the time extremely stoic. Every now and then he gets triggered and has a meltdown, but for the most part, he's very solemn and stoic as he talks about even horrific things like the man in yellow eating his mother. He told Henry that so calmly. And Ethan, I think they're probably coaching Simon Webster, who plays Ethan, to act in a similar stoic, solemn manner to Victor. He's not as upbeat and childlike as he was in season 1. He doesn't smile much. He's very, very serious, and he's gotten a lot darker because he's kind of morphing into the new Victor. And he says, he asks Victor if he'll teach him. He wants him to teach him how to survive. He's like, I want him to teach me how to survive when I'm alone. He's just taking it for granted, since Victor said it, that he's going to be alone there. Tabitha tells him that he's not going to be there alone. But he says, you don't know that. I mean, what Victor said before was true. Miranda was here with him. And Eloise. Now you're here with me and Julie. Tabitha says that doesn't mean anything, and Ethan says it might. It won't be as scary if I know what to do. And he asks her to please let Victor do this for him. It's just interesting. Like, when you look at Ethan, and then you look at Victor in this scene, they look like they kind of mirror each other. Look at Victor's expression. Look how solemn and stoic he is. No emotion there. And look at Ethan's expression. It's the same look. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Scott McCord gave him some pointers on how to act like him in a way. So Tabitha relents and agrees to allow this. For now, anyway. And Lucas, yeah, Ethan changed after Jim's death. Definitely he did. Anyway, Ethan definitely changed after Jim's death, and even before that, he was starting to get darker. Ever since Tabitha went missing, even after she came back, he wasn't quite the same.
This one was off. The bigger one was off.
Oh, okay. Thank you. LDN says Victor staring at his palm after Tabitha holding him in the hand got me in tears. Oh, I know. That was heart-wrenching. He's not ready for the real world ever. People will never get him and his actions in the real world.
That one was off too.
Thank you. Yeah, Victor is never going to be normal. He's never going to be able to survive out in the world. Absolutely. There's just no way. Hey, Slice of Horror. Welcome. LDN says, and yes, we are the late night crew. We are the night owls, the Fromsomniacs here. LDN says, poor Tabitha, imagine what she was thinking when she saw these pictures hang on the RV. Man in Yellow wasn't only in her house, but he managed to be in her son's room. That'd terrify me if I was in Tabitha's shoes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, Knick-Knack says, hey, Julie B, I threw up a little test stream on my channel. I'm still down to paint up a template for you on OBS. If you want to check it out and let me know possibilities for the future.
Oh, hell yeah. Is that Knick-Knack Paddywhack?
Yeah.
Oh, what up, Kurt? In the West Coast.
Oh, that would be great. Thank you so much. I would really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, if we can chat about that. At some point, I would love to try OBS so that I could free myself from the high cost of StreamYard that's really just ripping me off, and it bothers me so much. So I would truly appreciate that. We can try that, and hopefully I'm not too tech illiterate to be able to use it. It's not as user friendly as StreamYard, I know, but I'd love to, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Nick Nack. I think I forget how we were gonna connect. You can always email me. You can always email me at my Gmail account, which is JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com. Easy, same as my channel name. I have my contact info all on my channel. And then we can figure out how we could chat. The Noob Gamer says, I think removing the tree is a bad idea. I think the trees are containing the evil. It will be like a wine cork, just like Jade said. Could be. It could be,
Very lost.
Yeah, it's very lost sounding. Let's see. We will maybe see those teeth. We will see. Maybe those teeth made Victor remember something, right, Quan? Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Maybe they have some kind of magical properties and, collected from all these victims, all these dead people. Maybe they made Victor remember the people who, those people who the teeth belonged to. Maybe like he was able to like have a vision or a memory of the man in yellow killing those or eating those specific people. That's what I'm thinking. Bill says Ethan was already morbid before Jim's death. That's very true. It started when Tabitha, he was starting to get down in the second half of season 2, after seeing a lot of bad stuff happen around him. And when Tabitha went missing, it got a lot worse. He was like wondering what the inside, like this cow that had gotten killed. He was wondering if that's what Tian Shen looked like on the inside or something. Island Aquatics says, was Ethan ever not a serious child? He was a lot more happy-go-lucky in the first season. He was so happy to go on this quest. He was excited. He walked around with his quest stick and he smiled a lot. And does he ever smile anymore? I mean, he's changed a lot, I think, if you look back from season 1 to now. Twilight says, I think all the apparitions are the hopes and dreams of the children. The boy in white, kimono lady, ballerina all appear and disappear out of nowhere. And the man in yellow appears from seemingly nowhere, but always walks away. Yeah, no, that's so weird, isn't it? It's trippy. He always walks away. And where is he walking to? He walks off into the woods. Yeah. I do think like, maybe that could be true. Maybe the ghost entities are manifested by hopes. That's possible. I'm starting to think the ghost entities are actually the real spirits of the deceased. Yes, Debbie, that's what I was thinking. Morbid. Ethan wanted to know what Tian Shen looked like on the inside. Hey, the Soul Taker. Welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. Soul Divide says, I don't trust Victor. No kid lives in a town full of monsters for 40 years without getting caught. I think that he was on their side playing a part in this. Well, you never know. I get nothing but genuine vibes from Victor and deep trauma. And I think that the evil entity didn't want to kill him because he made a really good, useful, unwitting tool. His trauma caused him to tell everybody not to ask questions or go looking for answers, because people who do that wind up dead. And so he would warn people about that. He only recently started to try to dig up his memories and help with the quest. So I think he could become a target now because of that. But I do think he was kept alive on purpose. And that would explain it, because, it doesn't make sense how he survived for all that time. Unless the evil entity didn't want to kill him. And Nick Nack said, what up? Back to you, Karl. So, Stronger Every Day says maybe the teeth will make Tabitha remember. Yeah, if she sees them, for sure. Nick says, I got you, Julie B, but now I'll teach you what I've learned. You're one of my favorite YouTubers. Aw. So hell yeah, here's my channel. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. Thank you. Well, let me go over my YouTube tab and I will save your channel. I'll save your channel link. Thank you so much for that help in advance. I appreciate it. So I'm getting price gouged by StreamYard. Okay. Instagram Glory Boy Chris, welcome. You're saying Victor was an anchor. Oh yeah. So I think Victor is the anchor that they're referring to in Henry's hallucination. He's anchoring Henry to this reality, or so they say, and so this hallucination is trying to trick Henry into killing Victor. Don't forget to hit the like button. 104 watching. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Just hit 2.5k subs yesterday, and so the next goal will be 3k. Soul Divide says, remember when he went in the tunnels and the monster told him that if he keeps coming down here, we will keep you. She didn't say kill, just saying. Yeah, but it was sinister. I took that as a kind of a threat. If Victor, if you keep coming down here, one of these days we'll make you stay. It was so creepy. So creepy. Creepy God. Yeah, Jade called Ethan a creepy kid. He said, you're a creepy little kid. You know that? He did. Yeah, he's always been an odd little child. That's true. But he's gotten even darker and more serious over time. The boy in white is now the man in white. That is true, Quan. It's kind of creepy how fast he's matured. He's got such a deep voice, and he's like a little man that they're trying desperately to make look like a boy. So all right, let's keep on going here. We've got the next scene with Tabitha. Sometimes I screw up and I substitute Tabitha for Fatima. The names have similar like formulas and like vowels, and yeah. Anyway, Fatima. Fatima is having yet another ultrasound flashback. This brought me right back to season 3, and so she's got these nasty blue veins that they're checking out. Like, what the hell is wrong with her? They look just like the monsters in their true form, with those giant veins. And Christy says she doesn't see anything, and I love the comedy this season is really on point. She's like, I don't see anything. And Ellis responds, all due respect, you didn't see the baby either. He's right. He's not wrong. Christy says that anywhere else she'd say it's just varicose veins from abdominal distension, but here we're well beyond a standard diagnosis. So Fatima's worried that she could be turning into one of those things, one of the monsters, since they used to be human. When they did the autopsy on Smiley, they noted that the organs were human. So she's afraid she's turning into that. And Ellis panics and says, like, that's not what's happening. Tell her it's not what's happening. Can you make it stop? Christy says, like, look, we don't even know what it is. And Christy says something that's just kind of thoughtless to Ellis and Fatima. She's like, Kenny is alive because of this. She saved his life. Maybe stopping it is not what we should be focusing on. Like, really? So let's just offer up Fatima as a sacrifice because she could save more people. She saved Kenny. So let's sacrifice your wife's life, Ellis. Let's just do that. And then Mari is even more for it too. Ellis gets really upset. Like, does any of this look like a good fucking thing to you? What are you talking about? And Marielle says that she doubles down on what Christy said. Like, this may be a temporary side effect, what's happening to Fatima, but what's not temporary is that someone is walking around right now because of what this allowed Fatima to do. Can you not see how this could be helpful? And Ellis is like, no, I cannot see how this could be fucking helpful. And Christy says she'll keep her overnight for observation and watch her vitals. Christy later on is pissed at Marielle for saying all this, for saying this could be helpful, what Fatima's going through. But here's the thing, though. I don't get Christy's attitude, because she basically said the same thing, just not in as strong terms. She said herself that, Kenny, this saved Kenny. So, and they don't even know what this is, what's happening to Fatima. Maybe stopping it is not what we should be focusing on. Kenny is alive because of this. She literally said the same thing Marielle said, but then she came down hard on Marielle later for saying what she said. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. It just sounded kind of hypocritical to me. Just one of the many disagreements in this episode. Kwan says it's cool they put this Fatima turn into a monster when she channels her powers trade-off. It's a good twist that has us going and nobody called it. Yeah, I sure didn't predict this, and I didn't see anybody else predicting that this would happen. So I love it. I love a good twist that we didn't predict. I don't want to predict everything that happens. That would be boring. I want to be surprised. Hey, King Nesbitt, welcome. Has anyone ever mentioned how much time has passed since Jim and family arrived in Fromville? Yes. I don't know the exact amount of time, but I think that the estimate is somewhere around a month. So, like, somewhere, it's probably like, maybe 5 or 6 weeks by now, I would think. Now that we're pretty far into season 4. Every episode seems to be either a day or a night, although now sometimes the episodes move a bit faster, and we have, instead of just a single day or night, we've got a day, a night, and another day partially included in an episode. So it's a little harder to count now. It hasn't been much time, though, suffice it to say. It just hasn't been any more than 6 weeks. Let me see what you guys are chatting about here. The King Nesbitt says, plus Fatima apparently is already dead anyways. Yeah. I mean, medically, she should be dead with a pulse of 19 beats per minute and a really low blood pressure. Absolutely. Soul Divide says, theory, what if the kids were sacrificed to keep something horrible trapped, and Jade and Tabitha are actually the ones that come back trying to free it? That's interesting. Yeah, that would definitely subvert expectations. Yeah. You never know. That would be a cool twist. King Nesbitt says, Ellis is not useless. He is a handy man putting scarecrows back in lakes and farming and painting and eye candy and keeps Boyd sane. Well, sure. I guess Ellis has some value when you put it that way. He's pretty useless, though, compared to the other main characters. So Tato says, I believe in Fatima. I think she's going to surprise us. Debbie says, Ellis helping. Let Kenny do it. Right. Ellis is the muscle, too. Yeah, he does have some muscle. This is not a real hospital, bruh. Ellis is acting like he's at Johns Hopkins or something. That's true, Bill. He's expecting, like, high-level medical care. And I agree, Soul Divide, that Fatima's golem has to do something right. I agree. I think it will help in addition to causing some collateral damage. That's what happens with golems. They do tend to run amok but I think it'll help too. Manasa Space says Ellis is going to help Tabitha and Jade in collecting bones. Yeah, maybe then he'll actually prove really useful for a change. Hey, that could work. But knowing him, he's probably not going to want to leave Fatima's side. It's cool they put this Fatima turd into a monster where when she channels her powers trade-off. It's a good twist. Oh, sorry. My God, my brain is so fried I didn't realize that I'm literally reading the same comment again. Don't mind me, guys. Pain can fry your brain sometimes. This is my brain on pain. Ellis is not useful. Remember when the two cars crashed, he came back and took Jade, who fell on the rock. Yeah, he did help that night. He helped. So he's not completely useless. That's true. He's helped before. Stronger says several characters have a similar arc this episode. Tabitha, Ellis, Henry, Boyd. Yeah, Henry and Boyd with the hallucinations. Tabitha and Ellis, like, having their loved ones in jeopardy, if you mean that. I could see that. And a lot of people arguing. Everybody fighting. Yeah, King Nesbitt. Ethan definitely, he looks a lot older, so it's kind of hard, but we have to suspend our disbelief because in the world of the show, only like 6 weeks have passed. So we have to like pretend he's still a little kid. It's roughly a month-ish. Yeah, you can't tell the actors stop aging, right? Fatima wasn't just eating garbage, she was eating that dead lady and drinking Elgin's blood. She don't need to make it home. Yeah. I mean, she's done such dark things that have scarred her forever. She's never going to be the same again. Hey, welcome midlife. If Fatima is turning into a monster, does that mean Smiley is going to turn human again? Good question. That would be a really cool twist, I've got to say. I can't imagine that the monsters can do that, though. Like, they're cursed for all eternity for what they did. But we'll see. Let's see. Hey, Samuel. Ellis is more useful than most people. He's just overshadowed by his dad. He can't live up to Boyd's greatness. Good point. I mean, he'll always be in Boyd's shadow. He'll never be able to live up to Boyd. The example his dad is setting, there's no way. And yeah, Smiley did have a very human-like reaction when Fatima used the golem. He looked very confused. He had a look of confusion on his face. It was funny. Yeah, why did Kenny do the heroic thing? Storytelling, thematic-wise, it should have been Ellis. That would have been cool if Ellis had a moment like that, for sure, Taito. Send Christy and Ellis to the tunnels. I don't think they would send Christy, David, because she's got the most medical knowledge of the whole bunch. They have Marielle, but I think Christy has more schooling than her. Although, maybe not, because Marielle is already a full-fledged pediatric nurse, and Christy was only a third-year med student. So, if anything, Marielle probably has more knowledge than Christy. And yet Christy talks down to her in this episode. Okay, so let's go on to the next scene. Jade and Kenny. So where am I in my notes? Hold on, let me get my notes out. We got Jade freaking out in this. Everybody's freaking out in this episode. Kenny says maybe there's another way out of the chamber. Jade's only been down there once, so maybe he overlooked something. And Jade is like, the image of it is seared into my brain. There's only one entrance. That's it. And maybe they buried the bones there for exactly that reason. Which makes sense to me. They probably did bury the bones in that spot for exactly that reason, because it's very hard to access and there's only one way in or out. Ghost Tom once told Jade that he should go down and look through the caves to try to find some answer when Julie was comatose in that catatonic state. Because he said that anything important in this place is going to be hard to find, hard to access. And so he should go look through the tunnels. Well, so what if the children's bones are so important? Then yeah, they're going to be hard to access. They're going to be put in a spot that's deliberately hard to reach and guarded. So Kenny then tries to make another suggestion, and Jade just shuts him down, saying that him being here isn't helping. So Kenny starts to leave. Jade stops him and tells him, like, look, Boyd listens to you. You got to tell him that he's got to accept him. Maybe not everyone who goes in will make it out. And Kenny says, like, you want me to just tell him to accept that people are going to die? No, I'm not going to do that. Jade says, then we are not fucking going home. There is a reason that no one has ever gotten out of here. And maybe that reason is no one has ever been willing to make the hard decisions before. Which is really not a fair thing to say. I mean, Boyd freaking had to shoot his own wife to save his son. I mean, that's a pretty hard decision. And Boyd also went out to the woods with Sarah, which was a huge risk to his life back in season 1. So that's not really a fair statement. They've made hard decisions before. But Boyd has been playing it safe for a long time now. So he needs to, accept that risks are necessary at this point. And if he doesn't do something, a lot of people are going to die anyway. So Kenny's like, let me guess, you're going to be the one to go down there and make those hard decisions. Jade, okay, he goes silent then. Like, crickets. And Kenny says, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, put your money where your mouth is, Jade. You want people to make the hard decisions, but you're too cowardly to go do it yourself. Well, and Jade, like, flips out and trashes his own model, screaming and swearing.
You heated up the other two?
No.
Do you want the other two? There's 2 more little pieces.
Sure. Am I being a pig if I eat that?
Of course not.
So, and over at the clinic, Boyd says he's been standing outside trying to get the courage to tell Christy the truth for a while. And he admits that he lied to her about not seeing things anymore, that it's actually happening more frequently. He's seeing and hearing things, and he can't leave this place because he can't even trust himself right now. And then right at that moment, as he's saying all this, his hand tremors start up again. So I swear, like, it seems they keep coming back when he or others are focusing on his problems, his issues, how screwed up he is. It's almost like they manifest when they're thinking about it, when they're thinking about this issue he has. It starts up right then. The timing of it I find it very interesting when his tremors start. I don't think this is just a natural, normal case of Parkinson's. I think it could be this place screwing with him. Christy asks if these episodes are connected to the tremors, like if they're happening at the same time when he's seeing and hearing things, and he says he doesn't know. He admits that it's all connected to Abby, like her hands coming out of the grave and grabbing him. And he says, I know this place gets into our heads, but this is different. I keep hearing this gunshot. You never forget the sound of the shot. He doesn't respond. I mean, he doesn't say the rest of the sentence, but the shot that killed his wife. And he's wondering why this is happening now. Like, he can't fall apart now, not when they might be close to something real. And Christy basically asks what he wants her to do, and he asks for a pill, just some kind of Band-Aid to keep it together a little bit longer so they can deal with the bones. Christy says that she wants to help, but she doesn't think there's anything else that she can do. So that pretty much was a waste of time, unfortunately. It's good that he's not trying to hide his issues, though. Keeping it to himself. So I think the stuff that's happening to him, all these hallucinations related to Abby, I'm trying to come down with like on one side of the fence or the other. Like, is this place messing with him because he needs to be able to lead right now? I don't really think so. I think I'm leaning more towards this place is trying to warn him that another Abby situation could be coming soon with Henry. And so he needs to get his shit together and accept that he's going to have to take risks, because Henry is going down the same kind of path as Abby right now. And that could be why. The fact that he's having these kind of hallucinations now, right when Henry is going through this weird ordeal, starting to think that all this is just a dream, just like Abby, I find that timing uncanny. So these hallucinations Boyd is having could be warnings. It could also be Boyd's trauma manifesting into these hallucinations, because they live in a kind of manifestation realm. Hope, fear, nightmares, dreams can manifest. Thank you. So I think people's trauma could maybe manifest in various ways, and his trauma, his greatest trauma, is what happened with Abby. So it's manifesting into visions and hearing things that aren't there. So that's another way to look at what's happening to him. But it's really fascinating. It's hard to say. Let me see what you guys are saying over in the chat, though. Taito says Christy has definitely lost hope, and I'm like, fine, then get off the screen for the characters that haven't lost hope. You're such a downer. Yeah, I mean, she thank you. She's such a Debbie Downer. She constantly is like, this isn't gonna work. There's no way out. There's nothing I can do to help you. Like, then what good are you, Christy? Like, what good is she? She's useless at this point. David says, basically, she is saying he has to help himself and let go of the guilt with Abby, and a pill won't help with that. No, that's true. That's what Ghost Khatri was saying to him. NSB, Christy, last episode. Tell me if we're in this together. Christy, this episode. I don't fucking know what to do with your hand. Yeah. She wanted him to tell her. That's a good point. She wanted him to keep her in the loop about things, and now that he's doing it, she's like, well, I don't know. Big shrug. Kwan says, I was thinking the same thing. I would have just given him Tylenol and told him it was some Parkinson's medication. Right?
That's what they do now.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. What has helped Greg?
What is what?
What has helped him?
I don't know. Nothing. Bill says Christy's reaction to Boyd being honest was the most realistic she's had, but she could have offered him a placebo or something for hope. Yeah. And that would have been a good idea. Mm-hmm. Bill says we may see a vision or nightmare that Clara has from the man in yellow before they meet face to face. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. We'll go up a little bit. Christy was still pulling rank, but that's just the Sophia in yellow divide and tear apart power over the town. Oh, okay. So Kwan, you think maybe they're, sniping at each other. They're fighting more because of Sophia's influence. Like, somehow it makes me, her presence and the fact that she wants to see people tear each other apart, it does make me wonder if she might be kind of getting into people's heads and causing discord, causing them to be angrier and fight with each other more. I think that's possible. Let's see what else here. Yeah, Christy has definitely lost hope. Yeah, maybe it is the Sophia and Yellow effect, Quan. Christy has gotten worse since Marielle came. Definitely. She's not a good influence, Napster. And yeah, I agree that Henry is the most likely to die, but having him go out the same way as Abby would be too predictable. Right. So I don't think it'll go down exactly like that. But I think he probably will try to take Victor out at the very least, because Victor is his anchor, and take himself out. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Henry is going to sacrifice himself. He can't kill Victor. He might try, though, Soul Divide. He might try. 59 likes. Don't forget to hit the like button. And it tells YouTube to show this to more people, and then I can gain new subscribers from that. So, moving on, Sophia goes into the sheriff's station. She calls out for Boyd, and when he's not home, she just comes right in with her backpack and digs around in his room looking for the yellow suit. She does like the funniest evil faces. This face as she turns and looks to the side, the eyes and the eyebrow arch. Evil as fuck. Evil as fuck. If anything, it's a little comical at times. It's like the evil caricature that she's putting on.
She's twirling mustache.
She's a mustache twirling villain. So then she finds the box with the yellow suit, and she's so happy to bring that out again. Look at this little smile as she finds the suit, and she looks at it so lovingly. I think, my opinion, I think this is her favorite of all the forms she's taken, the Man in Yellow. And once she's exposed as a fraud, she will shift back into the Man in Yellow in the end, and she will remain that way till the series is over, at the end of season 5. That's what I think. The show has hyped the Man in Yellow so much, and they haven't given him nearly enough screen time, but I think his time is coming. The fact that she shifts back into the Man in Yellow in this episode so easily, that gives me hope. That makes me think that she's going to turn back into him. She just has to get exposed first, and I'm sure that'll happen by the end of the season. Then she'll go back to her favorite form. It just makes sense. The Man in Yellow, that's his main form, this entity. The Man in Yellow versus the Boy in White. No, both named after colors, both vague. They don't have real names. And those are our two nemesis. How do you say that plurally? I don't know. But there are two polar opposites fighting each other, battling each other. So she's going to be back in the Man in Yellow form. I'm sure of it. And I was so psyched to see that. I really did not expect this to happen. So she takes this back to Sarah's house, and Sarah's like, "Where have you been?" This is getting sloppy. She didn't tell Sarah where she was going to be that night when she stayed at Colony House overnight, because she wanted to do those Roger shenanigans with the incantations and oversee the chaos. And she should have told Sarah what she was doing. That was really dumb of her. Just, to invite Sarah's suspicion in any way that something is weird about her. Sarah says if she's going to live there, she needs to know where Sophia is at night. So she apologizes and says it won't happen again. Sarah asks what's in the bag. Sophia just kind of plays it off like, oh, I'm really tired, and tries to just go in the house. Sarah says, what's going on? So she's definitely looking at her sideways. She's like, all of a sudden, Sophia has a backpack? What's going on? What's in the backpack? And to the box. And Sophia says they're closed. She should have just said that to begin with, not just ignore her question and try to go in. She should have just said they're closed to begin with, to not invite suspicion. But she says they're closed. Okay, I just thought that if I could find a change of clothes, then I wouldn't feel so. Then I realized they're all dead people's clothes and they won't fit right, and I don't think I'm doing very well. Sarah, look at Sarah's face. Sarah looks suspicious. Sophia is acting weird, and I think she's getting a bit too cocky. Sarah is really smart, and she's tuned into this place in a special way. So she needs to do better. She's gonna get caught by Sarah. Sarah, if she starts to get suspicious and snoops around, she may just find those teeth Sophia collected from her dead victims. And all she has to do is just talk to the Matthews family who know about the bag of teeth. You know, some good communication, and they could out Sophia. So I think my money's on Sarah to be the one to out her. So
she hears voices. She's living with her. She's gotta be the one.
I think it'll be her. Sophia makes such weird faces. She's always like bugging her eyes out, like in this awkward, geeky way. Part of her act. Anyway, so Sarah hugs her and says that, you know, you're actually doing a lot better than when I first got here. And she says she knows where there's a great stash of clothes, so she offers to go try them on with Sophia later. And she's like, I'd really like that. You're a good person, Sarah. And Sarah says she'll be over at the diner sorting through the storage room if she needs her. So Sarah leaves. And Sophia kind of, when the innocent doe-eyed look goes away, she looks a little peeved, I think, that Sarah was questioning her. So yeah, I don't know why she was sloppy like this, if you ask me. She was sloppy in her behavior towards Sarah. You know, there are a number of ways that she could be outed. Like Acosta could find some photo with Sophia in it from a past cycle, but I just get the sense that the bag of teeth and Sophia collecting teeth, the fact that Sophia has some teeth on her in her room somewhere, I'm sure that could be what does it. Again, serial killers often get caught because they keep souvenirs from their victims. So, Tito says, I think they're telling Sophia to act with exaggerated expressions. Yeah, I think so. Hence the weird faces she makes. Try on clothes. Yes, do that.
And that might be where they find something of hers from back in the day.
Right, maybe they find something. Sophia knows that Sarah is a medium. It's not easy to fool her. Right. Yeah, Sarah is definitely a medium, Bill. Sophia is literally in Sarah's head at all times. Yeah, she is in her head creating voices, but I mean, does that mean she can read Sarah's mind and know if Sarah is suspicious of her? I don't know. I mean, I guess so. She probably could, but Sarah could still out her, I think. Yeah, the next episode will be nuts, I'm sure, Amy.
Fucking bananas.
Fucking bananas. Yeah, the man in yellow. You can tell that the man in yellow is not good at verbally lying. Kind of seems that way, NSB. People should be questioning her more. Quan says Sophia acting shady on purpose, like she doesn't care anymore. She just wants to eat livers, right? Sophia also left Boyd's office in a mess. She doesn't cover her tracks at all, right, David? Didn't they say the characters will figure out something big in the finale, like what From is or something? I thought I remember someone saying that. Yeah, Taito, there was an interview where they said something about like they'll get like the biggest answers or something. I forget what they said. Something about answers related to the nature of all of this place. Like some huge things.
Alien overlords.
The alien overlords. Let's see. LDN says, my take on that shape-shifting. Man in Yellow is the OG for the entity, but I wonder if he can return back to Sophia Image. I don't know about OG, because that yellow suit, that had to be like sometime in the 20th century, that I would say that would be from. And I think this place is a few centuries old, but it's probably her favorite form ever, I think. So she'll go back to that. Hashtag bring back Doug. Yeah. Yep, I second that. Quan thinks the man in yellow is a spider. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe that's like his true form. Bill says Sophia is definitely a spider creature. Legs, hands everywhere, spinning webs of deception. So, the man in yellow is the one that he likes Tabitha remembering. Yeah, I think so, Quan. So the man in yellow first being in that form was in 1978. Yeah, he came to town looking like a normal person, according to Victor, in 1978. They thought he was just a normal guy. They thought his yellow suit was funny. And then he wound up eating people's livers. Yeah. What if someone threw some coffee on her dress accidentally and asked her to change clothes? Right. Yeah, can she change clothes? I mean, I think she can. I think the man in yellow shapeshifting is tied to the clothes he's wearing. So I think they can, but I think they can change it to something else. So from there, we got a really big scene in terms of some answers, some long-awaited information. I mean, nothing like earth-shattering, but some really fascinating details that we never had before. Stuff that I think a lot of people theorized about. Victor, Tabitha, and Ethan get in the peach truck, and Victor gives us some exposition saying, that morning when I came out of the root cellar, so the day of the massacre, he says, when I saw that everyone had died, that was the first time I saw the boy in white. Okay, I call bullshit on that. There's something wrong there. His memory sucks. He has gone back and forth on when he first saw this freaking boy in white. First, in season 1, he said he first saw the boy in white after the 2 cars came. that implies not long after the 2 cars arrived. He didn't say anything about after the massacre. And I think he was in one of those 2 cars with Miranda, and the other one would be Christopher. They probably always come at the same time, so he's really mixed up on that. He forgot that he was in one of the 2 cars, in my opinion. Then in season 3, he said he first saw the boy in white after the massacre. Then he said he saw the boy in white talking to Christopher. So that means before the massacre. It wasn't Jasper, it was Christopher. I mean, it was boy in white talking to Christopher. And now he's back to, oh, I first saw the boy in white after the massacre. So he has flip-flopped several times now. It was, okay, it was early in the cycle. No, it was after the massacre. No, it was before, when he was talking to Christopher, he saw him then. No, now it's after the massacre again. Victor doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about in terms of timing of when he met the boy in white. So we've got to take that with a grain of salt. But the rest of this, I'll take him at his word. He said, the boy in white told me there were 3 things that I would need. The first was food. We didn't have all the stuff that we do now, like animals and milk and all the stuff, and all that stuff. So he brought me here, and this whole truck was filled with canned peaches. So that is where we got this truck full of peaches. It originated right then. That's when he first encountered it, and he lived on peaches for a while. Tabitha asked if that was all he had to eat, and he says, sometimes I eat other things like plants and bugs, but that was only if I had to. Well, that's horrifying. And living on nothing but peaches for a long time is it's got to be really bad for you, and I'm sure he was really malnourished.
He would have died of dehydration from going to the bathroom.
Really?
Yeah, he would have just been straight chorro all day long. But, you know what I mean?
Right? Yeah. I don't think you can actually live on that. But it's just a TV show. And I personally think that Victor manifested the peach truck with his dreams of home, because he had peaches on his wallpaper in his childhood bedroom. And since he missed home so much, I think he manifested this entire peach truck to comfort him. And in fact, I have the image of that right here. Let me show you the screenshot from his childhood bedroom. It has a border with peaches right here. So since nightmares, fears, that kind of thing can manifest in Fromville, I think dreams, positive dreams, can too. So I think he dreamed of this peach truck because of the peaches on his wallpaper and being homesick, and it manifested the truck, which the boy in white showed him after the massacre, and that's how he was able to survive and live, and and have something to eat. And he says he didn't have a can opener at first, so he figured out how to open them with this little rock. So he gave it to Ethan, saying, so you should hold on to this. And he's like, Ethan, the worst part is when you get lonely. Everything is scarier when you're lonely. So you have to pretend you're not alone. That was the second thing the boy in white told me. And Ethan's like, and how did you do that? Victor says, it was hard at first. I had to make friends with things on the truck, the walls and the floor. I love Tabitha's face palm in the background. He's like, I had to make friends with the walls and the floors and the boxes. I gave them names. I would talk to them. But you won't have to do that, though, because I thought of something that's much better. And he leaves, and he's like, I'll be right back. Tabitha's reaction in the background was just cracking me up so much. She just puts her head down in her lap, like, what the fuck? And then Victor comes back with these 2 these two big things, a doll and a bear. A makeshift doll, that is. It's like a piece of cardboard with a face on it and a sweater. It's not even a real doll. And he's like, so also Tabitha asked Ethan, is this helping? And he's like, a little, I guess. Victor says, I realized that I missed my mother and Eloise the most, so I found these. And I dressed them in clothes. And then for a while, it felt like they were back with me again. Then when I talked to them, I would imagine what they would say back, and it didn't feel as lonely. We can change them into your family. This can be your mom. And he's like, this can be your mom, and this can be Julie. I know it's a little small, but we can maybe find something bigger. I didn't find anything for your dad, and I thought maybe the scarecrow. And that's when Tabitha cuts him off, like, no. You need to stop. We're not doing this anymore. Even though this was really, I know this is supposed to be sad, that Victor had to pretend these things were his family, his mom and his sister, and he would talk to them and pretend they could talk back. But I don't know why, but I found this low-key really funny in a dark way, like dark comedy. He's like telling this little kid.
He's straight up squinting right there, like, come on.
Yeah. Because he's telling this little boy, like this can be your mom and this can be Julie, and you can talk to them and pretend that they're your family when you're all alone and everyone's dead. It's just too funny. I don't know. Am I weird for finding this funny? I couldn't help myself. Is that strange? Am I twisted?
Yeah, a little bit. It's all right.
Tabitha,
we're all twisted somewhere. Whoa!
Tabitha is like, no, you need to stop.
This. Huh?
Tabitha's like, we're not doing this anymore. She says, Ethan, you are never going to be alone. I will never let that happen to you. And I swear to you, I'm going to get you out of here. But Victor, Mr. Eeyore over here, has to chime in. That's what my mom thought too.
Okay.
Like, that's what my mom thought too.
She's dead now.
Yeah.
She got eaten. She got eaten out, but not in the good way.
Yeah. Yeah, she got eaten out all right, not in the good way. Amy said I laughed too, girl. Okay, I'm not the only one here. Hey there, Yelena. Welcome. Yeah, Belle, dark humor is hilarious. Quan says the man in yellow, like the children, is just vitamin D deficient. He's just trying to supplement his diet. Right. Hey, Recon. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Glad you could make it to this one. I know that last night, I'm sorry that it was a much earlier time, so you missed it. I'm sorry that it didn't work out. These time differences for international people really sucks. I hate those time differences. They're a bitch. I wish everybody could join at a time that works for them. Yelena says, also, Victor never got to say what the third thing was to Ethan because Miranda stopped him. Oh, yeah, Tabitha stopped him. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe he made a deal with the monsters or darker. I don't know. Yeah. I really would love to know what the third thing was. The three things. What was it? He said three. Where is it? 3 things he would need. What 3 things would he need? Food. And what was the next thing was something to keep you from getting lonely. You have to pretend you're not alone. So that's the second thing. And what is the third thing? Oh, that's so frustrating that Tabitha stopped him. Like, shut the fuck up, Tabitha. We wanted to hear the rest of this. We were finally getting information out of Victor.
Wow.
I mean, that's like nothing short of a miracle to get anything out of him. So shut up, Tabitha. That's what everybody in the watch party chat was saying. Shut up. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think the third thing could have been? Any idea, Karl?
No.
Me neither. I don't know.
Because it wouldn't be like a talisman. It wouldn't be, none of that stuff existed yet.
Right. So, I don't know. Soul Divide says maybe that's why they left him alone. Probably, Amy says probably gave him diarrhea.
Yeah, no doubt.
Victor eating nothing but peaches. Man, I'm sure he stayed on the toilet.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Victor eating bugs. Yep.
And David Gio said, 3, don't chop down the tree.
Yeah, 3, maybe don't chop down the tree.
But the verbiage, a third thing that you need.
Right.
Not a third thing that you should not or should do.
Right.
A third thing that you need. What would you need?
Yeah.
Obviously, food, water.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'd have to think on that more. Hey, do you have a drink over there, Karl? I can't find my water. My pill is dissolving in my mouth. Oh. Thanks. I lose everything in my chair. Everything sinks into the crevices of my recliner. Hey, Amanda. Thank you. I'm feeling pretty rough, to be honest with you. I'm struggling a lot, but this is some therapy for me. From is good therapy, so I need my dose of From Fantasy World time, and that helps. Amanda says, "Why did Victor make an Eloise? Victor didn't remember he had a sister, right? So why did he make an Eloise doll?" Oh, I guess he must have forgotten later. I mean, it probably took a while for him to forget. Like he remembered.
He was in his 20s.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably didn't forget until some time passed and more people were there. That's probably why. Hey, welcome, Connor. The man in yellow will eat the children as part of the ritual. Damn. Yeah, I know it's not my fault. I just felt bad, moving the stream so much earlier, and a lot of people didn't expect that. But I do want to try and do some of my streams earlier. Just it's better. It's healthier to not sleep in the daytime. And I tend to be up all night when I start late. Let's see. Cicadas, locusts are kosher. Maybe he hates cicadas. Let's see. How do you come back in 1978 in that form? But that wasn't the first time Doug was in that form. Well, I think he was probably in that form for the first time in 78. That's the way I understood it, but who knows? I mean, maybe it wasn't the first time. I guess the yellow suit puts them into that form automatically, though. Right. We need to know if clothes changes the entity. It seems like the clothes of that person, plus maybe something else, maybe changes them into the entity. Maybe the tooth, like a tooth from the person who died.
I don't think it's gotta be the tooth, because these people showed up as a milkman like that. They showed up as what's the other one? Yeah, sure, I guess a mechanic, but milkman just showed up like that. Where's the milk truck at? You know what I mean?
Right. What? So, like you're saying,
I don't think it's the clothes.
It's not just the clothes.
Yeah, it's got to be something else because, you know what I mean? Like, everybody has like weird clothes, like school teacher, like the old maid stuff. I think the clothes is something like there's a different sort of rule structure for the clothes versus the faces. I think. I don't know. You tell me.
Right. As I spill water on myself. No parent would want their child to be alone, and if Victor starts thinking positive of going home, so does Ethan too. Nobody said that to Victor, not even Boy in White. So Tabitha induced some positive thinking. Yeah, that's true. I think. Ooh. I think.
You need help. I'll help you.
Yeah, I was just trying to reach something. I got it. I think positive thinking is something they all need to do more of. Not to be cheesy, but I think the power of positive thinking is a legit thing. Hope can manifest real things there. And if more people would realize that, then they'd actually get somewhere. They'd have less horrifying things happening to them and more victories. Picture the OG Boy Scout. Yeah. Yeah, he sure was. The ultimate Boy Scout. He should have every badge. The switch up in Tabitha's character from shut the fuck up Victor to my sweet Victor. She's got multiple personalities in her. Like when she told that one of the kids were her own, she sounded like mourning. That's true, NSB. Tabitha did a 180 really fast. The third, so Soul Divide thinks the third thing was to make a pact with the monsters. Interesting. Very interesting. Hey, you never know. It could be. Lucas says, must have been so terrifying every night knowing a monster could open the back door at any moment. Oh my god, yeah. Must have been so scary for a child like that, all alone. David says, everyone thinks Tabitha was sincere with Victor, saying she came to save him. I think she just wanted an excuse to head back to town. I thought that too, that maybe she wasn't being sincere and she just wanted to shut Victor up and get back to town. But I don't know. It felt sincere. I think she really does care for Victor, but it just felt like maybe it's not sincere because she did a 180 from being so cold to him to that really fast. Connor says, does anyone think the children were sacrificed to Man in Yellow and he ate them as part of the ritual? Damn. It could be. I mean, he does. I think that he was the entity that they sacrificed their children to. And so logically, then he probably did eat them, since he does eat organs. Oh, what a horrifying thing. NSB says the third one was obviously about surviving from monsters. What else could it be? Right. Let's see. Bill Chill says number 2, food, 2, people, and 3, drawing, home, love, purpose, religion, belief, hope, or skill. Darrell says rule number 3 is remember rule number 1 and 2. Nice. Yeah, I was wondering where Darrell is. I was wondering too. Yeah. Darrell makes an appearance. Good to see you. Wouldn't be a From stream without Darrell here in the chat. And thank you, Slice of Horror. Hey, Trace. Welcome. Okay, so Not Killa says, do you think the town itself is an entity and the monster's just part of its magical powers? That's an interesting idea. I don't know. I sometimes I do think the place itself is an entity because they talk about this place will not break us, and hope is what feeds the forest, And like, why do they talk about the forest like it's an entity unto itself? So maybe it is some kind of entity. Like the forest is a character unto itself and it's alive. First rule, you do not talk about from. Second rule, you do not talk about from. Third rule, if somebody else stops, goes limp, or taps out, the from is over. Let's see. LDN says it is the tooth that helps him to shapeshift. Remember, he turned into Sophia, then wore her yellow dress. Yeah, he did. He did indeed. And it didn't show a tooth then, but there could have been a tooth, and we just didn't see that part. Amanda says, sorry about the pain days, but I agree. Hope having the Fromily helps, but I am up all night. No matter what. I'm sorry, Amanda. That sucks. You know. I feel for you too, and I hope the Fromily helps you as much as it helps me, and that you have a good support system and pain management as much as you can. Appreciate all of your empathy as always. Let's see. So David says the man in yellow arrived in a car in the 70s, so he has to be from a previous cycle. Yes, you would assume, like Sophia arriving for us, but she was from a previous cycle. Yeah, so he probably, like, the real man in yellow, the regular human, must have arrived in a previous timeline, and then he took on that shape as the entity in the 70s. Hey, molten fetus. If possible, the third thing was just shelter. Strange to cut that off, though. There were talismans back then. Right. Well, there were or there weren't. There weren't. There weren't any talismans yet, like Victor said. So they just had to hide and hope for the best. So it is weird that they cut that off. I feel like the writers did that just to screw with us. Recon says blaming it on the town makes me wonder if the writers plan on using that for anything unanswered at the end, like, oh, that's just the town. Blaming what on the town? What am I missing here? It's probably my pain making me flake out again. Do you know what that means, Karl? Blaming it on the town? Who was blaming it on the town?
I think he's saying unanswered questions. And I get just, oh, that was the town. I thought that's what he was saying.
Unanswered questions?
Yeah. Like when you were talking about the forest being a character, maybe the town will be a character in that sense. And anything unanswered would be like, oh, that was the town. Isn't that what he was implying?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah. So I think Manasa.
Yeah, Karl got it.
Okay. Yeah. It can be dense when I'm in pain. Then how does he change back to man in yellow? Does he have teeth or just remove Sophia's tooth? Yeah, I wonder how it works. I mean, I think obviously just go back and get the suit. He needs the clothes to do it. So the clothes are essential. She had to go get the suit. Maybe there's a tooth that's involved in it we just didn't see. I wish they would show us that. They might as well.
There's a tooth in the clothes?
Yeah, maybe the tooth is in the pocket or something. And yeah, just basically you disrobe, like, you know, Sophia would go out in the woods and take off.
Did you tell me to disrobe right now?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, go on.
Sophia would just go take off all her clothes, like the man in yellow did, and then, you know, take out the man in yellow suit, and then maybe there's a tooth involved somewhere that we just didn't see, and shapeshift, boom, put on the suit, that's how it works. That's what we saw anyway. Let's see. The way the man in yellow said, "I got his tooth," sounds like, Tabitha, if you miss Jim, I can shapeshift to his image and we can go on a date. It was creepy. LDN King, I never even thought of that. That's creepy. That's creepy indeed. I never even thought of that. Yeah, that could be what he was thinking of. Let's see. Could the flashback with Miranda be her second coming into town like Tabitha did on the ambulance? I think she probably only did it once. I don't think Miranda got out and got back in because Henry never said anything about his wife escaping and coming home or anything like that. So she probably didn't ever escape. I think that was really just the first time she came in and we didn't see the back seat. We couldn't see the back seat. So I think the kids were back there. We just couldn't see them in that flashback. Just my opinion. But so going on from there. So Sarah is over here at the diner helping out again. Henry is also helping out and chopping vegetables. And then as Bacta drops a tray, it triggers another hallucination for some reason at that moment. And boom, he's back in the hospital bed. Also, I got to just point out, like, once again, Bacta, well, we don't see it in this shot, but Bacta drops a whole tray and breaks a bunch of stuff. Once again, broken dishes, and Sarah later picks them up. I'll get to that after. Just once again, ongoing theme of broken glass, and Sarah is often around this broken stuff, symbolizing her brokenness. So Henry wakes up in this very yellow room again. Yellow everywhere. Another giveaway that it's fake, that it's manufactured by Sophia in yellow. So in his hallucination, the tray falling is just a hospital tray. And a teenager is on the floor picking the stuff up. And he looks up, and there's a shot that dramatically highlights his eyes. And they do that for a reason. This is the first shot that we see of this fake grandson, and it's highlighting his eyes dramatically. And Henry later says that he had Miranda's eyes. He had his dead wife's eyes. That's absolutely devastating. To concoct a fake grandson with his dead wife's eyes, for Sophia to put that in his hallucination is just the cruelest thing. I just can't even believe just how diabolical this is. And the kid calls for Victor, saying, "Dad, he's awake again." Victor comes in. I just noticed something. Oh, okay. So for some reason, the hospital has like this really 70s decor, and yet there's a flat screen TV there. Anyway, obviously it's the present day. It's not the 70s, but the fact that it has the 70s decor is another giveaway that this is fake. The 70s decor comes right out of Henry's Camden house.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. And he might have had a flat screen TV in there too, you know?
Right.
For all we know.
Flat screen TV mixed with all his 70s stuff that he never bothered to update.
Yeah, like he had a computer too, you know, just on an old 70s desk, you know, like so many old men have, you know, they might get, you know, a couple pieces of new technology, but they're sitting on the old 1968 Lazy Boy, you know?
Right. So Victor says, "Hey, Dad, stay with me, Dad." And he's all like, you know, normal looking. He's got his hair slicked back in a different style. He's wearing a suit. He talks like a normal, well-adjusted person, and not in that strange Victor way, that stunted way of talking that he has. He has a completely different demeanor and manner of speaking, because he's not traumatized Victor. He's Victor if he had never gone through all of that in Fromville. It's just so sad to see like what he could have been like.
Yeah.
Henry asks Victor what's happening, and he says, "You're in a care facility." Henry's like, "No, I was in the diner chopping vegetables." And Victor tells him it wasn't real. He says, "I need you to listen to me. This might not be easy for you to hear. A long time ago, Mom surprised you on your birthday. She came home with 2 hits of acid. Do you remember that?" He's like, "Of course." Victor says, "Well, there was a problem. There was something wrong with the drugs. And it was just like you weren't there anymore. And you've been in this facility ever since." So he wants him to believe, this hallucination wants him to believe that not only is Fromville fake, that reality is not actually happening, it's just a dream, but the last 40 years of Henry's life has just been a dream. His whole life since his family disappeared in the 70s, just a dream. That he went to the bottle tree with Miranda, they dropped acid, and it was a bad batch of drugs and put him in some kind of coma for all of this time that he's been trapped in. That's just a crazy mind fuck that this hallucination is doing to him. Absolutely crazy. And the fact that they dreamed up this whole story, that this fake Victor told him this whole alternate story for the reality that this is supposed to be, that tells me that it's not a parallel universe. It's not. Well, there are just so many red flags showing that this is supposed to be a con to make Henry think that his reality is just a dream. And the yellow walls are just the beginning of it. That's just part of it. That's just one part of it. There's the fact that Sophia said, "What if it's all just a dream?" Introducing that idea to Henry right as she had him drink her blood. And then he starts having these flashes, these hallucinations. So it's obvious that this is just her effort to make him think his real life is just a dream. And that's all this is meant to be. This is just an illusion. It's not a parallel universe, because they literally set up what this was going to be, what this storyline was. It's a con to make him think that his reality is a dream. That's why she asked him, "What if it's all just a dream?" And he thinks he's in a coma now somewhere, just like Boyd thought maybe he's in a coma somewhere dreaming all this after Martin said, "What if it's all just a dream?" and gave Boyd his blood with the worms in it. Martin, I think, was the man in yellow, and that was just a similar playbook to what's happening now. So basically, Henry then asks, "Who is that boy?" And Victor says, "That's his son, Sebastian, your grandson." And Henry's like, "I have a grandson?" And Victor says, "You've got to stay with us, okay? I just spoke to Eloise. She's getting on a plane and she's on her way right now." Another cruelty beyond belief. So a fake grandson with his dead wife's eyes. Now he's being told Eloise is alive and she's on her way there to see him. Just another tantalizing thing to make him cling to this false reality, this illusion that this perfect version of his life as the way he would love for it to be. Like, this would be his ideal. The only thing missing now is Miranda. I don't know where she is, when they're going to introduce her, but she's got to be part of this. And Victor says that, of course, Eloise is alive. She's a school teacher. Henry says, "No, this can't be happening. This can't be real." And he starts to fade. His eyes go back in his head and start spinning. Victor's like, "Stay with me." And then the next thing Henry knows, he hears Sarah's voice saying, "Here, let me help you with that." Once again, Sarah's helping to clean up broken glass. It's an ongoing theme with her. After she got Tian Chen's husband killed, Tian Chen dropped a glass, and Sarah came in and helped her pick it up. It's just the ongoing theme of brokenness in the show. Also, Sarah's broken ornament that Kenny destroyed. So, Bacta then notices Henry is spacing out over there and asks if he's okay. Then he says he has to go and abruptly takes off. So, yeah, sick and twisted storyline, but I can't deny that it is genius. It is absolutely genius. Brilliant. And it's one of the cruelest things I've ever seen on the show. You know, there are some fates worse than death, like Randall said, and what they're doing to Henry, honestly, I think it falls into that category. But before I go on, let's go over to the chat. That's an interesting point, Lucas. If Man in Yellow really wanted to manipulate people in town, why not take the form of Jim? He could have caused so much more pain and chaos. I wonder how it works and what his goals are. Yeah. I wonder, yeah, because he could have imagined what he could have done as Jim. Yeah, I wonder why he didn't do that. Elena says maybe the bag of teeth and all the bones would unleash a whole new evil. Plus, we got Fatima, who's almost dead. Someone needs to Ankui, right? Seriously. It might, they might unleash a whole new evil as they're trying to escape. Recon, to have Henry in care for that length of time, Victor must be flushed with cash. I wonder if he started his own quantum computing company. Well, he's in a pretty spiffy suit, so maybe he's got big money in this reality. It's fake reality. LDN King says, it is fake, since when all your family members, especially a teen, is there surrounding you so they can be present every time you choose to wake up from a long coma when you are in a care facility. Excellent point. Excellent point. Recon says, of course I remember that acid, but where am I and who is everyone? Right. Amanda says, I want to know why boys searched the forest for resources but never searched the cars. Boyd told Victor that he saw the peach truck but never checked it out. Yeah, that's a big-ass plot hole. That doesn't make any sense at all. Boyd said he never knew. He said, I must have passed by that peach truck so many times. Why didn't you ever think to look inside? That makes no sense. Boyd saw the peach truck many times and he never looked in it. What the hell? And yet Boyd, Mr. Fish and Loaves, combed the whole forest, but he just waltzed right by the peach truck, and he also didn't know the whole car graveyard was there either. That doesn't make any sense. They should have looked in all the cars, all of them, for resources. Yelena says, Man in Yellow definitely playing games with Henry after dropping the blood in his drink. 100%. Yeah, that's the only thing this can be. The only thing that makes sense. Darrell says, Man in Yellow giving Henry a legit reason as to why Henry could be in a coma. Well played. Yeah, it's brilliant. This whole storyline is so well written. It's brilliant. It makes sense. Maybe he just fried his brain, and everything that happened after that moment, his wife, because if you think about it, even before Miranda disappeared, things already started to get weird for Henry. Because Miranda was never the same after she dropped acid that day. So this is so fucking genius the more I think about it. Miranda, the day that they dropped acid under that tree, Henry said to Tabitha, remember, Karl, Henry said to Tabitha, he said, I guess you could say that this all started on the day she and I dropped acid. Miranda and I dropped acid under the tree.
Yeah.
Because Miranda was never the same again after that. Mm-hmm. That's when she started to have visions of Fromville and painted all of that stuff that's in the basement. Mm-hmm. So things already started to get weird. Miranda said that she was a chosen one, that she'd been chosen to save the children, and that she saw all the previous chosen ones before her and how they failed. So it makes logical sense that Henry might believe this illusion, this hallucination, telling him, hey, none of that was real either. That you just fried your brain that day dropping acid. And so none of it was real, including all the parts of his life where his family was missing after Miranda had these weird visions and said she was a chosen one. That none of that happened either, according to this hallucination. It makes sense. It gives an alternate explanation for everything. Like, and it makes more logical sense to Henry that he just fried his brain on acid than that all of this crazy shit happened after that day, after they dropped acid. It's diabolically genius. This whole thing, this whole explanation.
Yeah, poor Henry.
Yeah,
He
he
did.
did.
He did. R.I.P. Hennessy Henry.
Hennessy Henry. Oh man. Yeah. Why aren't they talking about Amanda? That's a great point. Like,
Oh, look at Bill Chill. Hashtag coma theory.
hashtag coma theory. Oh yeah. Amy says the people in From are Victor's imagination, maybe. You know, I know that's been a theory that people have had. Like maybe he's like Harold and the Purple Crayon. You know, like Victor, and Victor said that the boy in white told him like you know, you have to like basically have imaginary friends because you don't want to be lonely. You can't let yourself get too lonely. So I can see people developing a theory that Victor just dreamed up everybody to keep him company. I think it's real though. I think they're all real. David says also, if it was all in Henry's head, why wasn't he there from the beginning? Why wasn't
Henry there at the beginning.
like there in Fromville?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you would think, right? That he would have just gone to Fromville with Miranda in the first place. Quan says, yes, most trickster deities have codes. Yeah, I think we are dealing with something like that too, a trickster. Victor looks so good in that suit. He does. He does, Darrell. And I think Miranda's coming. I think Miranda will be next in the next hallucination, Amanda. I mean, they've got to. They've got to include her. It wouldn't make sense not to, unless for some reason they really couldn't get the actress to do this, but they got her to shoot that scene in the car, unless that's something from a previous season that they filmed.
Logical if they got her.
Yeah. Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, Sarah also told Nathan about the girl and the broken glass story. Yep. It's an ongoing theme, broken glass, broken things here, and the fragility of people. The man in yellow said, people are so fragile. His whole goal is to break people and then feed on their pain.
On their liver, you mean?
And on their liver, too. And, you know, lily-livered people, cowardice. He feeds on fear. It fits that he was eating her liver. Let's see. Anything else before we go on? Amanda says, everything should have been searched. There is little to do in Fromville. Why not search and organize a little, right? What else do they have to do with their time? They should have explored every inch of that place. And it's not like they can't get back to town before sunset. They can go back and forth to the car graveyard and the peach truck, no problem. It's not a camping trip that they'd have to make, so there's no excuse. Okay. Okay, so I think the man in yellow just wanted to show off what he did to Jim. He is nasty. Yeah, I think so, Lucas. He is a nasty guy. He was really proud of what he did to Jim. Okay. So let's go on. We're making pretty good time. So let's keep it moving. Still got a bunch more major things to get through. So the next scene is Ellis packing a bag to go with Fatima to stay overnight at the clinic. He wants to keep her company. You know, Ellis gets a lot of flack, including from me, for being useless. But I've got to say, he's a really supportive husband. He's very dedicated to her, and he just automatically insists on going to stay with her overnight at the clinic. He doesn't want her to be alone there. So he just goes in and packs a bag, and you know,
That's what I would do.
of course that's what you would do. No, you know, that's how it should be. So I give him credit for that. He says it, and he's very defensive of her. He's really pissed, saying he doesn't understand how they could say that any of this could be a good thing. Now Marielle could say that, meaning this what's happening to her body, because she saved Kenny this way. And Fatima says, well, maybe it is. She says, I was so freaked out that it didn't even occur to me. I connected with that thing. I controlled it. If there's a way I could figure out how to use this to help us, why wouldn't I even try? And Ellis, he just doesn't want to hear it. You know, he's all he cares about is protecting her. He doesn't want her to put her life on the line, put herself on the line to help anybody else. Like, he just wants her to be okay. And he says he understands how she feels, and that's one of the biggest mistakes you can make. I know how you feel. Don't say that to people. Like, it's usually going to backfire. If someone's really going through something brutal, something unique to them, don't tell them, I know how you feel. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. You may say it because you're caring, but it's going to probably backfire. And of course, she's like, no, you don't. I'm sorry. With everything that's happened, you have no idea how it feels to feel that powerless in a place like this. To feel that like you're at the mercy of those things that have gotten inside your head, gotten inside my body. That thing was inside of me. Can you honestly stand there and say that you know how that feels? Yeah, so she burned him. God forbid he tried to empathize with her. He was just trying to show that he cares, but she's right that he doesn't really know how she feels. That thing invaded her body, so she is right about that. And so only she knows what's right for her and what she needs to do now. She's like, I may finally have a way that I can take back control, that I can fight back, something that can actually help us go home. And you want me to ignore that? And Ellis is like, yeah, pretty much. He says, no, I want you to acknowledge what this thing might actually fucking do to you. Because, yeah, it could kill her. Look what it's probably turning her into. But she says she doesn't care what it does to her. And he says, I fucking care. If I lose you, there is no home for me to go to anymore. This fits perfectly with what he said in his proposal scene with her, when he said that she is his home, wherever they are. It doesn't matter if it's here in this place or if they escape out of there. She is his home. So I like that the writers stayed consistent with that. So he has no home without her. And he says that he understands that she wants to help and he wants her to feel like she has control again, but this is scaring the hell out of him. So they stop fighting finally, like everyone fighting in this episode. And she says that the truth is what you're afraid of may already be happening. And if it is, then I need to be able to take what I can from that. So she's right there. I think she's turning into some kind of creature, and it's already happening. So she needs to just be able to get whatever positive she can out of it and do some good with it, because it's already changing her. And she's right. As we find out later, she's got a heart rate of like 19 beats per minute. So she's medically already dead. So she might as well just do what she can to help people. Pretty rough watching this. It's crazy. Bill says, dude, you married a zombie. Till death do they part. He will hug her until if he will hug her, she will sniff him, and then she will chow down. Every scene, I think Fatima is going to go for Ellis's throat. Oh my god, I never even thought of that. For maximum pain, there should be a fake Miranda. Yes, I agree. I think we're gonna get a fake Miranda, and yeah, we'll probably get a Miranda flashback, a real flashback that Tabitha will have. I think so too, Darrell. Alice with the great lines, and the actor did really good in this scene. I thought so too. I thought he did well. Yes, Yelena. Yes, I think I'm not. I could be wrong, but I think she's a doctor in the hospital. In the white coat, she looks a lot like the ballerina. Yes. And she tells Henry, you've got to take out the anchor, which could be Victor. Absolutely. Yeah, I think it definitely means Victor. And I do think that she's supposed to be a ballerina lookalike. She's not the same actress, because we looked it up, but I do think she's a ballerina lookalike for a reason. They probably couldn't get the same actress again with the ballerina, so they just found someone who looks like her, because that whole hallucination bit, it's full of reminders of Fromville and of Henry's life in Camden. And so that, I think that was intentional. Definitely. Boyd hallucinated the ballerina after getting Martin's blood in him. Martin also said, what if it's all just a dream? Boyd wondered if he was in a coma then. I mean, there are so many parallels. So it just fits. Boyd's hallucination was the ballerina. Henry's hallucination has a doctor who looks like the ballerina. It's all another Fromville mindfuck. Sarah's home must be in Darrell's heart. Right, Recon. Home is where the heart is, and Fatima is Ellis's heart. Yes. NSB says, I'm watching an effective listening course, and they were talking about empathetic listening. One of the things they said that this can come across as dismissive, feeling unheard and minimalizing. Right. So you don't say, I know how you feel. That's a common mistake. Fatima wasn't my favorite character. She tells people to have hope, but when it comes to her, she falls apart. But now she is starting to fight back, having hope that she had been preaching about. Right, Amanda? So she's rallying. I think her hope will manifest the golem to come to life. King Ron says, Ellis is the worst character on the show since he does nothing. Poor Ellis. He gets so much flack. He is a good husband, though. I will give him that much. I think he's a good husband. But he is kind of useless as a character. So over at the clinic, Christy and Marielle have a fight. Yet another fight. Christy pulls rank on her, essentially. Asks her, what was that back there? And what you said to Fatima was way out of line. This was not the time or the place to go off like that. She's terrified. Marielle says that Fatima saved someone's life. Why am I the only person who sees the value in that? These are things that come out of the woods at night to hunt us. We need to be finding every advantage we possibly can. And Christy says, well, I'm saying we need to be careful. This place has a way of making you think you're doing good things that you think will help. There's negative Nancy once again. She thinks everything is a big trick, that this place is only trying to trick people and nothing else, just trying to trick you into thinking you're doing something good, but everything, there's no way to actually, affect positive change. Everything is doomed to fail. We're all doomed. We're all going to die. That's basically Christy's mentality. Too earthbound, too closed-minded, not imaginative enough for this magical place that she's living in. And also, she's being hypocritical because she herself also pointed out the value to Fatima of the fact that Kenny is alive because of this. So maybe we shouldn't be trying to get rid of this issue. She literally said the same thing as Marielle, just in different words. And yet she's lambasting Marielle for saying it. It doesn't make any sense. Marielle says, yeah, this place also has a way of making you terrified to do anything. I want us to go home. I want us to live the life we were supposed to have. Christy says she does too. And Laurie's like, okay, then what are we arguing about? And then Christy blasts her again. Marielle tried to extend an olive branch, and Christy just slaps it away. She's like, okay, I know we're all scared, but we have no idea what is happening to Fatima, and I'm not willing to risk her safety so that I feel less afraid. She is my patient. She is under my care, and if you have something to say to her, you go through me. Damn. What a bitchy move, pulling doctor rank over this nurse. And incidentally, Marielle is a registered nurse already, while Christy is a third-year medical student. I think she's some kind of resident. So if I'm not mistaken, Marielle probably has more schooling already than Christy, and Christy has no business pulling rank over her like that. Telling her that she's not allowed to talk to Fatima. Give me a break. You can't just order people not to talk to your patient. She could just go talk to her out of the clinic then. That's what I would do. Okay, then fine. I won't do it professionally. I'll go talk to Christy. I'll go talk to Fatima as a friend. And Mari has a good comeback saying, yeah, let me know if you want me to change any more sheets or anything. So, yeah, that was that scene. Let's see. Let's see. Who said, oh, good night, LDN King. And that is very true, Amanda. Not all pain and scars can be seen or understood. Absolutely. So true. I know that all too well. That's my life. Darrell says I'm on Marielle's side. Me too. Christy, power struck. Christy's hope is non-existent. Indeed. NSB says Tony Teflon said there was an ego trip here, the doctor nurse thing. Oh yeah, doctors often pull that kind of rank, the kind of ego trip over nurses. All right, so next scene, at the bar, Jade is still fuming, picking up the stuff that he threw everywhere, and he thinks back to this vision from the end of season 2 in the cave when he looked up and saw the symbol in the roots above the children on the slabs. That was when this is when he has the revelation that the Faraway tree is right above that chamber, connected to those roots. Over at the post office, which is now the sheriff's station, Kenny comes in and Boyd tells him that the yellow suit is gone. And he says maybe the guy who it belonged to got tired of walking around naked in the woods. A line that I thought was funny. It reminded me of the Santa Claus when in the Santa Claus, Tim Allen and the kid find the Santa suit on the ground in front of the house. And Tim just looks around and is like, he's naked somewhere. It always cracked me up when I was a kid. I always laughed. So then Kenny wonders if maybe Victor or Henry took the suit. And at that moment, Jade runs in looking like an absolute madman with his hair standing on end, and says that the bottle tree is how they'll get in and out of the cavern, and to come with him, and takes off like a maniac. Gotta love caveman Jade with his eyes bugging out of his head, hair standing on end. And then this brief little scene, Sophia enters the Matthews house, calls out. When there's no answer, she enters. I noticed something interesting here. She runs her hand along stuff. She runs her hand along this counter, and yeah, and this sink. You remember any other entity that ran his hand along stuff? Smiley did that. Smiley ran his hand along the banister in Colony House and along this plant that was there, and some of the bus seats and the bus wheel. So I think the monster's mannerisms, they come from the Man in Yellow entity that controls them. And that's why it's the same. It's the same kind of gesture, the same physical gesture there. Same body language. Because she's controlling them. She's controlling the monsters, the tip of the spear. And then she picks up this blue cup. There's blue and yellow stuff here. There's always blue, yellow, and red in clusters everywhere in this show. She picks up this blue cup and sniffs it. I really don't know why. Why is she sniffing this mug? I don't get it.
Who used it last?
Any idea, Karl? Who used it last?
Yeah, who used that mug last?
I don't know.
I think she's trying to remember the past.
Maybe
he's reincarnated spirits.
Maybe she's sniffing it because Tabitha drank out of it, and she has this. The Man in Yellow, we now know, has this affinity for Tabitha. So it's like, oh, I smell Tabitha on this cup. Weirdo. So then she goes into Ethan's room, or the bedroom in general that Ethan shares with the mom. They all sleep in the same room together. She finds all Ethan's drawings and picks them all up. Looks wicked as she looks at them and collects them to take with her. So yeah, those were just a short collection of scenes. Not a whole lot to say on that. Yeah, Man in Yellow is a creep, right, Lucas? Nobody sniffs cups for freshness. Has she got a cup confused with an egg? Right, Recon. It reminded me of when she sniffed the eggs, too. Yeah. Or is it animalistic? She also sniffed the egg. Right, Lucas. The way Sophia carries herself, it's sexy in a demonic way. Darrell, you would think so. You and your Sarah-loving ways. You would also kind of have a thing for Sophia. Taito says, I think Marielle is super underrated. She hasn't gotten the screen time she needs to develop, but she has a lot of potential. Right. Yeah, I think so too. She sniffed the egg to see if it's fertilized. She sniffed the cup for a different reason. I think so too, Darrell. Yeah, you don't do that to your partner, and yes, Marielle would have more experience. Right, Taito. Exactly. Jade doing the Boyd impression, that's consistent. Jade been doing impressions of other people since season 1. Oh yeah, I love it, Darrell. Christy accidentally encouraged Sarah to try to kill a child in season 1. That's true. Yeah, she did. And Christy she wasn't always this closed-minded. And there was a time she even thought maybe she manifested Marielle coming to town because of that conversation with Sarah. And good night, Yelena. It's been a fun time. Glad I found your channel. I'll definitely be back for more. Aw, God bless you too. And I'm so glad you found the channel as well. So welcome to the community. Welcome to our little corner of the Fromily here. And hope to see you back again. Let's see. And lastly, Sophia definitely sniffed Ethan's or Tabitha's bug. Some black magic like the egg. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. And I hope I haven't butchered your name. But anyway, lovely to meet you. And so on to the next scene. Tabitha, Ethan, and Victor at the peach truck, where she finally treats Victor like one of her sons. She where are we here? So she wants Ethan to leave with her, but he doesn't want to yet. And she tells Ethan that Boyd and Jade are working on a plan right now to get everyone home. Ethan says, well, what if it doesn't work? Miranda thought she would get everybody home, but then everybody died. How do you know the same thing won't happen again? And he makes a great point. She says, because things are different this time. We know things now. Jade and I, we have memories that Miranda didn't have. She tried, and then she tells Victor, she tried, Victor. She tried so hard. I know because I feel what she felt. I know how much she loved you and how badly she wanted to take you home. She just didn't have the answers she needed. But I do. I have them because of her. She's the one that led me to the tower, to your father. She's the reason why you get to go home. And Victor's just like, what? This is his answer. Just what? She says, I don't think I came back just to free the children. I came back for you. I'm going to take you home. So we're going to go to town now. And then she takes Ethan's hand. And I was just thinking, please just take Victor's hand too, please. And she finally did it. I was really hoping she would, to just give this gesture to him that she's his mother too. He needs that. So she tells Ethan, we're not going to draw any more pictures. And she takes Victor's hand too and says, because neither of you are ever going to be alone again, I promise. So finally, she steps up and acts like his mother, not just Ethan's mother. She basically accepts Victor as a surrogate son, even though he's older than her. And it's weird for everybody, and yet it just feels right, though. Victor has always had this mother-son dynamic with her. So it fits. And it fits. They've had this deep connection because on some level, they were already connected, and deep down they knew it. And when she lets go of his hand, I noticed this too. Somebody pointed this out. When she lets go of his hand, he just looks at his hand for a second, like remembering, I'm sure, his mother Miranda holding his hand. And this probably felt so familiar. This felt like his mother holding his hand. So he listens, he closes the peach truck and follows them to go back to town. I don't think she was just humoring him. It felt genuine. When she was talking to Victor, there was a tear coming down her face. Right here. There are tears coming down. So I don't think she was just, telling him what he needed to hear so that they could get out of there and stop with the morbid talk, scaring Ethan and upsetting her. I believe she really meant it. She's always been deeply connected to Victor. She's just been extra protective of Ethan lately. So she's been insensitive to Victor. But if you think back, she was so kind to him and helped comfort him and bring him out of his shell. helped him remember his forgotten sister Eloise, and helped him remember what happened with the boy in white and Christopher in season 3. So she's been acting like his mother going back to season 2. So this really isn't that new. It's just that she's been a bit insensitive recently. Now, the thing of it is, though, I think she's really going to be sidelined by the man in yellow threatening her and Ethan at the end of the episode. She's not going to be so committed to getting them home after this. She's going to be too scared. I think that what the man in yellow said to her is going to paralyze her with fear. I don't know. I don't think she's going to be able to stand by what she just said and try to get them home. She's going to be sidelined again. And yeah, they do know things. They have more memories than. But do they? The question is, do they have more memories now than they had back the last time? I'm confused by that. She said that they know more. Jade and her remember more now. They have more of their memories. But remember the mushroom trip? Jade was told by little Jade that when the truth comes out about who Jade and Tabitha are, first they hate Jade. No, first they blame Jade, then they hate him, and eventually they kill him. And for Tabitha, it's worse. Well, that means that in every timeline, the townspeople find out that Jade and Tabitha have been reincarnated. Once they find out the truth about who you are, first they blame you, then they hate you, and eventually they kill you. So I'm confused. Maybe Tabitha's just mistaken and doesn't have enough information as she says this, but she said that she and Jade have more information now. They have more of their memories. Maybe they figured out they were reincarnated in past cycles, but they didn't have as many of their memories, though. Maybe that's what it is. So yeah, that confused me, to be honest, that part. I feel like there's a contradiction there. But what do you guys think of the chat? What do you think of that, Karl? Does that make any sense? Like, the vision made it sound like the truth comes out about the reincarnation in every cycle. What Tabitha just said, Jade and I, we know more now than we ever did. We have more of our memories. She makes it sound like it's the first time they figured out their past lives, that they were reincarnated. So I don't know.
Yeah, what would be the more part of that?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I absolutely agree, Amanda. No offense to Sophia in yellow, but I want more man in yellow scenes. Absolutely. And I think we're going to get that. I expect us now to get that in season 5. I think once Sophia is exposed, we're going to get all man in yellow. She'll go back to being man in yellow. Her favorite form, I think. Darrell says man in yellow is low-key impressed with Ethan's drawings. I think so.
Now, does Tabitha know about Jade's vision?
I don't think Tabitha even knows. I mean, how much is Tabitha even looped in? She's disconnected from all of the work that they're doing, so I don't know.
That's why that's a misstatement.
Yeah.
She doesn't know that the town has found out before.
Maybe. Although wait, then they convene and they have Tabitha tell her kids that they were reincarnated, and Jade and Boyd go tell Colony House. So maybe off screen they may have told Tabitha about his vision, because they do communicate about stuff off screen sometimes. So I don't know, but that could explain the disconnect there. Yeah, Victor's drawing skills should be superior if he's been doing this for 40 years. I feel like his crayon drawing should be a little better by now. Yeah. Greedy God says Tabitha won't let Victor be alone. She will leave a note with Donna. Yeah. She'll make sure he's not alone. Darrell says, I liked his speech. It was well written, and Victor looking at his hand was so precious. Yeah, it was. It was very sweet. Tabitha went from referring to Miranda as the third person, and then by the end of her speech, she was referring to herself as Miranda in the first person. That's true. She said, I came back for you. I thought that was really cool. It was a powerful moment. Recon says, Victor getting Tabitha as his surrogate mother is the careful what you wish for type of thing. Right? Careful what you wish for, because not getting the best mom of the, it's not exactly mom of the year. Amanda says, what was Christy's GPA as a third-year medical student? She gets a lot wrong, but she has the doctor's ego down to a T. You bet. I know a thing or two about egotistical doctors who fail me again and again, and yet they're on an ego trip. Hey there. How do I say this? I don't know how to say that. I'm Terex. Anyway, welcome. Sorry, I don't know how to say that handle there. I have proof. Sophia was there in the 1970s massacre. She was killed in that massacre. I am not talking about Tabitha's vision of Miranda. Go see Julie's story walking of 1970. There is Sophia's body. Really? I'll look at that again. I'll look at that again and see if any of the bodies look like Sophia. The only thing of it is, the only problem with that would be when Sophia talked to the pastor in episode 1, she said, I couldn't come to them as I was, not with everything they learned. So she couldn't be the man in yellow because somebody from the 70s timeline would have remembered the man in yellow. So that makes me think Sophia couldn't have been around then, but I will take a look and see. I will take a look. Let's see. Blame, hate, murder, and worse for Tabby. I mean, how much worse can it get? It's scary. Let's see. Victor being malnourished explains his drawing skills being consistently bad. Right, NSB. He definitely was malnourished for a long time.
Yeah, he's suffering from peach vision.
Yeah. There isn't any way to share photos in the chat here, but if you could email it to me. You could either email me the photo if you'd like, or you can join Discord. The Discord is another way to send photos, but I'll just put my email in the chat for the channel. So if you want to send me the picture, I would love to take a look at it. Let's see, Julie.
And this picture shows Sophia dead.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yep. So yeah, if you want to email that to me, or Discord, but email is probably easier if you're not in Discord already. The Discord link is in the description of the live stream. Amanda, oh my God. After my first spinal fusion, the doctor who did it went MIA, and now I click when I walk sometimes. Oh my God, that's horrifying. I'm so sorry. God, I had one spinal fusion, and one was enough for me. One was enough to screw me up for life. I feel you. I feel your pain. Seriously.
So are we all fused around here?
I think so. Karl also had spinal fusion. We got a spinal fusion club here. It's a bitch. It's a real bitch. The Ragland Pappy dozed off. He says, when you're my age, sleep just shows up. I totally understand. It happens to me too. I get it. I'm in pain all the time, so I just get tired and fall asleep myself. So on to the next scene. Jade takes Kenny and Boyd to the bottle tree, and he says all this time he's been focusing on all the entrances and exits that are there, but he should have been thinking about the exit that used to be there. There was a hole in the ceiling, and these roots formed a symbol. Victor said those roots became a tree. This tree. He said, we are at this moment standing right above the cavern those bones are buried in. So he thinks, but what if this tree moved? Victor said that it wasn't in the same spot. Victor said, like, they should have found it already based on his calculations. So there's something off there. They may dig that tree up and find the cavern isn't under there anymore, and they have to hunt for it a little bit. That's what I'm thinking is probably going to happen. He's like, you said we couldn't go into the tunnels without a second exit, so let's make one. Is that thunder?
Yep.
We've got a thunderstorm here. Hopefully it doesn't get too bad. Boyd's like, you want to cut down the tree? And Jade says, no, I want to pull it out by the roots. And he's like, and then he babbles about a mile a minute on how they're going to do that. There's a clearing not far from there. The road isn't far from the clearing. They're going to get all their chains that they have, get the truck and the van, use some other trees as leverage, and rig the chains to the vehicles and the tree. And if they do it right, it'll be like pulling a stopper out of a bottle. Then they'll send one team down into the cavern while the monsters are asleep, get to the chamber, block the entrance, put up a talisman, and have another team working on the tree at the same time. Then by the time the bones are dug up, lift everyone up to safety with the bones, get back to town before sunset. Easy peasy. Not exactly easy peasy. I'd say that's overstating it a bit.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, there's a lot to that plan. That's going to be a challenge. Not exactly easy, but I'd say it's a great idea and a great plan. I do worry about the bottle tree coming down though. Kenny says that could work. Even Kenny's impressed, but Boyd immediately wants to shoot it down. He says, what happens if the first group gets down there and then the tree doesn't come out? What if the chain breaks? If they don't have enough leverage? What's plan B if the tree doesn't come out and they have 5 or 6 people down there in a death trap? And so Boyd, once again, is there to just rain on Jade's parade because he wants a perfect, ideal solution that doesn't exist, where no one can possibly die. Jade's like, you asked me for a solution to an impossible problem. I serve it to you on a platter, and now you're asking for a plan B? It is really ridiculous. Boyd just shoots it down so fast. Boyd's like, I am not sending people down into those tunnels with nothing but hope and a prayer that we pull the magic tree out by its roots. Landscaping is not a plan. And Jade's reaction is just, fuck you, which I very much enjoyed. Yeah, I don't blame him. I'm on Jade's side. Boyd's reaction was ridiculous. Jade came up with a great alternative plan. It's pretty much their best shot. It's way better than, just going in through the only entrance that there is to the cavern and hoping that they don't get trapped in there. But Boyd is still not satisfied because he wants perfection. He wants something that's not possible. I really think he should have considered Jade's plan instead of just shooting it down like that. Kenny tells Jade to just give Boyd some time, and Boyd then has a crazy hallucination. He hears Kenny calling for him, and then a gunshot, and all of a sudden Kenny is just dying. He looks around, and all of a sudden there are bodies everywhere. Jade, Tabitha, Donna, chilling, absolutely chilling, seeing their dead bodies just laying there like that. Just imagine if any of these characters dies for real by the time the series ends. Like, I can't even imagine seeing any of them die. But I'm sure there are going to be some really huge deaths in the series finale. Some of the people who've had plot armor. And then Boyd looks up and sees Ellis's body and Abby kneeling by it. And when she turns, she opens her mouth, can't speak. She opens her mouth and just blood comes gushing out. And then Boyd abruptly snaps out of it. So what does this mean? Boyd screams at the sky, "What the fuck do you want from me?" Just an amazing Boyd moment. Absolutely stellar Harold Perrineau performance, as always. Just the body movements that he does while he's yelling, and the physicality of it. He's feeling every word he's yelling at the sky. Amazing. Harold is just a world-class actor. So yeah, what is happening? What is happening to him? So what do you guys think in the chat? I mean, is this the evil entity messing with him, introducing hallucinations to make him falter as a leader? Is this a helpful entity, say the boy in white, perhaps, trying to warn him that history is going to repeat itself soon, with Henry pulling in Abby, losing his mind, thinking that it's all just a dream and death is going to follow? I think the timing of this vision is pretty uncanny, happening right after Boyd rejects Jade's plan yet again. Is this a warning showing him things are about to get a lot worse? You better agree to Jade's plan right now, because history is about to repeat itself with Henry. I tend to think it's that. I tend to think it's a warning. And this ties in with all of Boyd's other supernatural experiences that he's had this season. So to date, first he had a nightmare. There's nothing odd about that. He had a nightmare about Abby shooting up the town. But that was the beginning. So that was the first Abby-related thing. Then Abby's hands reached up from the grave and grabbed him. That's a major hallucination right there. And then the disappearing duplicate Abby ring that he found, the infinity symbol ring. So there was that, just let me see. There's that. There's the Polaroids. Not the Polaroid, sorry, the viewfinder. The viewfinder. He saw a picture in the viewfinder of him and Abby's wedding day. And then when he looked again, it disappeared. Then in this episode, he heard gunshots, the two gunshots that represented it was the sound of the gunshots that killed his wife. Two in a row, two quick shots in a row. And now there's this vision. This could be another explanation for all of this stuff could be that Boyd's trauma, his deepest trauma, the death of his wife, the fact that he had to shoot his own wife, is manifesting itself in all of these visions, because he's in a manifestation realm where the way that you feel inside, your fears, your hope, your dreams, your nightmares can manifest into reality, your trauma could also manifest things. So all of these visions could be manifestations of his trauma, and it's messing with him, you know. So, you know, last week we had, in last week's episode, there was this picture in the viewfinder of Boyd and Abby that popped up. When he looked again, it wasn't there. And a few weeks ago, the disappearing ring, Abby's ring with an infinity symbol just appearing in Colony House. And then he took it back to the sheriff's station, laid it on a table, took out the box with Abby's stuff, pulled out her ring, and the extra ring had disappeared. So there's all kinds of weird shit going on, and it's all connected to Abby. It's all related to Abby. This is Boyd's defining trauma that is following him around, and it's keeping him from being able to lead properly. So so let me know what you guys think in the chat before I go on. What is happening here? What is happening to Boyd? Darrell says it's not the Parkinson's like some people think. I don't think so either. It's not the Parkinson's. This is Fromville. It's got to be something supernatural. I don't believe that it's just hallucinations connected to Parkinson's either. Let's see. Man in Yellow creating another storm. Recon says, maybe I'm just old, but I was thinking exactly like Boyd about this plan. I understand, you know, like, you don't want to risk these people's lives. A lot of things could go wrong. I get it. Let's see. Darrell says, I knew straight away that Kenny getting shot wasn't real. Yeah, it was pretty clear that it was fake. Boyd seeing Abby consistent, been doing that since season 1. Right. I mean, he's seen visions of Ghost Abby since season 1, but the stuff that's been happening this season is different. It's different. The Abby visions that he saw, those were all evil. Some entity trying to manipulate him. And it was something evil. This is different. This feels different. What's happening here. And Abby doesn't look evil here. She's a victim too in this hallucination. Hey there, Chip, welcome. They share RTS and Kenny's death, so I'll bet he's not the one that dies at the end of the season. Looks like it's going to be at least Henry killing himself. I think so, yeah, unfortunately. Darrell says, I think Henry and Randall are dying this season. Maybe Marielle. I think Henry, Randall, and probably Fatima. Chip says, when he shot Abby, was it 1 gunshot or 2? I think it was 2. I believe it was 2, yeah. I'd have to go back and double check, but I think it was. Let's see. I'm Tarax. I don't know how to say this, but spoiler alert. Wait. Is that yeah, I don't know if that's real or not. Let's hope it's not real. There's all kinds of fake stuff out there. Yeah, there's all kinds of fake things. So
about the trailer?
Yeah, no, he was saying like some kind of spoiler, like about something that's gonna happen, but yeah, we don't post spoilers here, so we don't, like, we have a strict no spoiler policy here for future episodes, and so hopefully it's just like fake rumors going around that are out there, because I've heard that somebody like leaked a fake finale, or supposedly the finale was leaked, but it was fake. Let's see. The Ragman says, "You mean the man in yellow, right? The boy in white doesn't show macabre visions. He always prefers to mitigate the macabre visions of anything. All Jade's visions except the cavern vision and last Chris vision." Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just wonder if it could be the boy in white trying to warn him. Like, the boy in white showed Tabitha a premonition dream in which Jim was hanging upside down. I think the boy in white was responsible for giving her that dream, and that was dark. Let's see. The 2 gunshots that Boyd keeps hearing has to be PTSD from when he shot Abby. Right, but I think it's got to be more than. So Darrell says Boyd shot Abby twice. I thought so. Yeah. So thanks for checking. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I think it's got to be more than just PTSD or Parkinson's. Since it's Fromville, I think it's something more powerful, more supernatural in nature. Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry guys about that person. I hope that wasn't a real spoiler. Every now and then there are trolls who show up and post spoilers. Let's hope that it was fake. There are fake spoilers out there. And I did hear that there was some finale leaked, but it turned out the stuff that was in the leaks, it was fake. It wasn't real. So it could be just a troll messing with us. So I took care of that person. I didn't want to risk any more stuff being said by that person. So they can't comment now. I am not about to risk letting anybody get spoiled here, even if it could be just a troll joking around or posting stuff that's fake. Anyway, God, why can't people just let us enjoy our show? Why do people have to be trolls and do stuff like that? Anyway, that just makes me mad. The Ragman says, "Boy in white never showed anything gory or bloody. As far as we know, yeah, but hey, new things can happen all the time with this show." So, yeah, Darrell says, "I don't believe it's PTSD. I believe something is making him hear it." Yeah, I think so too. And let me scroll up a little bit. Amanda says, "I do not recommend a fusion to anyone. It is interesting that a lot of the Fromally is broken physically and so on." I know, I've noticed that. A lot of the Fromally has a lot of pain and dealing with all kinds of struggles in our lives, worse than the average person, and a lot of pain. I just think it's because this show resonates with us because of all the suffering of the people on the show, and we're drawn to it. It's it connects with us because of what we're struggling with. So I completely get that. Yeah. A lot of the Fromally is broken physically, etc., and we are all separated from each other. And no, it sucks. No one around me watches From, like a lot of our Fromally members. Yeah, I was the same, Amanda. Now I'm with Karl, and Before that, though, I was all alone and no one around me watched From either. And it sucks that we're all so separated from each other because, we're bonding over not just this show that we love, but our, trauma, our pain that we're suffering in our lives. So it's too bad that we're not closer together. We're all spread out around the world. Amanda says, my mom had to have a donor bone for her spine and it cracked, never healed. Oh, that's horrific. That's so terrible. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry your mom had to suffer like that. Yeah. We are definitely, we come together around our pain here in this family of ours. And hey, Darrell, what if Fatima turns into the woman in kimono? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, that maybe there's some way that could be. Maybe there's a different kimono woman in every cycle somehow. Amanda says, I play Fallout 76 with my 77-year-old dad, and the trolls are always trying to mess with someone else's good time. Yeah, I can't stand that. Tez says, yeah, relax, that is so fake, that spoiler. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. I just didn't want to take any chances, especially with someone who's like saying they know how the season's going to end, and so like teasing that they might have more information. I didn't want to take the chance that they're going to start writing how the season is going to end. If there's even a chance that it's true, I'm not taking that chance. We're not playing games like that around here. I'm not even taking the chance that somebody could be telling the truth and is sharing spoilers. Last season, in season 3, a troll came into my chat and said, Fatima is going to kill Tilly. And we laughed, thinking that it couldn't be true, that it must be a joke. And a few days later, Fatima killed Tilly. So you never know. And I don't want to take any chances. We don't want to take any chances. So it probably wasn't real. It probably was fake. But just in case, I'm not taking any chances. So NSB says, I have a major spoiler. Man in Yellow is going to turn into Sophia next episode. Yeah, that's I think that's a given. That is a given. So yeah, the show isn't going to waste time in season 4. Having Boyd see and hear stuff that hasn't got anything to do with the mystery, that wouldn't happen. I agree, Darrell. So it's got to be something is making him see and hear this stuff. He's got to, I think it's because he's got to deal with his trauma in order to move on. And right after this, he's going to run into Ghost Khatri shortly. So in just a little while, he runs into Ghost Khatri, and that's no coincidence, I think. So, but we'll get there in a bit. So this is Henry's last scene, and this is the most devastating one by far. He comes up to the grave site of Miranda and Eloise, and he's looking for guidance. But he's not going to find any here. He stands there and he's like, I don't know how much sense it makes for me to be standing here right now. He talks to Miranda and he says, you were always the spiritual one, the smart one. These things I'm seeing, could they be real? Did I really have it wrong this whole time? Seems like my brain getting fried on that acid makes a whole lot more sense than any of this. Everything's so nice there in that place I've seen. Victor, he wears a shirt and tie, and we have a grandson. He has your eyes. And Eloise, you're not. You're on a plane. You're on a plane, and I don't know where it's coming from, but I'm going to ask the next time could I really be so lost all that time? Or did I come all this way so that I could finally go home? If that's true, help me. Help me. And that's Eloise's grave, supposedly. I don't think that's really her body buried there. Victor thought it was, but he wasn't sure. This is just so brutal. It's so painful. He's begging for help from Miranda, and this fucking hallucination answers his cry for help. The hallucination literally answers him. That is so fucking cruel. Now he's gonna think this is the answer to his plea to Miranda for answers. And so he wakes up, and he's in the hallucination, hearing Blue, his song with Miranda, playing, and there's his fake grandson playing it, saying it worked, or it's working. You know, that's somehow waking him up, hearing that song. So this hallucination wants him to think basically that whenever he thought he was living his life in Camden, Maine, like with that tape in his car of Blue, the cassette tape that kept playing on its own because it was stuck in there. Whenever he was hearing it, what he was really hearing was his family playing the song by his bedside, trying to get him to wake up. That is such a mind fuck. That is such an insane mind fuck. Trying to convince this man that all of those years of his life are fake. 40 years of memories. That is one hell of a mind fuck. My God. And I can't believe it's actually working. Seriously. Like, there is no dream that could be that complete and that detailed. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. Dreams are all over the place. Dreams are non-sequential. You know, they don't make much sense. You kind of jump around to different places and times. You would not have a dream so complete and chronological as the last 40 years of his life. But this hallucination is going to convince him that it was fake. So he looks around. There in the background is the clock from his house in Camden, Maine. So this hallucination incorporates details from his house, and I'll show the image from his house now. There it is. There's the exact clock on the wall in his house in Camden. It incorporates details like that to make him think that, you know, he just concocted this fantasy world in his dreams based on what's actually there around him in his hospital room. And that clock is one of the things. It's got, so this room, this hospital room, incorporates elements of both Fromville and his house in Camden. So I'm going back to the room. Why does my phone screen keep locking when I'm trying to read my notes? Like, it doesn't need to keep locking. The fuck? And the song, as it's playing, the lyrics say, songs are like tattoos, crown and anchor me, or let me sail away. So the lyrics to the song even reference an anchor. That's fitting to what's coming up. And let me sail away. All the references to sailing and boats in the show, I swear they're going to sail away on Boyd's boat in the end. But Victor says, Dad, that was your song, remember? Henry says, yeah, lots of laughs. That's a lyric from the song too, lots of laughs. The doctor, it's weird to see, incidentally, it's weird to see Victor smile like that. When have we seen Victor smile like that? The poor man doesn't smile. It's so sad seeing this version of him where he's actually happy. Hold on a sec. I just need to take a drink. I've never seen him smile like that. It's so weird. It's really just so sad all the way around to watch this, but also a brilliant storyline. So the doctor says, Henry, I need you to focus. You're getting stronger. You're coming back more than you have in a very long time. But there's something that I need you to do. Do you want to stay here, Henry? And I'm thinking, uh-oh, when she's saying this. Henry says, yes, I do. The doctor says, good, then you have to do exactly as I tell you. You see, the mind craves what it is familiar, and you've lived in this delusion for so long that your mind believes that it's real. Just telling yourself that it's not will not be enough. You have to forcibly disconnect from whatever is anchoring you to that version of reality. And Henry's like, how? She says, you have to eliminate the anchor. That's terrible. Absolutely terrible. You have to eliminate the anchor. What is anchoring him there? It's Victor. Victor is connecting him. Victor is anchoring him to that version of reality. He promised Victor that he would take care of him, that his job was to take care of him now as his dad. So that's anchoring him there. And so Victor, he's going to believe that Victor is what's keeping him stuck there. And so he's got to eliminate this fake Victor, even though it's the real Victor. Well, he's going to come to believe that it's fake and probably then take himself out too, because you have to die. When you die in a dream, you wake up generally. So, maybe shoot Victor and then jump off the colony house roof if he can make it that far after doing it. But I think someone will probably stop him. I hope. I can't even bear the thought of Victor dying too. I do think Henry's probably gonna die. And I mean, imagine if Victor and Henry both die in a murder S word I can't say on YouTube, Henry taking himself out, and then Eloise shows up like, hey guys, like, that she has no family there for her. That would be insane. Well, she would have Tabitha, her reincarnated mom, but yeah, they better not pull something like that, because what the hell would be the point? Because I do still believe Eloise is going to come back. And not just in this hallucination. Eloise is going to be alive and she's going to show up. So then the song cuts off and Henry says, what happened? The grandson says, I lost service. And just then Henry snaps out of it. So once again, brilliantly written, brilliantly crafted hallucination by the evil entity. Henry is, of course, going to be led to believe that because the song cut off, the song stopped playing, he was yanked out of that, out of the real world and back to this fake reality. That the song pulled him back, made him wake up. But when the song stopped playing, because the grandson lost service, now he snapped back into his delusion of this Fromville place, what we know to actually be reality. This is just absolutely devastating to watch. So he cries out, please come back. How do I forcibly disconnect? Miranda, please help me go back, please. And he's whimpering and crying, and it's absolutely crushing. And oh God, he's just falling apart. And when he first arrived on the show, he was so strong for Victor. He was so strong and brave for him, so stoic, accepting all these monsters and everything here. And now he's just completely come apart in such a short time. It's hard to believe. I mean, I thought he was due to fall apart a bit but I didn't think that he'd unravel this much until Sophia did that to him, made him drink her blood, and then I thought, well, he's cooked. But this is just brutal. So that's that. We're almost done. Just a couple more, like 3 more scenes. Let's see. Doctor with her Faustian bargain. Yeah, Amanda, it seems that way, huh? Just get rid of the anchor. Yeah, get rid of the anchor. Tez says Victor and Henry have plot armor. They will not die before their reunion with Eloise. I hope so. I really hope so. I think at the very least, one of them has to stay alive for the reunion with Eloise. Maybe, like, Henry will go, but at least Victor will be there to reunite with her. And Tabitha, too. Let's see. What else are you guys saying about this? Hey, Sandy. Been listening while trying to rest at the hospital. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. Back at the hospital? My husband is back in the hospital with more complications, including a hematoma. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sandy. That's terrible news. I was so happy to hear that he was home. Oh, that's just the worst. I hope that it works out and he gets the treatment he needs to get better. No more complications. Nobody deserves this. It just sounds so stressful, and my heart goes out to you and your husband, and prayers for healing. Hopefully this will be a short stay this time. Tez says Fatima is the Trojan horse against these monsters, I believe. Yeah, a good way to put it, a Trojan horse, Yeah, I could see that. Like, kind of a spy amongst the monsters, being able to see through their eyes. But Sandy, I just have to add too, just don't forget self-care, like I always say. And it's good that you're listening to something to distract yourself. You should, we all need some escapism to get through what we're suffering through in our lives sometimes. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's good. It's a good thing for your mental health. That way, if you unplug from what you're dealing with, even if it's just for a little while, for an hour or two, then you have that energy to devote. You can be more present for your loved ones who need you when you're mentally recharged like that. Chip says, crazy theory. What if Ethan, Victor, and the man in yellow are all the same person, just different versions? Hey, you never know, Chip. You never know. Nothing's too crazy with this show. NSB says that grandson is interesting to me. I wonder if he's going to show up as an actual character later on. Yeah, that would be quite a twist, wouldn't it? I thought he was interesting too. His face kind of creeped me out. Just knowing he's fake, his fake grandson made him creepy to me. Amanda says, I know it won't happen, but I would love it if season 5 had more episodes. Oh, me too. Me too. Mike Light says Fatima is not dying this season. The town needs her golem. Well, maybe the golem will just be a one and done. It'll help them by with the season finale hijinks, whatever's happening, and then that'll be it. And Fatima dies after that. Or she dies next season. Maybe it takes longer than just a couple episodes, because that would escalate pretty quickly if she dies that fast. Yeah, Henry has gotten a really good storyline this season, for sure. Hard to watch at times, Darrell, but it is stellar. Hey, Damon. Welcome back. Amanda says, no doctor would immediately go after a patient that hard and that quickly. Absolutely. That was a dead giveaway that she was a phony. Absolute phony. NSP says, this is extremely cruel, what he is doing to Henry. Absolutely. It's as cruel as it gets. Fake Victor, fake grandson, and fake doctor were acting just like the man in yellow in this hallucination. I can kind of see that, Darrell. NSB says, someone said, how would Henry know before waking from the coma about how adult Victor would look like? Yeah, that's a good point. How would he know? How would he have dreamed about him before waking up? Good point. Chip says, look at the blanket on the chair. It's the same blanket that Tabby used when she got out of From Town and was laying on Henry's couch. Yes, yes. That's right. And the chair is the same chair Henry was sitting in. Let's see, where's the blanket and the chair? Yeah, so the chair back there behind the heart monitor is the same chair Henry was sitting in too. This is so fake. This is so fake. We don't have a good shot of it in this particular hallucination right here. There isn't the best shot of it, but I'll show you the screenshot of the chair again. This is the chair right here. Here's Henry's chair. See there's the blanket. There's the crocheted blanket Tabitha has, and the couch that matches Henry's chair. The plaid, the yellow and brown, and there's the chair right back there behind the heart monitor. There's a better shot of it in a previous hallucination, but I've shown that before. We get the idea, you know. The chair is back there. It's the same chair from Henry's house with the plaid. And there's the blanket that Tabitha had over her. So, yeah. It's meant to combine elements of Fromville and Henry's life in Camden to make him think that he jumbled all this up in his brain into a dream world and that this is what's real. But it is so phony. And of course, there's back there, behind the doctor's head, there are these pictures on the wall that have runes on them. This doesn't show you clearly. I have clearer shots, but I've shown those already. We get the idea. Those are runes that are on the talismans, and then like there's another shot. I forgot to mention. I think it was in the previous hallucination in this episode where the starling showed up. Where was it? Let me just find that. I think it was somewhere around the middle here. Yeah. Yeah, right here. And we looked at these yesterday. This is a starling, just like the bird that Ethan found with the broken wing. Starling is a pretty evil-ass bird that kills baby birds and steals nests and makes other birds take care of their own babies. These pictures are all pictures from Henry's wall, which I showed yesterday. There's a picture of Victor and Eloise in the snow. I wish this were higher definition, but you can see the outline of that these pictures are the same. There's Victor and Eloise in the snow. And I'll just show this one really quick. I have these handy now, so I don't have to go dig for them. Oops. I screwed up. Hold on. Let me... share my screen again. So, yeah, there's the Victor and Eloise in the snow picture. And here it is on Henry's wall in Camden. Right here. Victor and Eloise in the snow. Right there. And then this one above it is Victor and Eloise as small children. And there's the same picture on the dresser here where it's very blurry, but you can see the outline. Victor and Eloise as small children. It's the same. It's the same frame too. Even the frame is the same. The only picture that I can't place is the one on the left. I haven't seen that one on the wall. But the others, yeah, it's the same. It's the same. And if anything, there's more stuff from Camden than there is from Fromville. But yeah, there's the starling, there's the yellow walls, there are the pictures with runes on them. So there's plenty of Fromville related stuff too. There's the heart monitor that looks just like Donna's heart monitor. And of course, the doctor looks just like the ballerina. And then the only other thing was the picture with the runes, but I don't think I have that as handy. So, but I showed that yesterday. Anyway, so that's the gist of that scene. Let me go back down to where we were at. Let's see. Henry is so happy in this fake reality. Yeah, he wants to go back so badly. Can't really blame him because it's just his dream life. It's exactly what he would love to have, actually happen. To have his son be normal and his daughter is alive and on her way to see him, and Fromville doesn't exist. It's, they have a grandson. In every supernatural attack, it is always a powerful mental attack. Yes, definitely. Recon says, if I'm going to eliminate the anchor, I would hope I have an outboard motor and fuel, or you're just drifting away. Good point. This must be what happened with Abby. I think so, Lucas. Something very similar. Henry might not die. Could be a subversion. Could be. They led us down the garden path thinking Donna was going to die, and Donna's still alive. And that was heavily foreshadowed. Recon says, didn't Victor say the last guy that jumped didn't die until 3 days later? Imagine being in that much pain with no painkillers, proper medical support, and monsters. Don't jump, Henry. Oh, God. Yeah, seriously. That sounds horrific. Amanda says, long-term patients can have their room decorated. Pieces of home can help healing sometimes. Right, indeed. But there's also weird pieces of Fromville in there, things that are, not exact copies of Fromville things, because that would look too unreal. But just little hints like the runes in the artwork, the yellow walls, the starling. So those things are more subtle. The things that are, the things that are exact copies are from his Camden house. Even though we're supposed to believe that Camden house, that life he was living, none of that was real. But I guess a lot of the stuff in his house, that was real. It looked like his house hadn't been updated in a long time. His house still looked very 70s. So that stuff was probably real. It was there in the 70s. So Henry is being led to believe that he took some bad acid and has been in a coma ever since. So they probably took some stuff from his house and have had it in his room. And this stuff that we're seeing, that's an exact copy of the things from his Camden house, they were probably there back then in the 70s. So it would make sense that they'd be there in his room. Even though the last 40 years, that whole period of time, he's supposed to believe that that's not real. The time after the acid trip, I'm saying, if any of that makes sense. This is a very confusing storyline to talk about. So I hope that makes sense. Darrell. Lucas says, I'm leaning a little more toward Eloise is actually being dead. Not sure. Oh, I hope not. I'm counting on her being alive. It just seems like they've been leading us toward Eloise being alive for so long. What is going on with my device right now? Sorry, there's something wrong. Okay, I think it's fixed now. So Amanda said, I thought Eloise was alive, but she blames Victor for their mother's death, and she kept hiding from him because of that. That could be. Manasa says, can Julie really change the story through her abilities, only getting info and passing info? I think it's possible. It's possible, like maybe she could change the story only when she's meant to. Like when you can't change the story if it's already been written a certain way, if it's already meant to be a certain way. She's already failed to save Jim, so she can't save him. That's it. With Boyd, she was always meant to throw the rope to Boyd, so she could do that at least. So she could still get something done. And yes, Amanda, absolutely. If you can't take care of you, how can you how can you take care of others? Yes, exactly. That's why I always advocate when you're being a caregiver for somebody else, you've got to remember to do self-care, or you're not going to be any good to your loved ones. Recon says, holy crap, imagine the fake grandson turns up in town. That would really screw with us. Yes, it would. It sure would. Let's see. But Fatima is away from the golem, so how she would be protected? I don't know, Darrell. I think that the golem probably isn't really protecting her yet anyway. Until it comes to life. So let's see. Yeah, I wonder if the name Sebastian means anything or comes from anything too. Yeah. Darrell says, at this point, I would say Julie is not going to change the story, and she will help get everyone out by finding out stuff in the past. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think she may have something else important to do, but it will be something that she was always meant to do. Like the way she was always meant to throw the rope to Boyd. Like, for example, maybe she's going to save Eloise, and she was always meant to do that. Ship says, aren't those pictures on the wall the same symbols that are on the talismans? Yes, they are. Or I'll pull up the better image that I have showing. They're not the exact images from the talismans, but they're similar, and they have runes on them that are the same as on the talismans. So hold on, I've got that image here. This is a better shot of it zoomed in. So you can see on the sides of this woman figure, it looks like a woman anyway, I think, runes. These are the same runes that are on the talismans. They kind of look like trees. And then this figure in the middle, it looks like it could be some sort of demon, maybe with horns. A little hard to see, but could be. And then below that, there's this other one that has more runes that look kind of like trees, and a woman and a man holding hands between a fire. This looks like a fire. I think that is. And so I think that somebody in the chat, I don't remember who it was, but last night someone in the chat said this could represent Tabitha and Jade. So apologies. I wish I could remember who said it, but I read so many comments. I don't remember who said what. So I think this represents, I agree, this represents Tabitha and Jade, who get reincarnated over and over again, the man and the woman, and the runes on either side of them. Really interesting. Love that artwork. All right, let's go back to this tab and Henry's despair. As if we haven't looked at this long enough. Poor Henry. Let's see. Lucas says, I assumed that Julie would run into Man in Yellow at least one more time before story walking into the season 3 finale. Right. She might. She still could. You never know. She still could run into him one more time. Yeah, reality is often disappointing. Isn't that all too true, NSB? God, it really is. To make Henry truly believe that it's a real world, they kept all related items. When he can see his future grandson blanket is just a thing. Yeah. Zulinator says, I have a theory that the Lake of Tears is actually the pool. Did anyone notice when Jade was tripping, he saw the sign above the pool saying answer instead of motel? Yes, indeed. That's a cool theory. That would be interesting. Maybe somehow it's the pool in plain sight all along. Amanda says, I believe their hospital room is so fake. Oh, yes. Yes, it is. Darrell says the Man in Yellow will be exposed in episode 9. I think that's likely. You know why? Because the actress who plays Sophia, Julia Doyle, said that her favorite episode is episode 9. So to me, that says something big happens related to Sophia in that episode. It must have been a fun one for her to play, for her to act in, and that's why it's her favorite. So she probably gets exposed. That would be a big thing to put in the penultimate one instead of the finale, though. Yeah, Amy agrees. Definitely fake reality being shown. Samuel says you got to put your own mask on your own mask before putting on someone else's. Can't help anyone if you pass out. Yes, I always use that analogy too. When your airplane is crashing, God forbid anyone winds up on one like that, but you put on your own oxygen mask before you put on anyone else's, because you're no good to anyone else if you pass out. So that's why self-care is so important. That's the analogy I always use too. Let's see. So Chip thinks that that's not a fire between them holding hands. They think it's a crib. Could be a crib. Maybe, symbolizing their child who got sacrificed. They had a child. Lucas says if Fatima was going to die, the season 3 finale would have been the time. I think her new power is important. I think she will live. I thought so too. Like that was their chance to kill her off, but maybe, her new power is important, but it's going to be like only a temporary thing. It's going to kill her the more she uses it, so she won't be able to use it for long. I mean, let's face it. Like, if she can neutralize the power of Smiley, that kind of makes things too easy for them. So I don't think they'll be able to just use that power all the way through the end of the series. But you never know, I guess. Recon says, I tried to restore and upscale the artwork from Henry's room. It's in Discord. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. I don't know how to get higher resolution images of things, and I'm always working with shitty low-res images, so that is really helpful. I will take a look at that. Thank you. Darrell says they would have had more focus on what is happening to Fatima before episode 8 if she was going to die. Yeah, I don't think she's going to die that fast, but I think she will probably die in season 5, related to what's happening to her right now. Hey, Choco Beauty, welcome. Nice to see you. So Darrell thinks that episode 9 is likely Sophia's last episode. Oh, so you're sorry to see her go. You're like all the evil girls. You're like all the psycho ones, huh, Darrell? Best sleep with one eye open is all I can say with those girls. NSB says, what's more interesting is the story of it. Saint Sebastian was an early Christian martyr. Oh, he was a Roman soldier who turned to Christianity and was ultimately persecuted for it. Oh, okay, cool. Maybe there's some connection, some inspiration from that because of all the biblical references they have in the show. Maybe they chose that for some connection to that. Thank you, Zulinator, for calling attention to that. 100 people watching. Let's get the likes up to 100 at least to support this awesome channel. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate that. Yes, please hit that like button, guys. 101 watching. So I don't get it because my lives will get like 1,000 views and there'll only be barely 100 likes. And I just don't understand because it doesn't cost anything. It's free to hit the like button. It's free, guys. It doesn't cost a thing. And it helps so much. It's not just about a pat on the back for me. It tells YouTube, hey, people are interested in this. Show this to more people. More people wind up finding my channel. So please do hit that like. Stronger Every Day says there was an early explorer named Sebastian. Okay, cool. Sebastian Cabot. Nice. You guys are so smart. So much knowledge in the Fromily. I just love talking to you guys. I learn so much from these conversations with you all. Chip says many people like me are watching on their televisions and chatting on their phones. You actually have to do a couple extra clicks for a like on the television, so maybe that's it. Yeah, I know. I think that's part of it. A lot of people are using smart TVs to watch these nowadays. So, okay, that's one way to explain it. So you can always, most people have smartphones. You can always pull out your phone and pull up the stream and hit the like on there. There's a way around it. So just a humble ask from me. So over at the clinic, let's get to this scene. Fatima is being checked out by Christy. And where are my notes now? Okay. So she's going to stay the night here. And wow, there's still like a bunch of important stuff. This episode was packed. She asks Fatima if she has any shortness of breath, lightheadedness, or pain. Fatima says no, and that cold sensation she had is gone. Fatima asks Marielle if she thinks there's some way to control this. And Marielle, since Christy tried to put a muzzle on her, Marielle says it's hard to say, but Fatima presses her on this, saying, you must have had some idea. And Mari says, yeah, I think there's a couple of things we could try. So Christy's like, can I talk to you? And they leave the room together. Mari starts laying into Christy, saying, you heard her. She said she wants to try. Are you really going to tell her that she can't use this? And Christy interrupts her, saying, hey, her blood pressure is 53/33, and her heart rate is 19 beats per minute. Marielle says, that's impossible. And Christy says, yeah, I know. I checked twice. Medically speaking, she shouldn't even be alive right now. Creepy as fuck. Creepy. She's like a dead woman walking at this point. So she's a walking corpse at this point. That's Fatima. She did. She did. So yeah, very, very weird. Marielle needs to leave Christy. Yeah, Christy is an ass. I have to agree, Amanda. Christy is being an ass to her. Cooling in the body like that is a natural thing to happen when you die, right, NSB? It's like she's already dead. Chip says if Fatima is really changing into one of those monsters, then that means that those monsters are really, really old because Fatima's transformation is happening slowly. Yeah, oh, they're definitely old as fuck. They've been around for centuries, I think, based on the clues that this has been happening. This has been going on since colonial times. The old settlement and the colonial man in Jade's visions. Stronger says, I knew as soon as Christy stated asking her all those questions, something was up. Started asking her all those questions. Gotcha. Yeah, that was creepy. That's why Christy was asking her all that, grilling Fatima on her symptoms. Recon says, fun fact, I did a research project with frogs in the outback Australia a couple of years ago, and those crazy shits turn off their heart when in hibernation. No way. That's crazy. That is wild. And they somehow survive. They somehow live through that. That is wild. Nature is really amazing. The stuff that happens that shouldn't even exist. I'm just amazed by nature. I took a walk earlier tonight at dusk, and just looking at a bunch of fireflies always amazes me. Just the fact that fireflies exist. Amanda says, I want to know how all of this is going on at Colony House, and the Colony House members being there sharing nosy selves haven't noticed and or reacted more. Secret meeting and buckets of dirt coming into Colony House. Good point, Amanda. Yeah. There's a lot of people at Colony House, and how did they not notice what's happening with the golem, for example? Oh, wow. So the frogs do that underground? That's wild. So NSB says, yeah, that, so, it was Kevin. Kevin touched Jasmine Monster's face, and he told her she was warm. He was basically a red shirt. They just gave him a name at the last minute to kill him off, but he was a red shirt. Yep. That always stood out to me. These motherfuckers don't have blood or heart pumping in them. Yeah. And yet somehow she was warm. How was she warm when they don't have blood in them or a pumping heart? And Fatima said she felt something cold in her when she connected with Smiley. So that doesn't really, that's kind of a plot hole. That's sort of an inconsistency because Jasmine was not cold, according to Kevin. Stronger says she should have been like, are you craving human flesh? Have an urge to slash anyone, right? Yeah, probably those are symptoms she should be asking about. Zulinator says, I still feel the writers of this show missed a step, and if not, it has taken way too long. The Martin reveal was epic, and him transferring his worms to Boyd. Why was he chained for so long? Yeah. I think we really need more answers about Martin. They need to explain what the deal is about that. I'm inclined to think that Martin was the man in yellow now. Martin gave his blood to Boyd, and that blood made Boyd hallucinate and think he saw the ballerina hallucinations, and he started to think that maybe he was in a coma and dreaming all this. Sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? Sophia gives her blood to Henry to drink. It's a little different, but then Henry starts having his own hallucinations, much more immersive ones than Boyd and the ballerina, but Henry has hallucinations, and Henry begins to believe he's really in a coma dreaming all this. So I think there could be a connection there, and could be a clue that Martin was actually the man in yellow in disguise. I've always believed that Martin was probably just the evil entity and not really there anymore. Not really a human being who was there anymore. But does that mean that the man in yellow was trapped in there? Was the man in yellow entity somehow trapped, the corporeal man in yellow? I don't know. It does open up a lot of questions. I want answers in the end. I really do. Yeah, it could be Jasmine's glamour magic that made her feel warm. That's true, Amy. Kevin just saying what she wants to hear so he gets some love. Townsfolk are going to burn Fatima at the stake at this point. Maybe so, Samuel. Oh, cool. I've never caught fireflies. It must be hard to do. Like, they don't come that close to me to, have that opportunity to grab them. I would like to do it just to look at them up close and then let them go, of course. Jasmine was also highlighted by asking, did you think I was going to be cold? Yes, she did. Oh, fireflies are magical. Magical. Places where you could see them, they only show up in certain areas. I didn't see them until I was a full-grown adult. And it turned out I just wasn't looking in the right places. So it's got to be the right time of year, climate, and location. For me, in like southern New England and now in Iowa, I'm finding that they come out in June, and they're around from June through like mid to late July. And that's it. You only see them that time of year. And they like to hang out near in really dark areas near water. They like to be near water. So if you have like a pond, if you have like a nearby lake or a pond, and it's, you're in like I don't know what parts of the country have them and what parts don't, but I know southern New England, we had them, and here in Iowa, we have them. So, take that for what you will, but that type of climate, we have them in June through July, and then that's it. Then they go away. But it really is like magic. When I was a kid, I thought they were fake. I thought they weren't even real. Like I didn't believe that something like that could exist. Yeah, don't worry, Chip. It's not going to be, it's all just a dream. The creators of the show said in an interview when they were asked what endings they could debunk, they said it's not a dream and it's not purgatory. So you could kind of be relaxed in knowing that. Taito says, I think Martin was from the last cycle, but yeah, he was probably man in yellow in that moment. Yes. Yeah, I think he was probably someone who used to be alive, and the man in yellow took his form. Too far north to see fireflies. I'm sorry, Chip. They are beautiful. They're beautiful to see. And, you just have to be in the right place at the right time and the right climate. And it's only, for me, I can only see them for a month and a half out of the year. And they only come out at dusk. By the time it's really the dark of night and, complete blackness, then they kind of go away. They turn off their lights, or they go to sleep or something. I don't know what they do. Stronger says also have to have a bit of longer grass. People keep the grass cut too low nowadays. True. And I was really hoping that there'd be fireflies here in Iowa when I moved here, because I had to walk by myself and look at the fireflies when I lived in Rhode Island. I wanted the chance to do this with somebody else, and I got to do that now. I don't have to be alone anymore watching the fireflies because they're here too. So back to the breakdown. So Tabitha, Victor, and Ethan arrive back at the house.
What was that guy's name?
What guy's name?
The firefly walker.
That was Karl.
Oh, okay.
I mentioned that a few minutes ago that we went for a walk earlier.
Okay. A lot of fireflies.
Yeah.
Did you mention that?
Yeah. So then Tabitha, Ethan, and Victor get home. Ethan asks if he can go to Colony House with Victor to check on Donna, and she says she'll meet him there. Convenient way to write Ethan and Victor out of the scene so Tabitha can be left alone with this ringing phone. And the moment we were all waiting for, this was in a trailer from the critics. It was a critics trailer I guess it was for the critics. And it was way too spoilery. I wish this hadn't been spoiled in a trailer. The ringing phone and then Tabitha getting choked up against the RV. But it was still an epic ending to the episode. So she answers the phone. I love this haunted ass phone. I was so happy it came back. And the creepy ass Thomas voice came back. I love evil Thomas. I just find that such a fun, like, dark storyline. It's so twisted. So twisted to have I know I have a wicked, dark sense of humor sometimes, but to have their dead child who wasn't even old enough to talk, calling them and be so evil, I just find it so perversely funny. I'm sorry. I'm weird. But she answers the phone and the voice says, "Mom, it's Thomas. Aren't you going to say anything?" She says, "What do you want?" And he just drops the pretense right away. He doesn't even try keeping up this sweet, innocent act. He says, "Come to the RV or I'll hurt Julie and Ethan." I love it. I love it. It's just so dark, so creepy. So we've got the reveal that the Thomas voice was indeed the man in yellow, because when she gets to the RV, she's met by the man in yellow. So I got a theory confirmed there. I got a theory confirmed with that and with the Faraway tree coming down, pretty much, because they're planning on pulling the tree down, and I've been predicting ever since I saw the episode title, "If a Tree Falls in the Forest," that in that episode, the finale, that Faraway tree was going to come down. So that theory of mine was confirmed, and this theory I've had since season 3, that the Thomas voice is produced by the man in yellow. And I just figured it makes sense because both voices, both are disembodied voices that spoke to Jim and told him that some member of his family was out doing something, and it was framed like a warning, but it was creepy, and this entity, whatever it was, shouldn't have known, and obviously was watching his family. So both times that happened. First, it was the man in yellow on the radio telling Jim, "Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole," indicating that he's watching her. There's some entity watching her, and he runs off looking for her. And then with the Thomas voice, it tells Jim that Julie and Ethan, you shouldn't be letting them play outside so close to dark. And so then Jim runs off and finds Julie and Ethan. So once again, it indicated there's some entity watching them. It knew Julie and Ethan were outside close to dark, feeding the animals. And so to me, it just made logical sense that it's the same entity. And so I figured, like, the man in yellow could just change his voice. The man in yellow sounded completely different on the radio. He had a southern twang to his voice. So I figured he's like a ventriloquist. He can change his voice. then when we got the season 4 trailer and we saw that he's a shapeshifter, that bolstered my theory even more, because I thought, if he can change forms, well, surely he can change his voice, because did we think he was going to shapeshift into a young girl and still sound like Doug Hughes? I don't think so. So, of course, he could change his voice. Ergo, he could be the Thomas voice. And Thomas was so fucking evil, trying to put Ethan in harm's way, telling him, Mom's coming back on an ambulance. You have to be brave. You can't be afraid. She's going to need you. So then he winds up running outside at night when the ambulance shows up. So, obviously an evil entity. It also laughs at Jim and Ethan. It tells Jim, why did you let Mommy go? Why did you want her to die, on the phone? And then on the RV, on the radio, it talks to Ethan and Jim and tries to get them to listen, and then does this evil laugh when they don't listen. So clearly it was evil, and who else would it be but the Man in Yellow entity? So we pretty much got all the confirmation we need. Personally, I didn't need the show to hold my hand and show this to me. It confirmed this so obviously that the Thomas voice is Man in Yellow, but sometimes they do hold your hand and give you more than you need. Hey, Diana. Good morning. Chip says, with the phone ring, I was like, what the fuck? When does the phone ring? Is this season 1? Right. Let's see. Is that a real threat to Tabitha? I'll remove your parental responsibilities. Good point. Yeah. Lucas says, I liked the ending too. Final season was weak, but final episode was good. Oh, you're talking about Lost? Yeah. I liked the ending of Lost as well, and I just finished it for the first time this year, rather. Darrell says, when people see that it says from the producers of Lost, people have the misunderstanding that Lost and From was created by the same people. Right. They're trying to give that impression because Lost was such a popular show and they want From to get more visibility. But really, it's just Jack Bender and Jeff Pinkner. Let's see. Tito says, I need to go to sleep. Oh my God, it's late. Yeah, it's been 5.5 hours. We only have 2 more scenes to break down, but we've already touched on some of the Man in Yellow scene, so you almost made it to the end. I'm gonna try to finish this as quickly as I can so that I can go take care of myself. Just 2 more scenes to get through. Diana, I'm in a lot of pain. My pain has been a lot worse lately. It's been even worse than usual. So, that's something I'm really struggling with a great deal, but these live streams are really helping. It's a distraction that's very therapeutic for me. So I'm grateful that I have this and I have this amazing community. Zulinator says, Ethan and Elgin both had seizures just like Sophia's father. They both refer to a lake, yet somehow we are 4 seasons in and they are yet to interact with each other and compare notes. Good point. I know, I think Elgin saw the Lake of Tears in his dream and he's mistaken. Elgin thinks that he saw the Brundles. I think what he saw was actually the Lake of Tears. And he's incorrect. Ethan went to the Brundles and he was like, no, this isn't it. I don't know why Ethan knew that wasn't it, but Ethan saw the Lake of Tears in a vision, and I really think that Elgin also saw that in his dream, and they need to compare notes. That's a great point. Definitely. And they both had seizures because you know why? They both connected with the boy in white. Elgin had a premonition dream with the boy in white in it on his way into town. And Ethan, I definitely think that he had that vision of the Lake of Tears because of the boy in white. Because then the boy in white appeared to him shortly after, and Victor said the boy in white chose him. So yes, they do need to compare notes. Great point. Man in Yellow is fake Thomas and controlling the jukebox. Those things have been confirmed this episode. Yeah, because the jukebox came on to fuck with Henry. That's right. I think that it may be that not only the man in yellow controls the jukebox, though. I think it might also be that the boy in white can do it too, and maybe the spirits of the dead in addition. So just because the man in yellow does it doesn't mean he's the only one. Same thing with Sarah's voices. Just because we know the man in yellow creates some of Sarah's voices doesn't mean he creates all of them. Something to keep in mind. Stronger says, I'm so glad I refused to watch any of the trailers. Be careful. I already saw several channels trying to show leaked footage. I'll be in residency all next week, so I won't have time to be on socials. Yeah, don't watch the trailer for episode 9. Anyone who does not want some ridiculous spoilers, don't watch the episode 9 trailer. I'm not going to talk about it I didn't say anything about it during this live, and I'm not planning on doing it. If I do another live this week on Friday night, if I have time to do a live, I will talk about it then, and I will give spoiler warnings before I do. I won't do it for the whole stream, but whenever we get to talking about it, I will do spoiler warnings at that point. So you can still show up to the next stream because we won't talk about it the whole time. And before I mention anything, I will do spoiler warnings. Let's see. Because I understand. I don't blame you for not wanting to see the trailers and, get spoiled by MGM. Yes, we are from Ali, Amanda. We are. Stronger says, I think Julie is with Elgin and somehow they will figure out the Lake of Tears. I hope so. But Julie is picking, she's picked the worst time to become a total skeptic. Yeah, From should have been made back when there were so many episodes of Lost. I agree. Yeah, I wish. I need more episodes too. Yeah. Recon says, I think the people themselves made the music on the jukebox. Like if their feelings are amplified, it picks up on their frequency or something and plays a corresponding song. Oh, interesting. I like that idea. Like, for example, when Tabitha and Jim were sitting there in the diner in season 1, their song Blue by Joni Mitchell came on the jukebox. I don't think that was the evil entity that time because it actually helped them. They had been arguing and not getting along at all and were close to divorce. And when that song came on, they started actually opening up to each other in a way that they hadn't. Like, they actually started speaking their feelings and being honest with each other. And I think that song brought it out of them. So in that case, maybe it was like Recon said, and their feelings brought the song onto the jukebox. Kind of like when Boyd's If I Had a Boat song came on the jukebox too. Maybe he manifested it to come on. And the Matthews manifested their song to come on. Anyway, or the boy in white did it to help them, to help Tabitha and Jim connect. The writers used the haunted phone, but I wonder why the writers never used the TVs in town as a way to screw with the townspeople. Great point, Mike Light. I would love to see that. The haunted TVs would be fun. I love the haunted phone and the haunted jukebox. And so let's keep on going here. So now we have a brief Ghost Khatri scene. here. And so Boyd comes back. Now, keep in mind, this is right after his really bloody hallucination full of all the dead bodies. And so right after he comes out of that hallucination, he gets to the sheriff's station and finds Ghost Khatri waiting for him on the steps. And Khatri says, you know, no version of Jade's plan's ever going to be good enough for you, right? So he's just rejected another of Jade's plans. He's just had a horrible, bloody vision of all those dead people. And then, boom, Khatri pops up to him because he wants him to listen to Jade and follow one of his plans. He wants him to do it because I think he's trying to help and working for the boy in white, or he is the boy in white, of some kind of, you know, projection of the boy in white, like a different form. So Boyd is like, I'm not fucking talking to you right now. Goes inside, and then Khatri is in there. He just like a ghost. This is a ghost for you. You know, you walk away from them, you go in a building, and then there they are. I love that ghost trope that they used here. So he's in there, and Boyd just like flips out, like, oh God, no! You got something to tell me, then fucking tell me. Khatri says, all right, and then he just levels with him. He says, you need to get over it, Boyd. And Boyd's like, excuse me? Khatri says, you need to get over the fact that you killed your wife. You need to accept that you did what you did because it was the only choice you had. And nothing you did that morning could have saved her. Just like you need to accept the fact that no matter how great the plan is, you're probably going to lose people going into those tunnels. You're not in peacetime anymore, Boyd. This isn't about keeping everybody safe and sound. You think this place pushed back before? No, Boyd. Look at me. This is it. This is where you make your stand. And it's not about saving everyone. It's about saving everyone you can. When you shot Abby, you saved Ellis. When you go down in those tunnels and collect those bones, yeah, you're probably going to lose some people, but you could save a lot more. So suck it up, make your choice, and live with it. Another great Khatri speech to add to the collection. Loved it. That was fantastic. He was spot on, as always. Another fantastic set of points that he made. And this mirrored, in a lot of ways, the speech he gave Boyd back in season 1, where he told Boyd that, you know, he can't imagine having to live with what Boyd has to live with regarding Abby. And he says, I wish you had the luxury of grief, but you don't. You need to be the one to lead these people home. So he was basically telling Boyd back then, you need to get over it. Back then, he's still on the same message. You know, he needs to move on and let go of the guilt and the trauma because it's holding him back from being able to lead properly. He has to be the one to lead these people and get them home, at least as many of them as he can. And he can't save them all. The waitress monster in season 3, she actually was telling the truth when she was screwing with Boyd, and he had to choose between saving Randall or saving the people on the ambulance. And she said, you can't save them all. But it was kind of foreshadowing what's happening now, because Boyd can't save them all. He's going to have to accept that this is not peacetime anymore. They are going to war against this place, and they're going to lose some people. There are always casualties in war. I am firmly in the camp of Ghost Khatri is trying to help. I've done a 180 from how I used to think, and that's okay. You know, when you're theory crafting, you have to be willing to change your mind when you get new evidence that really points you in a different direction. seasons 1 and 2. Well, after season 2, I thought Ghost Khatri was evil. I'm not gonna lie. I thought he was. If you go back and listen to what I was saying at the start of season 3, I thought Khatri was sinister as fuck, and I didn't trust him. But season 3 changed my mind about Khatri. I started to have to question. It forced me to question myself because his advice was just undeniably helpful to Boyd. And now in season 4, it's becoming more and more blatantly obvious that he's there to help and that he's working with or somehow a version of the boy in white. He's definitely connected to the boy in white in some form or fashion. Both of them said at some point during the season to somebody, "You're running out of time," as a warning. And the boy in white wants them to save the children, break the curse, trying to lead them to answers however he can, trying to, at least try to point them in the right direction. And Ghost Khatri, I think this is a way that he can do it. I think the boy in white, as himself, appearing as a little kid to Christopher, dumping a bunch of info on him, didn't work, and Christopher snapped. Whereas if he sends these apparitions of people that these folks trust, then they're more willing to listen to their guidance, and he can lead them in the right direction by sending these people. Khatri is Boyd's trusted advisor. Tom is somebody Jade trusts and respects. So I think he sends Tom. Jim is somebody Ethan will listen to, and the main person Ethan needed to hear from. So I think Boy in White sent Jim, and Khatri especially. So that's what I think is going on here, and they're trying to help lead Boyd in the direction he needs to go in. And Boyd has just had that horrible vision of all those dead people, which may have been sent to him as a warning, or it could just be his trauma manifesting itself. His trauma is holding him back. It's keeping him stuck in the past. But I think that vision that he had with all those dead bodies and Abby, there's something different about that one. It shows that there's clear and present danger to the people around him now. That one wasn't grounded in the past. That wasn't about the past massacre. It showed his people now dead on the ground. And Abby. And I think it was a clue, like maybe his trauma that's manifesting these hallucinations about Abby, it's somehow manifested a warning too. Like history is going to repeat itself with Henry, and he needs to make a big move. And then here comes Ghost Khatri to chime in and give his advice, to try to get him to make a big move, take a risk, right after he has that vision. It does make me wonder if Boyd was sent that vision as a warning. It's either that or his trauma just manifested these visions, because he's stuck and he can't move forward as a leader. He can't function properly because his trauma is what's keeping him stuck. And he needs to contend with that. It's holding him back. It's keeping him stuck in the past. Anyway, I'm repeating myself now, so let me go to the chat before we break down the last scene. Okay, so yeah, love this Ghost Khatri scene. Imagine explaining this show and telling people about ghost country. Yeah, this show is trippy as fuck. I love it. I love it. Like, I don't need the monsters ripping people up. Just give me a good old episode with Ghost Khatri and Henry tripping out with his hallucinations, Boyd with his crazy visions, and like, I love this shit. The man in yellow cornering Tabitha, evil Thomas voice on the phone. Like, I live for this stuff. This is why I love From. I don't watch it for blood and guts and the monsters. The monsters are fun. They're cool, but this is why I love the show. Episodes like this is what I live for. I love to dissect stuff like this. This is a theory crafter's dream, this episode. Chip says, I think you're right. The boy in white and the preacher are visions or images created by the same entity, showing us the struggle between good and evil going on in the same place. Right. Yeah, I think so. Khatri's been telling Boyd to get over what happened to Abby since season 1. Exactly, Darrell. He's definitely still on message. Mike Light says, the reason Man in Yellow sounded different on the radio obviously has to do with casting. Well, yeah, I know that. I realize that. But that's what people told me when I said, hey, if he can change his voice to sound different on the radio, he can sound like little Thomas. And people said, oh, well, it's probably not Thomas because it was just casting that made his voice different. Well, it turns out he can change his voice. He changed his voice to be like Thomas. So now we can basically retcon that to say, oh, well, this explains why he sounded different on the radio. That's all I'm saying. Because he wasn't cast yet as Doug Hughes. Well, he doesn't sound anything like that. And now, retroactively, now we can explain that away with the fact that he changes his voice. But I do understand why Boyd carries his guilt. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, who wouldn't? Yeah, so they knew they could have someone else be the voice on the radio because they knew the man in yellow can change his voice. Exactly my point. I thought Father Khatri was the man in yellow for a short time, but after all is said and done, he said the right thing this time. Agreed, Diana. Don't shoot the messenger. Oh yeah, he's already dead. Chip says other images like Boyd seeing the preacher. We know who the preacher was, but if we figure out who the boy in white was, we might solve this whole thing. Right. Yeah. It's hard to say. He's an enigma. Darrell says Doug said he tried to make his voice sound similar to the guy on the radio, but Doug didn't know what the man in yellow was when filming season 3. The creator, John Griffin, doesn't tell actors what's happening. That's right. So he didn't know that he was a shapeshifter. That's right. Oh, don't remind me, NSB. It's already Wednesday, and before you know it, it'll be Sunday. I have so much work to do on my videos. It's not even funny. I have a bad feeling I'm not going to have time to do another live stream this week, guys. I'd love to do a theory and prediction live stream, but I just don't know. J Ohio says, so is Marielle partly right or right or partially wrong? If all the dead are trapped there and suffering, why isn't Father Khatri ghost suffering? Or is Jim ghost suffering? They seemed okay to me, just offering advice. Maybe they're not really the ghosts. They don't seem like they're suffering. I mean, maybe they're miserable there, just like everybody else. And everybody else is miserable and trapped here, but they're able to walk around and go about their day. So it doesn't mean that they're happy, just because they're able to come and give advice. But I hear what you're saying. It could be that they're not the real spirits, that these are projections of the boy in white, visions, or the boy in white himself changing his form. Why didn't Father Kadri have a funeral? I always found that strange. Me too, Diana. Very weird that they didn't fit in time on the show for that. But they don't show every funeral and burial. Stronger says if he gets over his guilt, the man in yellow and monsters can't use it against him. Right, exactly. And they definitely use people's guilt, grief, and trauma against them and feed on it. Absolutely. I liked this episode more than the previous one too, Darrell. I did, and I loved the previous one, but I love episodes like this even more. So much to theorycraft on. Katri Ghost keeps telling Boyd to get the people home, not free the dead. Katri Ghost seems fine, not suffering. Well, I mean, again, just because he's not screaming and wailing doesn't mean he's happy. Let's see. Tez says Sarah is the key to unlocking Sophia's identity as the man in yellow. Notice their interaction when Sophia returned with the suitcase with the yellow jacket. Yes, I was saying the same thing earlier. When I got to that scene, I was saying Sarah looks really suspicious of Sophia. I think she's going to be the one to unmask her. And maybe she'll go through her stuff and find Sophia has those teeth. And then so Sarah's just got to talk to the right people to find out about the man in yellow's bag of teeth. And then there you go. Caught. I think some of the ghosts are still fresh. After years or centuries, they will be miserable. True, Stronger. Recon says Boy and White needs to focus on transforming back into a boy. Right. It's very hard to get over killing your wife of more than 15 to 20 years, I believe, of marriage. Very true, yeah. It's a tall order what Katri is asking of Boyd, for sure. But he's got to do it. He's got to let it go if he's going to, be able to move forward and these entities won't be able to use his grief against him anymore. I think he's being tormented because he's not able to let it go. So this place can manifest these horrible hallucinations to torment him because he can't let go of his guilt. Yeah, I'd love to see ghosts of Mr. and Mrs. Liu too. And I want a ghost Dale. I would love to see a ghost Dale. So anyway, so Katri gives his speech, and where are we? So after he says, make your choice and live with it, Boyd gets pissed and knocks a bunch of stuff on the floor. And then when he turns back around, Katri is gone. So that is that. And then the final scene, the moment of truth, Tabitha gets to the RV. She finds all of Ethan's drawings stuck to the side, super sinister, very threatening of Ethan. The fact that these drawings were taken by the man in yellow and put there so she could be threatened with those right in her face like that. Like, Ethan could be next. First, he killed Jim in this very spot. Let's not forget. Next, it could be Ethan getting killed in this very spot. And that's the idea that he wants to plant in her head. Next, it could be Ethan. If she accesses any more forbidden knowledge, if she digs any deeper, if she encourages them to dig up those bones in any way. Just imagine, he tells her that this is where he killed Jim, and he displays all of Ethan's drawings here. That is fucked up. There is our good friend Doug walking up behind her. So this tacit threat against Ethan through the drawings. And then Doug as Man in Yellow shows up. I keep wanting to just call him Doug. He says, "Thanks for coming. I wasn't sure you would. Know who I am? Oh, you haven't remembered that part yet." There is a big clue that we're getting more Man in Yellow scenes. So Tabitha is going to meet him in some other scene. Tabitha is going to see him, but she hasn't remembered that part yet. So actually, it won't be Tabitha. It'll be Miranda. Miranda must have met him because he said, "You haven't remembered that part yet." So she hasn't remembered that part as Miranda meeting him. So we should get a flashback of her remembering meeting him as Miranda. And then he says, "Your husband died right where you're standing." Remember when we thought that we weren't going to get any more Doug, possibly? I mean, I always knew we'd get some from Julie's story walking, but we've gotten, let's see, 3 scenes this season. This is the 3rd one. I'd still love to have a lot more, but it's great to know that there are plenty of opportunities for them to write the Man in Yellow in. And it doesn't have to be just through story walking. And this isn't a vision. A lot of us thought this was going to be a vision. Those of us who saw the trailer and Tabitha was being choked by this hand that was obviously Man in Yellow's, I thought it was going to be a vision. But look at this. Here he is in the present. Sophia turned back into the Man in Yellow just to meet Tabitha. Fantastic. I loved that he actually showed up in the present time without story walking, without a vision, just here in the present. It gives me hope that we're going to get more Man in Yellow in the present to come. It's going to happen. Once Sophia is exposed, she'll go back to being the Man in Yellow. I think she loves being the Man in Yellow. So he says, "Your husband died right where you're standing." That is dark. He says, "Jim was so brave. I really liked him. I kept one of his teeth, He just couldn't resist saying that. Dumb villain monologue, to remind her, like, "Oh yeah, I collect teeth." She already did know about the bag of teeth from his car, though. So when they find teeth on Sophia, they will be able to put 2 and 2 together for sure. So he's telling on himself. And someone said earlier that maybe this was kind of like a hint, he could shapeshift into Jim using one of his teeth and take her out on a date. Just funny to think of, because he seems to have an affinity for her. He really did like Jim. That's the thing. He told Jim, I really liked you. And he seemed to genuinely mean it. He said, "You tried so hard." He appreciates people who really try hard in this game. He respects them, I think. He wasn't lying. And I'm sure he keeps teeth from all his victims, though. Sophia kept a tooth from the pastor. I thought it was interesting that he mentioned that, and maybe he does use them to shapeshift into people. Some kind of witchcraft thing, because teeth have been used in witchcraft to put a hex on the person the tooth came from, to have control over that person. And maybe that could translate to being able to transform into them, to shapeshift into them, by having one of his teeth. But I don't believe Ghost Jim was him. You could say this is a hint that he was Ghost Jim, but I don't believe it. I think Ghost Jim is going to be a helpful entity, That's what I'm thinking, but we'll see. I think he was trying to help Ethan, and the Lake of Tears is important. So Tabitha says, "Did you bring me here to kill me?" He says, "Kill you? Heavens no. We've been through so much, you and I. You're as close to a friend as I ever had. You and Jade, you're doing so well this time. I wouldn't dream of killing you." So he's enjoying watching them play the game. This is fun for him. This is playtime. This is like something that he takes sadistic pleasure watching. So it's too soon. It's too soon for him to kill them off. And then he strokes her face. He said, "I wouldn't dream of killing you." And then as he strokes her face, he says, "Not yet." Creepy. So yeah, not just yet anyway. In the previous timeline, he didn't mind letting Smiley killed Miranda, and then he eats her liver. But yeah, it's not time yet. And Tabitha says, "Then why am I here?" And then all of a sudden he grabs her throat very ominously, very unsettling. He says, "You're here because you're about to do something you've never done before. We've played this game so many times. The notion of you digging up those bones." And then he actually sounds gleeful over that. Gleeful. And he says, "You may have finally found the key to setting those children free, to bringing your own children home. Or you're about to unleash a type of suffering you can't even begin to imagine." That is dark. I mean, he really seemed like he was excited by the idea of them digging up the bones, but that could have been him putting on a show. It seemed like he was excited by the prospect, like he almost wants it to happen. And maybe he does. Maybe he does because it'll allow him to unleash this new level of suffering on them. You can crank up the heat on them. And he might also be eager for them to do it because perhaps if they figure out what they need to do with the bones and set the children and everyone free, then he'll get set free as well, which would be why he's so happy about it. It could be a win-win, or a heads you win, tails heads you win, tails I lose? Is that how it goes? Heads I win, tails you lose. No, that's it. Heads I win, tails you lose. It's that old trick. Either way, he wins. It's a win-win. If they all escape, maybe he gets to escape into the world and torment the world, and perhaps he's bored to death. He sounds happy that finally something different is happening. They've played this game so many times, and she's about to do something she's never done before, digging up the bones. So maybe he's bored. It's been centuries of the same thing, the same story. Always ends the same way. So it feels sincere. And they've been doing this dance for centuries. She really feels like a friend to him. He's taken a liking to her. This is a long relationship that they've had, knowing each other through all of her lifetimes for centuries. Her and Jade. But he doesn't really single Jade out as like a friend to him, only her. I wonder what his relationship was like with Jade. This was just such a surreal scene. And just look at that deadly, shriveled up hand around her neck. So, and he flashes her a smile with those rotten teeth, lets her go, and says, "This was really nice. I've missed you. I'll see you soon." And kisses her hand, and then goes on his way. And as he walks away, he hums a little tune. And in our watch party in the Discord, after we watched the episode, we talked to Doug, who plays the man in yellow. He was kind enough to talk to us for about an hour in the watch party channel voice chat, and he said that he didn't even really know which song he was humming there. That he said that there were multiple takes done, and they had him hum a few different songs that were in the public domain, and in the end there were kind of a mixture of things, and he wasn't sure which version they used. So we're not sure what song that was. He also said that there was a little bit of dialogue that they cut out. I'd love to know what it was, but he's not allowed to say what lines they cut out. So we don't know. But he said that he was disappointed that they cut a little bit of his dialogue out. But this was still the most dialogue that he's ever had in a scene. So that was cool to see. And a totally different tone, a different type of scene than he's ever done on the show before. Very playful, really fascinating mind games he's playing with Tabitha. There's definitely a strong sense that he's threatening her with killing Ethan next if she digs too deep again. If she's part of this effort to dig up the bones, for example. And so, when your enemy threatens you, remember what Boyd said. When your enemy threatens you, that means he's threatened by you. It means he's, when your enemy threatens you, when your enemy tries to scare you, it means he's scared of you. I think that's important to keep in mind, and it's probably true in this case. He's probably threatened that they're getting this far. They've never gotten this far before. Again, unless maybe it's a win-win for him, and maybe no matter what, he'll come out on top, because if they lose, then they're stuck here, they're still stuck here for eternity, and he gets to keep preying on people's fear and suffering over and over again. But if they all escape, maybe they let him escape too, and then he has the whole world to prey upon. What a horrifying thought. So let me know what you think in the chat, and then we'll close it down after that. We'll give it a few minutes and then go through what you guys have to say, and then we will close it down. Recon says it doesn't matter what song it was, as long as MGM didn't have to pay out any money to an artist, I guess. Yeah, they didn't want to have to pay anything, so they picked something in the public domain. 112 says probably Tabby rejected him in the first timeline. Could be. I don't know. I just think he was being playful with her. I don't think this means that they had some kind of romantic relationship or anything, or familial relationship. Man in Yellow is so lucky being a demon and not having to pay taxes, right? Man in Yellow wants some fun. He sure does. 112 says, do you think the Man in Yellow just collects trophies like Dexter? For sure, he doesn't have the full set of rules. He's not all-knowing. Yeah, I don't know. I think the teeth probably have a purpose. It's a dual thing, dual purpose. He probably treats those like trophies, but also teeth have been used in witchcraft. And Sophia was doing incantations using the egg, bringing Roger to life. So this could be some kind of witch or warlock entity, and that's what the teeth are for. I think that he's all-knowing, omniscient when he's not in corporeal form. I made a video last week, a deep dive into episode 7, in which I explained all the evidence that I've found for the entity being omniscient before he turned into the man in yellow form. When he's corporeal, like the man in yellow and Sophia, then he doesn't seem to be omniscient, and he has some limitations. But when he's not corporeal, and, you know, before he came to town, there was strong evidence that the entity was omniscient. And I lay that out in my episode 7 deep dive video. If you haven't checked that out, I would please ask that you still give it a view, a comment, a like. I would really appreciate it. It's still relevant now. There's nothing that's been debunked in it, and it has a lot of theories and predictions. So I don't have the episode 8 breakdown out yet, but in the meantime, check out the episode 7 deep dive. I'll put the link in the chat. I didn't get it done and released until Saturday last week, so it definitely hurts the views, unfortunately, but I'll put the video link right there in the chat. So I'll put that in the description of the live stream too when the stream ends. So please still watch it. I would really appreciate it. I swear it's worth it. It's a theory deep dive. It's not a recap. Tez says, Man in Yellow seemed to show so much affection towards Tabitha Miranda. There is definitely a history between them. Oh, yeah, there's no question there's a long history of them knowing each other and all, for sure. And I don't think it's romantic or anything like that, but he just genuinely seems to like her in a twisted way. Let's see. Let's see. She stole those pictures at the start of the episode. He just said to Tabitha that he's been in the house. Yes, that's right. She did that. He did that to threaten her. That's Man in Yellow's food. Of course, he is so excited to meet her and befriend her again. It's got to be more unique than that, obviously. Oh, yeah, absolutely. His future food. Oh, thanks for pointing this out, Tez. 9 more likes to hit the 100 mark. Let's do this. I understand watching from a smart TV takes a couple of steps, but that's all it is. A couple of steps. Walk with me. Thank you, Tez. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yes, please, please, please. Anyone who's listening, watching, please, if you can, if you have your phone handy, just open your phone, pull up the live stream, and hit the like on that if you're watching on the TV. It would really help me out. It helps me get more subscribers that way. The like is really important for that. Recon says the only characters to meet Man in Yellow in the flesh has been at that spot. Can he only leave that spot in a different form? That's a good point, Recon. It's really odd that this is the only spot where we've seen people meet the Man in Yellow in the flesh. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I think he can probably leave that spot. It's just that he can't go to town because Victor will recognize him, you know. Sophia said to the pastor, I couldn't come to them as I was, not with everything they've learned. So he has to stay away from town dressed as the Man in Yellow. And so that explains that. And why future Julie said to Jim, we've got to get to town. We can't stay here. It's not safe. If Jim had gone back to town with future Julie, then the Man in Yellow wouldn't have followed them there because he couldn't go to them as he was with everything they learned. Tabitha and Jade remembered too much from their past lives, and they might have remembered him Also, Victor might have remembered him. Let's see. The man in yellow is just beyond an evil bastard. True, Diana. He likes playing with his food before devouring. Never understood why the man in yellow just chucked his suit like that. Right. Ted says man in yellow seemed to show. Okay, I read that one already. Sorry. I wish there were a way like it would highlight ones like gray them out so I remember which ones I already read because I jump around. So isn't Alma dead already? No, Alma's not dead. Alma is the black and white goat, and that was shown still eating in the barn after the other goat was found dead in the bag. So Alma is still alive. Darrell says, man in yellow isn't too fussed. His cover gets blown and not a big deal for him. Right. Yeah, I guess he's not too worried about his cover getting blown, I guess. Yeah, that's a good point. He's probably not even that worried about it. Doug kissing Tabby's hand, he got Riz when he isn't talking about killing her husband. Yeah, he does. He does have Riz. Jim, the man in yellow killed me, but at least he liked me. Thanks. At least somebody likes Jim. Diana says, I have 2 reasons why I don't think GJ was real. 1, Ghost Jim. Okay. 1, he got that man in yellow smirk on his face for just the briefest moment while telling Ethan the radio was broken and directing the lake of tears. Yeah, that's possible. It's possible that it's an evil thing. Could be. Yeah, this was a direct threat against Tabitha. Tez says man in yellow appears to be someone who was friend-zoned by Tabitha. The way he stroked her hair, kissed her hand, and at one point grabbed her by the neck in frustration. Yeah, maybe so. You never know. It's possible. Maybe he came on to her when he infiltrated the town as the man in yellow in the 70s. He came on to Miranda. Doug caresses her face, chokes her, and kisses her hand, all the foreplay. It's for some people, I guess, Darrell. For some. The man in yellow picked that opportunity to threaten Tabitha because she is at her weakest point. Yes, Diana. Big time. And this is bad timing. She just finally committed to trying to, promising Victor and Ethan that she was going to get them home. And now she's not going to be trying to deliver on that promise because she's going to be paralyzed by fear. And that's his goal, to terrorize her, keep her, she's already been paralyzed by his threats, by the knowledge comes at a cost threat. She was paralyzed all season. She's been afraid to actually work with Jade at all. And she was finally going to start trying again, and now this happens. She felt cringed out to the depths of her reincarnated soul from that hand kiss. Oh, absolutely, NSB. 112 says, definitely he's trapped as well. Yeah, he might just be. Jay says, yeah, because Julie said Fromville maybe seeps out into the world, inspiring stories, writers, books. Is it a prison to contain the evil man in yellow and other forest nightmares? Maybe it's a supernatural prison. Very well could be. Zulinator says there is more going on besides years of interaction between Man in Yellow and Tabitha. He seems to adore her, hence why he was afflicted killing her husband, because he knew it would break her. Well, I don't know. He also enjoyed it a lot. He's enjoying this. Like, he seemed like he liked Jim and all, but he also seemed to really enjoy killing him. He's sick. He's a sicko. NSB says, I really wish they would release deleted scenes. Oh, I wish they would too. I really do. Oh, I'd love to see the deleted dialogue from the Man in Yellow. Some of the stuff they cut out. Yeah, I wish they did have episodes longer than 1 hour, but at least this one was 57 minutes. I was glad. It felt like a nice lengthy episode. Diana says, well, first of all, a Man in Yellow needs a bath and scraping badly. His breath would probably choke a horse. I bet it would. He is not only evil, he wrote the book. He derives pleasure out of their suffering and also his power. 100%. Jumac, welcome. You're saying, I love you lot. The fact that I found similar-minded people astounds me. Oh, me too. Me too. I found my tribe here. The Fromville is definitely my tribe. Yeah, I love you guys so much. NSB says, I think Man in Yellow looks at Tabitha the same way you would anticipate your favorite food. For me, it's potatoes. Yes. Likes to play with food. The Man in Yellow is nasty. You're welcome, Sandy. Hang in there. Hang in there. I really hope for the best for you and your husband. Hope that he gets better and can go home soon. Damon says, I'm good. Just got off work half hour ago. Nice, nice. Doing overnight work. Yeah, I get a lot of overnighters listening to these streams. Hear a lot of that. Oh, Diana, you're in Massachusetts? I just moved from Rhode Island last October. So I would have been your neighbor. Green says, I was wondering who Alma was. Yeah, that's Ethan's favorite goat. And Recon says, good thing they didn't name the other goat or we might have cared. Yeah. But yeah, it was a red shirt goat, so no worries. It was just a red shirt goat. I'm doing okay, Amy. Thank you for asking. My pain was horrific earlier, but it's actually gone down a little bit, strangely enough. I don't really know why. It shouldn't have gone down. If anything, it should just be going higher. Damon, yeah, Julie really be going deep. Yes. Always, always. Classic incel, indeed, Jehovah Sins. Yep. So we are coming to the end now. And this is the end of the breakdown. Grand total of 6.5 hours. But we did it, and it only took 2 nights. This was night 2 of the breakdown. The night 2, so it was 5.5 hours last night and 6.5 tonight for a total of that's 12 hours. Wow, my brain is fried. What is wrong with me? 12 hours. 12 hours to break down this episode. Well, it was an excellent episode. What can I say? Oh, thank you, Green Who. Added some likes just to go over 100. Thank you so much. That was sweet of you. Thank you. Zulinator says, yes, we achieved 100 likes. Celebrate good times. Come on. Yes. Yes. I need a clip of the jukebox playing Celebrate Good Times, but then I'd probably get copyright claimed, even just for a few seconds. Because that was such a wicked scene with that jukebox. 101 likes. Thank you, guys. You're the best. Just in time to end the stream. Perfect. Diana said, I was tired from the night before. I crapped out at 8 p.m. last night. Well, glad you could make it for this last section of the stream. That was a long stream last night. And yeah, it was just an amazing episode. I really enjoyed breaking it down. Unfortunately, now I've spent so much time on these two streams that I pretty much haven't even started writing my script for this episode 8 deep dive. So it's gonna take a lot of effort to get it done. I probably at this rate am not gonna have it done until Saturday morning again. So if you have any hypes that you want to give to something on my channel this week, please, maybe save one, allocate one to hold on to for that episode 8 deep dive, which is going to probably not be coming till Saturday morning at this rate, because I have a lot that I want to say about this episode. It's going to be time consuming to make it. So be patient. It'll come. Please still watch it when it comes out, even though it will be late. And the first 48 hours are the most important window of time to watch it. Hype it, like it, comment. All those things are the most important to do during the first 48 hours. That's what tells YouTube this is a video people are into. And then after that first 48 hours, then YouTube decides whether or not to push it out and show it to more people. So just an FYI. And hyping is your superpower, as I always say. Hyping is the most powerful way you can get the word out about my channel. So don't forget, hyping small channels is, an amazing tool at your disposal to help small channels get discovered, like mine. I get 2.2K hype points for every single hype. And, compare that to a 100K sub channel where your hype is only worth 60 points there. So if you want to have a lopsided influence, then give your hypes to small channels, like really small channels, and you'll have a much bigger impact. Each of your hypes will be worth a lot more. So you get 3 hypes per week, and they refresh every Monday. They are only doable on mobile devices, so phones, tablets, and Chromebooks. And you could use all 3 on the same video, or you can spread them out among different videos. And again, it's the most powerful tool you have to get the word out about someone's channel. It boosts videos in the algorithm more than anything else that you can do. So, amazing new tool that YouTube has given you to support the content that you like. And I'm going to get to work tomorrow on my episode 8 deep dive. I'm going to try to get it done as soon as I can. So maybe earmark a hype for that if you have one still. And then I'll try to do another live before the next episode of From, but I can't promise it because I may wind up too busy working on my video. But if I can, I'll do a theory and prediction live stream later in the week. We've already done a lot of theory and prediction talk the last 2 nights. Let's be honest. So I don't know. I don't know if we can do more, but if I can, I will. And if nothing else, I could maybe do a short stream before the new episode on Saturday night. And of course, we'll have our Discord watch party at midnight Eastern on Saturday, as always. The Discord link is in the description of this live stream. And all my links to my most recent videos, I'm going to put them in the description of the stream once I end it in a few minutes. So that'll all be there. My donation information will be in there too. And it's always scrolling at the bottom of the screen here. PayPal is the number one thing because it's international. So it's the easiest way to donate for most people. But there's also Cashapp and Venmo for anyone who's so inclined. Any amount is helpful. It all helps. It all adds up with the high costs of running this channel since I'm not monetized. And that's pretty much it. Let's see. So can't believe there are other people who like the show as much as me. Oh, you know it, Damon. There are a lot of us. There are loads of us. Glad that you found us. I can't believe that you didn't know that, because oh my god, there's so many of us out here in the Fromville. So you came to the right place. We are all obsessed with this show, so definitely came to the right place. Just happened to catch you. I thought you would come on later. Perfect timing. Yes, I'm glad you could make it again. Welcome to the fold. Welcome to our little corner of the Fromville here. Glad you're here. One Punch Man Tolkien fans. Bye to you too. Have a good morning. Thrilled you were still here this morning. I'm glad you can make it, Diana. So glad. You're such a lovely person. It's always nice to see you. Amanda says the story stays the same, only the names change. I think so. Rest well, Julie. You should learn from Boyd. Keep saying, I gotta go. You're right. I should. I'm tired. Mike Light says, I think that if the bones are moved, the true evil entity appears. Oh, shit. Oh, who knows? You never know what could happen. I'm excited to see. And good night. Good night, Amanda. Recon says, I think we all allocate every hype for you, Julie. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. That is lovely. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. I see it. I see a ton of hypes being given to my videos, and I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much for that. Diana says, you are growing, Julie. Slow and steady is better than a flash in the pan. No, that's true. I am. I'm growing slower than I would like, and then a lot of people grow, but hey, it's still growth. I'll take it. Good night, Australia, to you all. You are such a wonderful bunch. Well, thank you, and good night to you too, over in Australia. Another Australian. We've got a bunch of you in the group here. A bunch of them in my regulars. Literally dozens of us. Yeah, it's a lot. And Julie B has the best live streams. Aw, thanks, Lucas. Thank you. That means a lot. There are some really awesome live streams out there, so that really means a lot. That's saying something. I'm in good company, and there's a lot of great creators out there for From. Greener says, Julie found the Smiley interview. No need to post it unless someone else was interested too. Oh, good. Yeah, somebody posted it in the chat earlier tonight. So yeah, it's I'm gonna add it to the playlist of all my interviews on my channel in case someone else wants to watch it too, to make it easier to find. But glad you found it. Hope you like it. Let's see. Good night, Recon. And I will get some rest. And good night / morning to you too, Manassa. And I will see you guys next time. Love you all. Keep an eye out for that video. The episode 8 deep dive. I'll make it as fast as I possibly can, but that's not easy. I put a lot of hours into these videos. I got my work cut out for me, because look how long it took me to break down this episode live. 12 hours. I have a lot to say about this episode, so expect a long deep dive video to come out later this week. So love you all. Thank you for all your support. As always, shout out to the replay gang, especially if you made it this far. I know some people actually do. And everyone who's just listening and not chatting, love you too. Love you all. And we'll see you next time.
That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yeah, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the last of us, deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't